Oh, there we go. Got my audio. Oh, hi, Tiger Plays. It's been a while. How have you been? Hi, Zeke. What you guys been up to? Are you still streaming, Tiger? Or have you taken a little break, maybe? Now, I've done a little bit of work on this character, so we should be able to manage a few bears. I've made up these. I still haven't got enchanting up enough to get 2 enchantments on one, so if we meet a mage with a certain skill, we'll have to rough it with these for a while. And all of this stuff is stolen, so we're still keeping to the rules, so to speak. So, how have you guys been? How's my audio? Is it okay? Just finished charging my controller, and you know the Microsoft controllers are pretty dodgy when it comes to audio, on Twitch at least. So what we'll do now is, I should be able to take out that that ghost at that plantation thing. But yeah, I think we'll do that. Seems good. Well, thank you, Zig. Now, it was a bit expensive in perk points, but I've done a lot on this character. It's a bit slower, the progression in Legendary, because you know it's not the greatest for doing this. Now, I almost even have speech up. What did I need to do? Oh, whatever. We're still working on two-handed, and one-handed will come naturally enough. Oh yeah, my weapons. Well, that's 478. And that's without any enchantments. And the perks haven't been taken out on the armor, so it will need no enchantments to reach its cap of, what is it, 567. Weapons, however, not the greatest. It's kind of hard to get the weapons up. Well, it's still better than the 19 I had. It's about twice as good. Eventually, I should be able to get that up close to 300, I think. You know, without using any glitches or whatever. And the bow, I still can't one-shot a deer with a bow. Yeah, it needs a lot of perks on that. So, I can't get enchanting done. There's no trainers available until I do certain quests. So, we'll head out. We'll take over that plantation. And we'll probably get Fandar from Riverwood. And then we'll collect 2 guys to, you know, farm it. Usually 2. Well, the guy once honoured from Windham and the bum from Riverwood we'll take. Oh, hi Phoenix. And how are you? Some microphone. Oh, no, some microphone. Oh, like a headset. Cool. Stutters, hang on. Can you guys hear the stutters as well? Here, let me just try something. Oh, you mean from here? Yeah, hang on. Now, how's that? Yeah, it should be okay. Like, this controller is only about 3 months old, and it's one of these really stupid Elite 2 controllers. Yes, we're getting stutters. Is it still there, guys? No, usually turning off the controller and turning it back on again helps. But if BGS was a console maker, there'd be Microsoft. Match made in heaven, those two. Yeah, if it happens again, tell me, and I'll just shut off the controller for a second and turn it back on. Now, from the ordinary controllers, no, you won't get those problems. It's only the expensive Elite 2 ones, ironically enough, that's causing the hassle. All of my older controllers, you know, that even though I'm very, very light on controllers, the most I've ever got from one is 6 months. Yeah. Another reason, really, not to stream on console. I don't know what PlayStation is like, but oh, I've heard they've been buying or getting rid of all the Steam keys, Sony, as well. Let's say for games and stuff, and they put up the prices. I heard on a lot of things. Yeah, it's getting bad. Now let me get something to drink, and then we'll get the plantation, and then we'll get Fendon, we'll get it two guys, we'll get it up and running. Oh, hi O'Keefe, and how have you been? But I've been grinding on this character for 2 days. A very hard thing to do with no spell tomes. Well, not being able to buy any. Still haven't picked up the Conjuration. So I've been kind of periodically raiding the Thieves Guild and stealing the Field Soul gems. Even if we have to do it that way, it's possible. No, same character I had last week. It is. It absolutely is. No, I can't. No, too spicy. Yeah, it's just somebody offering me some food. Too late anyway to be eating food. This is the character I started with, so everything is stolen. We got really lucky with the armor. We found the bandit chief in a dungeon at level 40. So I stole everything he had. So if it's not marked as stolen, we can't wear it. That's my like I was even mega lucky to get an ebony sword. But what I really want to get is I want to get a Daedra sword, short sword. Which I don't know if we can steal them in the game. We can find them in loot. I don't think I've ever seen anyone equipped with one. Maybe General Tullius, but I think that's a quest item. And it's magical as well. Not really going on that. But definitely the bow. Yeah, well, it doesn't really matter anyway. But it would have been nice if we got the matching set. Yeah. No, I was offered some food. Yeah, way too late for food. And anyway, I can't touch spicy stuff. Mike seems good now. Thanks, Zig. Yeah, it's a problem with. I just kind of switched the controller around. It's definitely a problem with the controllers. Twitch, I don't know. Microsoft, for an IT company that develops software, are probably the worst guys ever to integrate with something else. Well, they can't even integrate a proper app, let's say, on their own console, which is ironic. You know how they made their money at software. They can make it, but they can't use it for some reason. I am as well, yeah. I did a lot of grinding on this. I just stayed around Whiterun and stuff like that. And I did raid Hobbs Foe Barrel a couple of times. I did get some more books, but not the ones I'm looking for. I think so, yeah. Well, that's the problem, Zik, when there's no competition, you know? If there's no competition in something, and there's only one guy doing it, it just keeps getting worse and worse. Let's say the chips they're using now, let's say on the gaming PCs and even on consoles, there's only two people really doing that, you know? That's Nvidia and that other guy. Yeah, so, you know what I mean? Yeah. Well, there's a similar thing with mobile phones, Zick. They kind of make them obsolete within a few years on purpose. So you've got to keep buying more and more and more and more. Now, maybe the new games have different parameters and need something more powerful. But I wouldn't be surprised if, they were kind of designed just for a few years, you know. So you'd have to go on and give a ton of money again for something else. It's just the way it is, unfortunately. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Terry. Really? Oh my. Um, well, the two main things are the graphics card and GPU, isn't it? Yeah. Apparently, the NVIDIA 4110, is it a 4010? Oh no, it's a 4010. I think is probably the best all-round one. Oh, that's good to hear, O'Keefe. Oh, that's really good. That's really good news. So, we should be able to take that ghost now. We've got a little bit of element protection. The only problem is I haven't got enchanting, up properly. So I've got 6 pieces of jewellery. I should be able to cut it down to 2 eventually, but not at this stage. And there they are here. So we can only do them one at a time. But we'll get 100% on these. So, let's do it, yeah. Yeah, something like the 40-something, yeah. Yeah, I remember reading about it somewhere. But, there's only 2 guys doing it, really, isn't there? And apparently NVIDIA seem to be kind of leading, you know. It didn't heal properly, oh my. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that, Terry. Now hopefully, everything will work out. Didn't heal. Oh, from the operation. It could be some kind of infection. Yeah, maybe an open ulcer or something. It's common enough, unfortunately. Right, okay, let's get this quest. Let me see how we do this again. Yeah, I don't see it here, guys. What was the name of that quest again? The Unquite Dead. There it is there. Yeah, we ran into a ghost that was just too much. I think they were using frost. Well, we should be able to deal with that ghost now. Yeah, there it is there. It didn't even put up a marker. Gotta love the Creation Club. Now it's stuck. Oh, whatever, I'll just go straight down. I'm not joking. These Xbox consoles are getting worse and worse every year. Oh, Argonian. Yeah, Argonian Thief. Argonian Thief. Now let's see. Okay, it's working now for some reason. Yeah, that's it. Search the plantation. You see that? No marker. Yay, Creation Club. Huh, we could actually have used this. Even though we haven't taken over the plantation. Cool. Now, I do know there's a bit of building here as well, guys. Okay. So, what was she using? Frost, wasn't it? Or was it chalk? I think it was frost. So we can just pop these 2 on. And now we'll bring her outside, I'd say. And we'll cut her out here. And I know where the kid is. Would you believe, O'Keefe, I still haven't picked up a soul trap? No, I still haven't done it. But I've been kind of scraping by on, stealing gems that are already filled. I can't buy them, you see. That's the rules. But I think I'm 70 something in enchanting, I think. Oh no, 80, I think. 80, 81 or 2. But there's a few, let's say, around Winterhold, about 7 or 8 gems you can pick up. Well, actually, no, there's more like a dozen when you go to the city of Dawn, or town of Dawnstar as well. And they're filled, so they spawn back pretty quickly. Now I'll get something to drink, and we'll get this one. We'll try and work on the stuff that we have in our menu, you know? And I'll try and get rid of the stupid Creation Club quests before tackling any of the, the true stuff. Yeah, but it slowed my progression a lot. But I am with this game. I can max out a character within a couple of streams, and that kind of took the fun out of it a little bit, Oh, you can't pick locks. Oh, you can't play at all with it then, because to pick a lock would just be to press. It must be the A button on your controller. Yeah, that make them very shoddy. Absolutely. Now, I'll just light this up and make sure my doggos are back out of the way, and then we'll settle down. And what we really need to concentrate is hitting the dungeons hard, and a lot of hunting. We need lots of large antlers and as many skins as we can lay our hands on. So we'll probably go to, well, if we need to kind of upgrade the smithing without buying anything, we'll have to hunt the snow bears. Probably, the far side of Winterhold. There's a ton of them there, and we're just about strong enough now to take them on. Just about. Oh, it's brutal, isn't it? Yeah. I've been lucky enough with stick drift on my controllers. It depends on the way you handle the controller, but very shoddy stuff. Yeah. Absolutely a rip-off, yeah. Yeah, do you remember the old 360 controllers? Those things were almost indestructible. Like, no matter how hard you were on controllers, you would at least get 12 months. Like, I had one of those for like 4 years, But then, by making them that way, they said make more money. And, after all, isn't that what they're in the game for? To make money. It's not to please us. And they were. Yeah, I preferred it as well. You could access your games, and let's say you tried out a game and it was junk, and you could remove it from your achievements list, and you could remove it both on console and on cloud. Now you can't do that with these ones. You know what I mean? And there's a bug, let's say, that I came across on Xbox. Let's say you're playing Assassin's Creed Black Flag, for instance, and you work through the achievements and you played it on Xbox One. Well, what can happen sometimes is the achievements for the 360 version will come up as well, even though you've never bought it or you've never played it on 360. And on mine, for some reason, it just showed up one day. The achievements for Call of Duty. I've never played a game like that. You know what I mean? So I don't know what they were doing there. And there's no way to remove it, which is a hassle. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. But there's a lot of companies now, let's say, reaping the benefits of their toxic behaviour for the last decade. Ubisoft is one. And they're as good as gone. The Assassin's Creed guys. Yeah. But they've confirmed the rumours that they are in talks with Tencent on some kind of a buyout. And I don't know. I think BGS will be next. But the only thing that's saving BGS is Microsoft. Had Microsoft not come along and bought them up, they would be in the exact same position as Ubisoft, Now, even if Ubisoft got back on track making decent games, if Tencent have any say in that, if you think the monetization is bad now on Assassin's Creed games, wait till those guys get it. It's gonna be a nightmare. What they'll usually do is they'll run an IP to the ground and just throw it in the bin. They'll strip mine it. So, you know, well, it's their own fault really. The brothers who were running that, I just I don't understand how they managed to do it. You know, well, they originally started off with shipping, I think, farming first and farming supplies. Then they did shipping, transport stuff like that. And in the early '80s, it would have been video games and stuff. And then they decided to get into that and got really lucky with Assassin's Creed and kind of grew from strength to strength. You know. But let's say 15 years ago, 20 years ago, they were making some decent games. And, they produced a lot of good stuff as well. And then whatever happened, just went downhill. Pretty much the same. Well, a lot of companies were doing good then, I suppose. Same could be said of BGS. But I don't like it when, corporations and companies come along, shareholders and that, and, get into games, and the games were going pretty good, made by developers who really loved what they were doing, taking their time and being, let's say, pretty decent about it, not exploiting their kind of core fan base. But all they've done is they've come along and they've absolutely ruined that hobby for me. There's a lot of games now I won't touch because of that. But it all really started with multiplayer. Okay. I have to sort this out in a moment. We'll call the ghost. Where's that mini sword? Oh yeah, we got to yeah, she can't do any damage to me. There's a big difference since the last time we met. Yeah. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Now, let's see if I can bring her outside. Yeah, there's a big difference now, isn't it? Come on. There we go. There we go. Search the laboratory for clues. Right, let's go. All I needed was that frost protection. Maybe a little bit more hit on my weapon. There it is. Search the laboratory, find evidence of her guilt. Okay. Find evidence of her guilt. Well, somebody gave her a woodcutter's axe anyway. Oh my god. Well, her guilt is outside with that guy, isn't it? Or isn't there another, I think there's another thing here. Journal or something, isn't it? Oh god, I forget how to do this quest. Okay, I think it's up here. There it is. There it is. Find out what happened to Ren. Now I know where Ren is. But this is It's kind of vague if you didn't do it before. Alright, let's go find Rin. I'll get this place up and running after a while. Oh, well, thank you, Terry. Oh yeah, it used to be the police fans. Well, they had to because, you know, let's say when they made a game not as expensive, like it's gone out of control now how expensive games are to make, and they don't have to be that way. So if fans didn't like something, they wouldn't get their money back to do a few games, and then they're bankrupt. You know, so that was keeping them in check, and that's why BGS sold out to Microsoft. It was either that or absolutely disaster. But absolutely, yeah. But now, because there's so many people gaming and where there's money, there's corporations. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter if flying kites became popular and there was tons of money in it, the corporations would take that over as well. You know what I mean? Doesn't matter what it is. Just in this instance, it was gaming. They don't care about gaming. Makes no difference. The gaming thing doesn't make a difference. And that's it really, They touch everything, they destroy. The whole thing about corporations, let's say, with stuff like that, is they'll squeeze every single cent they can, and they'll try and make a product as cheap as they possibly can. And, if you do that, you're going to make the experience really bad for the customer, for the user. So they'll stop buying that. Then eventually, they can't get their money, and the whole thing goes under, and that's the end of the game or the IP, and that's the way it is. They tend to think of games like something we absolutely need, like like oil or stuff like that, and there's just too many people now coming into the industry making decent games. So if one company goes bad, nobody really cares. Yes, I have great respect for the modders that put their time and energy, and don't expect anything in return. And that's what I call, a passion project, It's not about the money, it's about the game. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Well, most of them are victims, But when you're talking about like some of the lead developers, let's say, who'll be on some serious wages in the likes of companies like Ubisoft and BGS that come out on Twitter, call their fans morons that, what would they know about making games, stuff like that, to shut up and, pay up kind of stuff. Some of them have some serious egos, They peddle trash and, they get upset when you complain. Well, as a customer, if you don't like something, you have a right to complain. And even though we don't know how to make the games, we obviously know what we like, As somebody said before, like if you go to a restaurant and, you order a meal, and you don't know how to make that meal, obviously, but you'll know when you taste it if you like it or not. Pretty much the same thing, But it is kind of subjective down to the individual person. But when you release a game and it's 67% negative, or was it more? I think it was more. It was, and that's just the people that even bothered to vote on it, When a Metacritic score, not that I take much heed on Metacritic, because, most of those reviewers are bought and paid for. But some of the games coming out now, that even, let's say, the guys that are paying to kind of hype it up, even they can't justify it, That's how bad it's become. Apparently, Shattered Space is an absolute disaster. It makes the base game look like really fantastic game. Now, one of the lead developers was doing an interview and they said that it's the best game they ever made or ever will. We won't say his name, but we know who he is. He's been all over Twitter for the past 12 months. And he said now BGS has the big three. Fallout, Elder Scrolls, and Starfield. Now, that guy needs psychiatric help. He really does. It's okay to be proud of your work, even if nobody agrees with you. But, you know, what he has to understand that, out from his ego, if the majority of the people don't like your game, you're in a minority, and they're not there, let's say, to just make games. He's there to make money, and he's not going to do it that way. That's my 10 cents on it anyway. %70 bad, yeah, 67-70%, yeah. Now the 30% patch would have been probably the fanboys, and I don't like calling them that, but the people that say that really love the Elder Scrolls and Fallout and are giving them a pass, they'd be pretty new. I give them a lot of passes as well, patch, but I still wouldn't review that as a good game. I'd call it for what it is. Now, obviously, some people will like a patch, and that's okay. Obviously. It doesn't matter if I think it's bad, if somebody loves playing it. Yeah, fair dues to them. But when the majority of the gamers say it's trash, well, regardless, then it is trash, isn't it? Because they've got to sell it. Not yet. They uploaded it to me there about 3 or 4 days ago. It was updating. It was already paid for in my game. I got it as a present, O'Keefe, from my wife, remember I was saying. And I'm almost afraid to play it. But I've got no choice. I'll probably play it after this. But I heard it's absolute trash. And I've tried not to watch too much about it. Spoilers and that. But even if it's on par with the base game, it will probably give me nightmares. Oh, hi Wolf. And how are you? Been well, I hope. I did a bit of grinding on this guy over the last 2 days, so I managed to get the resistances and stuff after grinding out a ton of junk. So we've just taken over the plantation. I will, yeah. Once I buy a game, I'll always finish it to the end, O'Keefe, regardless. If I can do it with Greedfall, I can definitely do it with this. Yeah. But I can tell you, from what I've seen from Starfield and probably what I'm going to see from Shattered Space, I hope that BGS does not do another Elder Scrolls, to be honest. That maybe somebody else gets hold of the IP, or else they get a massive shake-up, and start cleaning house, because it's not good enough. Yeah. But even without the bugs, O'Keefe, the game was, for me, it was soulless. It was much like Greedfall. I had no motivation in that game. My whole thing about gaming is, what BGS used to do, O'Keefe. You get a nice big world and plenty to explore. You're like, let's say I'm going around here and I see something interesting, and then I get sidetracked and find little quests and stuff. But you can't do that on Starfield because there's nothing on the planets. You know what I mean? You're always set to the main city to follow these kind of fetch quests. And the quests were going on too long, and some of them started off pretty good. But even out from the bugs, if there was no bugs, it might be a playable game if the writing was better. But seeing as they don't have writers, they leave that up to the developers. You know what I mean? I don't know. You see, the problem is, 76 was the same, and they kept pushing and pushing it, and now it's kind of making its money back. So that's made them pretty arrogant. I think I think they'll do the same with Starfield. But you can't expect somebody to hang around with a game for 3 or 4 years while they make it mildly playable. You know, there's too much competition now. I don't know. I can't see it work out long term. It is. It absolutely is. But it's something that will have to be done. You know, I want to see how far they went down the rabbit hole on Shattered Space. But I would say Shattered Space is probably a ton of junk that they've already cut from the game, Wolf, and they kind of patched it all together, did a little bit of work on it, and sold it off for $30. Decent, aren't they? It could have been. You know what I mean? It was far too big. O'Keefe. You know, if they had to cut it down, one of the developers, the old guy, was saying he wanted it to be, 12 systems. Even that was a bit big, you know. And even if in every system, if there was only one planet that had something to explore, something interesting, you know what I mean? Now, I'm sure the exploration in games, not everyone would say that's a must, but it is for me. If I'm doing a kind of open world thing or anything, there's got to be interesting places to visit. Out from the stuff and interesting stuff to pick up. But like, even when you do find something in Starfield, it's useless. It's just stuff to sell. It's just the same guns you've been picking up, reskinned guns you've been picking up over and over and over again. There's just no motivation in that game, you know. I would rather play Skyrim for the millionth time than play Starfield, you know. But the numbers say it on Steam as well. There was more people playing Starfield, or there was more people playing Skyrim than there was, playing Starfield. And they're high, let's say, when the DLC was released, even though it was on Game Pass, so kind of like for free for most players. It was pathetic. It was absolutely pathetic, I think something like 7,000 players or something. And apparently a lot of people who got the same edition I did with the DLC haven't even bothered playing it yet, even though they own it. So, I don't know. Hmm. Absolutely, yeah, Space Invaders. Space Invaders. But they're adamant, Wolf, and that guy who should be taking full responsibility for that game, that it's the best game they've ever made. He said it's a technical marvel, and it's the best game they'll ever make. Well, Emil, sorry I gotta mention your name. If that's the best game that BGS are ever gonna make from now on, I think you can count me out. And I'm saying that as a kind of hardcore BGS fan. But the only reason I'm a fan is because of the Elder Scrolls, to be honest. Fallout is pretty good as well. But you gotta admit, guys, the story is pretty bad. But what kept me in Fallout was the building aspect. That was nice, you know. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. The next... Well, they have a lifeline now with Microsoft, so the next 4 or 5 years will tell a lot at BGS. Hopefully I'll be around for that, and we'll see. I thought New Vegas was okay. I have a particular fondness for it, because that was the first ever Fallout game I played. And that was way, way back when, But yeah, there's a lot of things that could have been done right. But I think it had a way better story and, a lot more humor than Fallout. No problem, Zick. So, let's get on with this, guys. I know where that kid is. So let's go find him. Now, they don't give you a marker for some reason, but I'll show you where it is. Yeah, you see that tree up there? He's right up at that tree. I love how they don't ever give markers on this one, but it says find out what happened to Rin. Okay. He's basically up at this tree. They should have given a little hint, you know. Now, I came across this way before. I hope this isn't bugged out and the bodies despawned. Ah, there's the wolves. Okay, we'll try a little bit of fun with these guys. Try and get destruction up a bit. Yeah, well, you see how my armor's improved? It's still not at its max, but oh my god, where did he go? Guys, that was only magic. What happened there? Did you see that? Now, that was just magic I was using. You see that wolf? He just went vroom up in the air. No soul spell. Still haven't got it. I've been working on the respawning gems after college. There's about a dozen in Dawnstar, and they respawn pretty quickly. That's how BGS guys works. The Havoc's physics engine that they have, you know, that was really popular back in the day, and there's still a lot of games that use it, but they use it much better than BGS. So that's the Havoc engine, and it's not the engine, guys. You know, you can't blame the tools because everyone else seems to be using it okay. It's not the tools, it's the tradesmen. Now that's a stupid spell I got from Hobbs Fall Cave. I don't know, it's not much better than fire to be honest, but it is fun. But I'll have to stop using it because it's driving these wolves into the air. Whatever. Okay, we lost that piece of leather. Now, okay. And this is the kid apparently up here. Well, did you notice that, guys? The skeleton is despawned. Wasn't it lucky the sword was there? The skeleton has despawned. You see, I came here before and we came across this way. And then we left it for about, maybe 50 hours, 40 hours. So that's the problem with this stuff as well. With this Creation Club rubbish. I think he fell down a well. How have you been, Velo? About 50 levels. Ago, was it? Yeah, we were pretty low when we came here, weren't we? But remember, there should have been a skeleton there. That's the problem that happened with that other quest with the bandits. We were in the area, but luckily enough the sword didn't despawn. But the skeleton did. But it wasn't needed for the quest. Now, okay, so what do we do now? God, this is a horrible quest. Return Rin's toy sword to the farm. That's it. There will be a little bit of building here, which I don't mind. We won't really be... The irony of the wolf. We wanted to take this for the growing, and now I've already maxed out ages ago on alchemy, so it's not needed. Probably. Yeah, probably. Well, I'm playing on an Xbox, Velo, so I have no console commands. So, here on Xbox, if we get bugs, we've got to find a fix ourselves, yeah. No console commands. Yeah. when I have a lot of time in this game. Usually, if there's a way around the bug on this without using console commands, I can find it. You know, like take for instance one bug, not that common, but I've had it happen a few times, where a dragon shout wouldn't spawn, but you can hear it, but it's not there. Now, let's say I remember about three playthroughs ago. Let's say that's the shrine. So we came this way here. We came up, no shout. I loaded back before I got to the cell, and instead of approaching it from this direction, and let's say we came from that one, we scaled the mountain and we dropped right down from the back end, and it managed to spawn. So that was some kind of pathing bug. Now, there's another stupid one as well, and we got it on the last playthrough. The Trouble in Skyrim quest, which picks a random location to kill the bandit leader, it picked a location that was open up for the Creation Club, and the person it picked was someone I had to kill in the arena, so obviously I couldn't do both. So that was the end then of the companions. But we did use a harmony spell, and that quietened down the NPC enough, so we managed to finish the two quests because of a spell, with a harmony spell. But there's many more bugs, like blood in the ice, for instance. That's probably the most common one. Yeah, both of them spawned in on the same time. But there's just a few. Now I am using the unofficial patch, so I don't have to suffer so much. And the chances of getting every single quest done on this are pretty high, without anything bugging out. We got caught on just one quest about a year and a half ago, wasn't it, Wolf? It was a stupid bandit quest we picked up. Something of a crow or something it was called. But the last thing we were to do after killing everyone was to collect the body, get the stuff from it, but the body wasn't there, it despawned. Now, just like that skeleton. So, we were in that area, a long time before. And what happened was, the game mistook that body for a dead body and it despawned. So now, our approach to it this time will be, we will not go to that cell unless we pick up that quest and we're ready to finish it. Do you remember that one? Yeah. The same thing happened with that skeleton there, Wolf. But we're lucky that wasn't required for the quest. It was the sword that was required. You see, to kind of save on the assets in the game, which a lot of games will do, the dead bodies, they have to despawn, or else the whole place will be littered. So what's happening is, the stuff they're putting in from the Creation Club, is not really part of the game. So it's, basically a dead body. So once you load up that spell, or that cell, the countdown starts then, and it eventually despawns. But making that body, let's say, part of the quest was really stupid. Now, a way around that bug in the game would have been to put that junk in a chest, that you were to collect, and that would have been the end of it. Why it was on a dead body is beyond me. Yeah, but I think I have a way around it this time. No, there used to be. When they were a small indie company, they were doing some good stuff. Still very, very buggy, Velo. And I know you're just making a joke, but, they're a pretty incompetent company now. They're full of kind of toxic positivity with the stuff they do. Starfield will be a good example of what we have coming for the Elder Scrolls, unfortunately. But yes, you're right, we did forgive the bugs. But that's because they were giving us something good, something decent, something that was pushing forward. But to see them doing games now, on what they're doing, like, even putting the engine aside, and, I know the engine gets blamed a lot, and I've blamed it myself. But once I looked into it, it's really more got to do with the people using the engine, if you know what I mean. a bugged dungeon. That happened to me in Fallout 4. When I tried to get out of a dungeon, it kept crashing. Horrible. Yeah, horrible. But it was a time when I was playing this game. I'd say there's not many bugs I haven't seen in this game. Usually, to get around the bug, requires a little bit of reloading. But some bugs, NPCs spawning in the air, getting killed, and then obviously you can't hand in the quest. That's a problem. Why they didn't make them all essential, at least until the end of their quest, whether they're giving you the quest or on the receiving end is beyond me. People have said to me that makes the game interesting, you can fail quests. Well, I don't find it interesting, I find it frustrating. And, if you can play that quest, that's a lot of work that they've done, on that's just going to waste. So, I wouldn't say that's the reason. Just badly done. It had, but the wrong company got it. BGS are kind of size over quality, It should have been at most, it should have been at most 12-star systems with one central planet that would have a lot to do, and the rest could be empty then and we could explore them, Fair enough. But one planet should have had something. But it's roughly about the same content in Skyrim as Starfield, except in Starfield it's spread over an area 100 times the size. So it's really diluted, Yeah. You'll get that hostile thing, alright. Yeah, the radiant system. Oh, trouble in Skyrim. Was it, yeah? That's stupid, yeah. Yeah. Now, I'll give you a classic example, Velo, of poor design. I couldn't call it a bug, but there's a quest in the Thieves Guild where you go to Windhelm. You talk to that lady, and she sends you out to kill the Somerset Shadows, a kind of rival Thieves Guild. Now, fair enough, that's an important quest. It's a Thieves Guild quest line, right? Fair enough. Now, let's say you're new, and your first time playing. You arrive pretty early in Windhelm. You'll pick up a quest from a guy who said somebody stole uh, his dead daughter's amulet. So you go out to collect the amulet, and obviously you've got to kill the guy to get the amulet. Well, that's fair enough. You get the amulet, you finish this little small tiny quest, and then you put another further 20, maybe 40 hours in, and then you're on the Thieves Guild quest line. And then, you go to that lady, she sends you out to kill the Somerset Shadows. The only problem is, you've already killed that guy 20 plus hours ago, because, there was another quest doing that. So basically you've got two quests to kill the same guy. One is a kind of a knotting kind of quest. The other one is pretty important. It progresses you through the Thieves Guild. So if you kind of land on that small quest not knowing and kill that guy, well, that's the end of the Thieves Guild. It's bugged out. So some guys designed two quests to kill the same person. Now that's bad. There's no excuse. You wouldn't even accept that from a kind of a beginner company. We were going to say blood on the ice. That is probably the buggiest one. But there is a way around it. I've always managed to get it. But basically, just keep out of the cell of Windhelm. Don't go to Windhelm until you're ready. When you go there, make a save, let's say, in Solitude, or not in Solitude, in Whiterun. Go out there, look around for a few minutes, come back out, wait 2 days, come back in again. Try and land about maybe 1 a.m. in the morning. Keep doing that maybe 4 times, you'll eventually get it. And then if you don't, reload and do it again. As long as you keep out of Windham, you should be okay. You know what I mean? It could be something like the bug I was saying. Once you get to the place for the first time, you visit it, and it kind of bugs out from there. So don't visit it until you're ready to do that quest. I've always gotten through it. I didn't even know it was there until my third playthrough. And then on my fifth and sixth it was bugged. So I made it my business to kind of find a way around it. And that's the only way to be guaranteed. Until you're ready to do that quest, do not go to Windham. Then when you're ready, do a save. Well, it's on your second visit it should appear. Make sure that you kind of time the travel from where you're going. You'll land. You'll have to land around 1, 2 a.m. in Windham. Go down, check it out. Fast travel back. Keep doing that 4 or 5 times. If it doesn't show up, reload and repeat. I've only had to reload maybe once or twice ever, and it will eventually show up. It's something got to do with it bugging out on your first visit, I think. Yeah. No, that's it's never failed. So maybe out of at least 100 times doing that quest, it's always worked. 100 times or 100 times. So I'm of the opinion now that it's on your first visit to Windham. I don't know. For some reason it can bug out. Maybe you've walked somewhere, maybe something happened, who knows. But if you keep out of Windham until you're ready to do that quest and have a kind of safety save, you should be okay. It's never failed for me. Pretty much like the dragon thing, But we did it, I did it actually. Yeah, I did it in this one here. Yeah, there it is. You see how I make sure I get that one out of the way before I invest too much in the playthrough? There's it, blood on the ice. Now, let's say if you accuse the wrong guy, you can get blood on the ice too, but I never did that. Really? Yeah, and apparently it plays much better on Xbox. Now, okay, let's head this one up, and we can get done with this. What I want to do is concentrate on the stuff I have, and maybe we try and get out this rubbish creation club stuff. Now, you're probably asking why, if I think so badly of it, why I'm playing with it. When I originally got it, I was naive. I thought that maybe, they might have tweaked the graphics in the game a bit, maybe, fixed up the cut quests from the college and, added something nice. Officially. Had I known it was Creation Club dump, I would have never taken it. But we did have a run through on it. Now it's part of my game. And now when I try to uninstall it, I can. When I try to play my game, I can save in game. So I've got to play with it now. And I can't mess with the files because we can't do that on console. So definitely for anyone on console, I wouldn't recommend it. Yeah, but don't we have enough houses? And we never get a house that's ideal. And thanks for following, Valo. Appreciate it, and welcome to the community. Even this is not ideal, and I'll show you why. Now, it's pretty good we can make something for our followers. My idea of an ideal house, and I'll show you what it is. And all you need is one, in a nice spot. This is a bit close, but still to a major town. Now, that's cool. That's okay for a garden. Yeah, that looks pretty decent. You put up the windmill, that looks okay. Now, one large one here that can accommodate, let's say, every follower, if you want to play with mods, every single follower. So let's say enough for maybe 3 dozen beds, Yeah, and it should have something for displaying your dragon claws and all of that junk. Now, this has always been my problem with BGS, with it, going all the way back to Oblivion. Now there's going to be a stable here. Now, how hard would it be if I had a horse and just rode my horse in and then pushed a button or something to make it literally stay at the stable? You know what I mean? How bad could that be? Or that stuff where you actually ride a horse and he stays with you forever until he dies. Really ruining your game. That's asinine, Like, let's say I had a stable here and we got that, maybe move Shadowmare here. Or maybe enough for 2 or 3 horses. Or that horse that we pick up in Riften. Where we could keep those things. Yeah. Absolutely. There's a mod you can get for that. So a guy in his basement working in his garage, maybe 17, 18 years of age, can do it. And these so-called AAA developers can't do it. Now, a proper stable to do 3 horses, enough to hold all my followers if I wanted to. Like a little mini village, a decent garden, which it has that. And a proper display area. That's it. That's all you need. Now, with the Creation Club, they give you every single house. And you can't fix them properly because 3 or 4 of these places require exactly the same items. You know what I mean? For display. So, unless you were prepared to get a cheat mod for duplication, that's kind of out. So, but how many houses do we need? Even in the base game, there was far too many, Then the hardfire homes were kind of cool. But that was enough, That was enough. So there's a lot more they could do with this, but didn't do it. But you have to see it from their perspective. Like we like the games we played, and it's our hobby, so we have a fondness for them. For them, it's just a job. It's a cash cow for making money. So they would look at the game a lot different, Oh yeah, Breeze Home. The most expensive one was in Solitude. We will pick up one of the unusual gems there. But my favourite home, I have to say, is Lakeview. For some reason, my favourite home is Lakeview. My favourite village is Riverwood, and my favourite town is Whiterun. I think it's probably got to do with our first playthrough, Velo, You start off from Helgen, you'll spend a little bit of time in Riverwood. It's a pretty spot, right by the river, You'll go right out to Whiterun. You'll spend a lot of time there. You'll be a low level. You'll be wheeling and dealing and selling and buying, So maybe that's why. Absolutely, lots of nostalgia, And then your first house you get is Lakeview. But I still think it's in the prettiest spot, Absolutely. Yeah, I love the little bridge and that. I thought that was pretty nice. But yeah, that would be my favorite, Don't care too much for the other ones. They're okay, don't get me wrong. I do as well, yeah. I do as well. Yeah, I had a great time on my first playthrough. But nothing, you can never get that feeling back again. If you're really into a game on your first playthrough, Of course you'll always enjoy the game, but you'll never get that same buzz as you did from your first playthrough. That's why, when you do find a game you like now, which is, for me, is very rare, I try to take my time, and get every little thing done, because you'll never get that first playthrough again. Rushing through it is never a good idea. And now I've got to keep drinking tons of this stuff, guys, because I've been dehydrated a lot. It's probably got to do with that blood pressure medication. Now, okay. Right, let's get in and we'll take this over. We'll see how much junk we need to fix it up anyway. There. speak to Rin. Serious? Oh,
Yes?
your family can rest in peace now.
Thanks a lot. Here,
You witch.
take this for all your hard work.
What did he give us? Key, is it? Yeah, of course it was a key. Do you know what I find stupid in this game? You can pickpocket a ghost, but you can't pickpocket, what was it again? Yeah, we tried to pickpocket something else, couldn't do it. Yeah, the music is pretty good. Now, that's it, guys. We've done that. So, pretty much I'll ignore this spot. But we do have to do a little bit of building. Oh, yeah, that's it. A farmer's life for me. Now, what I usually do with this place is I'll take Fandel from Riverwood. He's got to be a kind of classic steward to take over this spot, so he can take over this. Now you can get two kind of generic NPCs, or you can hire some guys. I'm going to get the bum from Riverwood and that racist guy, that racist bum from Windhelm, once honoured. So we'll get those as our labourers. So we'll fix it up and then we'll get it sorted. Literally, yeah. I've used that. I've actually used that to get the chest plate I have, Velo. Remember, everything I am wearing has to be stolen, so I could steal the Daedra stuff from the bandit chief, but it was a 0% chance of a pickpocket because of the weight, I think, or let's say the value of the chest plate. So I did use a paralyzed potion. Yeah. But that's something we found out pretty early in the game. It can be done with arrows as well, but I think that's how we first discovered it, you know. You kind of paralyze someone with an arrow, you run over, take their weapons for an easier battle. Then we discovered, yeah, you know, that could be done. But that's an old one, yeah. Okay, right, let's see. Plant crops. Oh, okay. Now, I've got some food at home, guys. And we're absolutely done with plans, let's say, for getting up alchemy or money. So I'll go back and get that junk. And we'll try and get rid of these quests. Now, I want to speak to the Khajiit shortly. There's an interesting quest he has, where he'll give us I think we'll get a tome for a Daedra horse. That would be absolutely brilliant for us. We'll kind of go what we're wearing as well. And I think we just might be strong enough now to take that quest. But I'll show you how I've been using that. Now, I have a modded house as well, Velo. And this one is big enough to hold all of my followers and all of the kids. I'm running the better adoptions mod. But the rules in this game is we can't buy anything that would help our character, like soul gems and stuff like that. It was the same with plants, but we can kind of grow them, obviously. But we're kind of through that one now. Not buying soul gems has been a problem. And not being able to buy spell tomes. So we're totally kind of dependent on, you know, stealing them and finding them. But I still haven't got a soul trap, strangely enough. So that was my little paralyzed potion area here. And obviously I was selling it as well. Well, I never use enchanting for weapons. It's a habit I picked up in Oblivion. And you eventually get so overpowered in this game there's no need to. But enchanting armor is on the table. Yeah, as long as the armor is marked as stolen, you know? And as long as you picked up the gems, let's say, that you didn't buy them, yeah, that's on the table. Absolutely. Now, we can take whatever we want for decoration. You know, what I like to do is, my alchemy lab, 10 of every ingredient in the game, blah, 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 just for a little bit of fluff, a bit of clutter. That's okay, as long as we don't use it, you know what I mean, for ourselves. Now, obviously in dungeons, we can take whatever we want, but we can keep something if we want to if it's stolen. But then, no quest rewards, no, off the table, absolutely. It's gonna have the stolen mark. Oh, well, thank you, Derry. So that's off the table as well. So that's why I've been going around with an ebony sword, and I was quite lucky to get one, to be honest. I forget where I got it. I think I pickpocketed that from a bandit chief. Well, that's kind of cool, that we can do that, and it's marked as stolen. Obviously, killing the bandit chief is a waste of time. You've got to steal the stuff from him. And I have a few bits of backup armor as well, because once I do the enchanting, even though I'll be overpowered after I do it, once we get to the Dragonborn DLC, there's a book there that will give us 10% more on alchemy, which will make us even more powerful. And I think we'll get I think it's called Adriel's armor, which will help enchanting. So I'm thinking we'll probably get our weapon over 300, I'd say. Doesn't really matter about the armor, because the armor caps off at 567. And even without, let's say, maxing out the armor skill, I've almost reached that. So that won't take up any space, So we'll be good with that one. Now, armor caps at 567, but weapons don't. So we want to get our weapon as powerful as possible. It might be a bit overpowered, but once the dragons are on the scene, and I haven't done that quest yet, I want to get the quest done before they start harassing the NPCs. We need to be able to take those dragons down pretty quickly. Now, I'll grab this food. That's how we're doing the wolves now, guys. And I haven't even maxed out one-handed. It's time for a root beer with French... Oh, nice. Vanilla ice cream. That sounds nice. Now. Oh. Sorry about that, but if you're stupid enough to hang around, there's not much I can do for you. Right, let's grab that food. Now, I've obviously got a bit of junk. Now, not being able to buy anything to help, let's say, with smithing, like ore and stuff. So, mining and fishing are allowed. However, picking plants out around the spot that's actually growing, that's not allowed. Or insects and stuff. Now, if we find them and they've already been picked or the insects are dead, yeah, that's okay, as long as we don't have to buy them. But as I said, we're already kind of past that one. Unless we're buying them for, as I said, for display, for fluff. Now, all of the junk to fix up the Heartfire homes, yeah, we can't buy that. My biggest problem in that has been, without a doubt, and you're not going to believe this, straw and glass. That thing is like, anytime we find that is like jackpot, Oh, I don't, yeah, I think I know every, yeah, I've been doing that, but I've been concentrating on the other things. Yeah, we'll eventually get what we need. Even when we pick up silver. Now, I have the spell Transmute as well, Velo. So let's say any overflow of iron ore, we can make it silver. make a necklace, and that will help as well, obviously. Yeah, I haven't been to Solitude yet. But what I've found, let's say, once you take it, it never respawns, unfortunately. But there's still a lot of dungeons to do in this, guys. I'm sure we'll get enough to finish. Yes, of course. Yeah, there's a ton of it there. Easy ingots. Yeah. Now, remember we can... Yeah, but the dwarven stuff, let's say, I have no real need for it. You know, and that will just be fluff, let's say, down in the cellar, in the safes, and getting 10 of each of those. And I think I've already almost got it, you know. Unless we wanted to make arrows, but I'm picking up enough arrows as it is. Yeah, the problem with that is it's a random spawn, do right. Let's say if you were never in a house before, and if you save outside, and you go in and you check something, and let's say there's 2 glass, then you reload again, then it could be something else. So it's always a random spawn. You know what I mean? And I'll show you what I mean. I was over at the Dainty Slode earlier today, just to have a look around. So I went in, and there was 2 glass in the cabinet, just right inside the door. So I didn't take it. I went back out, and I went away. I didn't kill anyone. So what I'm going to do in a minute is I'm going to go back, because I've already entered that cell. Now the 2 glass should still be there. You know what I mean? Now I was going to reload, but I knew then I'd lose the glass. So we'll be getting that glass in a moment. If it's still there. I haven't actually tested that yet. Right, let's get rid of that. But I'm sure there's so many dungeons, you know. And anyway, having it that rare, it's kind of nice when you find it. You get a little bit of a buzz from it, you know. I know it's silly, but, you know, anything to make the game playable again. Now, I will have a ton of display junk, so that's why I've been keeping that. And I'll eventually get around to sorting it all out. But right now... just get rid of it this way. Now I have some food here. Yeah, there's plenty enough there. Right, let's go. I'll fix the garden properly later. We'll make it like a kind of classic garden, you know. Yeah, but it's very, very random. What I found as well, it used to be more easy to get, let's say, in containers, Suburban Werewolf. But if you're looking for glass, let's say, it's mostly in, you know, those kind of dresser cabinets in a kitchen. That's where you usually find it. The straw can be there sometimes, it's rare, but mostly in chests. But I found since the update, you know, they've been putting in those backpacks. Those stupid backpacks that totally ruin the immersion. They look like something from the 1920s. You know, like the guys that scaled Everest in the 20s. Yeah, there's been a lot of them, and I think they've been taking over the room, and there hasn't been as much, how could I put it, spawning, if you know what I mean. You would think so, yeah, you would think so. But we even had problems, guys, the last time. But you've seen almost every container I've opened here, and you've seen how rare glass and straw is. Absolutely, I don't like the backpacks. If it was done in a more lore-friendly way, you know. Sometimes it's you know, it's more likely it will be in those. And I'm a guy, let's say, that did a few playthroughs, and I've literally opened every container, or almost. I've opened at least 80% of the containers in Skyrim, you know. So that's a lot. I might have taken it to the extreme. No. You didn't. It actually never comes up that way. Yeah. So I knew you typed it in. Yeah, that would be handy. Or some kind of better sorting system. Yeah, yeah, that would have been cool. But that would be too much for BGS, wouldn't it? Right, let's plant these crops. Santa Claus, Terry. Todd Kris Kringle Santa Claus. Yeah, this is Santa's work. Oh, there's two, guys. There's actually two of these. Oh, there's... okay. My God. So what do we need? Food. I would say, guys, here, cabbage and gourds, maybe. We'll sort it out later. We only need 2 crops anyway, or 10. Yeah, there's actually 2 of them here. This would have been ideal for growing the plants the first time, but... well. So we do 1 entirely with cabbage. Oh, we don't need too much. Yeah, we put half of them there. And we'll go to the other guy as well. I don't know where we're going to put all these pets of Skyrim, to be honest. Yeah, okay, well... We'll mix it up a bit, and then I'll come along later and fix it. We'll fix it later. We'll go with every plant we can get in the game, but none of the ingredients. We're kind of done now with ingredients, to be honest. Yeah, that's enough, guys. We'll sell the rest and come back and we'll design it properly later. Is that it? What have we got to do now? Oh yeah, we got to build the thingy, isn't it? Although it's not telling us, is it? Yeah. Where is it at? Hire a steward. Okay. This is where we've got to do the quest for Fando. I think that's his name, isn't it? We could get Eric as well, but he's got armor and stuff. You know, I don't want guys out here with armor. It would look too much like a military barracks. Okay, let's get Fando. Yeah, it is more like them, sorry. Okay, and let's save it here. Now we've got to do his quest. So... let's get back there. And we'll sort out his little quest. Hire a steward. And then when he tells us we'll get those 2 guys. We'll get that spot up and running before we go. The decoration, we'll see if we can find more. So there's cabbage, potatoes, carrots and gourds. I think that's it, isn't it? They're the only ones we can use. We're gone past the ingredient stage now. Okay, let's do his little quest. It's kind of useless to us now, to be honest. But at the beginning of the game, that would have been really handy. Now this was never here before. This must be part of the update. Which was kind of stupid. If you went on the Imperial side in Helgen, there was no bed. If you went with the Stormcloaks, you could use the bed in that house. Oh, let's find Fandel. Actually, we'll find that little guy as well. What's his face? That little lounge lizard. We'll approach him first. No, hang on. We find Fandel. We approach him. Then we go to the lounge lizard. We tell him. Then he gives me a letter incriminating Fandel, and then we use that against him. That's the way we do it.
Wait, I know
Yeah. Okay. Where is Fandel? Yeah, because if I'm going to get a follower, might as well be Fandel. Oh, that lounge leader, guys, he's not a singer, is he? Yeah, probably not. We'll go with the archer. Why not? I've always used the archer here. Okay, where is he? Great game if you can keep the dragons off your back for a while. Personally, me, I would have, stomped that kind of dragon attacks. I think they should have been, let's say, anywhere around the dragon dens, so, you could control it. But when they land in there, oh, hi, Maya. It's funny how menus in older games were so bad because game consoles were weak. But now that consoles are stronger, and even BGS still insists on making their menus bad. So how have you been? Sorry. I absolutely missed your your message. How have you been? Have you taken a bit of a break from streaming? That's silly of me. It's just when I get caught up playing this game, my mind tends to wander. Ah, that's good to hear. Not too bad. Not too bad. Not too bad. I'm on blood pressure medication, but it's all good. Could have been much worse. Out from that, pretty good. So how have you been? How have you been keeping? Well, I hope. Good night, Terry, and thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Hope you have a good one. Take care and stay safe. And nice to hear from you again, Maya. I haven't seen you on in ages. Have you taken a little break or probably changed your time? That's why I haven't noticed you. This is a friend of mine, Maya. Really nice guy. That's good. Always take a break when you need to. Very easy, to get burnt out, or it can be hard, when you're young to make time for this and other things. When you're young, you'll always have a lot going on in life. Absolutely, yeah. It's different from me. I've lived my life and I'm retired, so I've got plenty of time, But, streaming and playing games should never be a burden. If the fun aspect is lost or if it's encroaching on your life and your time, yeah, it's better to take a little break, Yeah, I think I've done the do right. The first thing I did when I got here was to absolutely clean everything out. Absolutely. It is. Absolutely. I agree 100%. You know. I could never see myself do this as, a kind of thing. You know. Like a 9 to 5 kind of thing. Yeah. Okay, we'll head to his house. Stuff might have respawned. But for some reason, like if you take note of a container that had a piece of glass, the chests don't ever seem to respawn. It doesn't matter, there's tons of dungeons, I'm sure we'll get enough. Okay. Now, we'll save here. Oh, nice. It has respawned, guys. It has respawned. Now, you see these? These are the ones that you'll have the best chance of getting glass. No glass. Now, clothes iron, a roll of paper, and a hat. Now, I think I might have been in here before, but that won't change. But I'm almost sure I took some junk here. So let's go outside again. But if I had never been here before, I can actually manipulate what spawns in that. But basically when you're going into this, it's just basically you're going into another cell. Now let's try that again. If it's the same stuff, I know I've already been here. Let's just try that again. But you can manipulate it a bit. You know, like we used to do in New Vegas with the vendors. And I'm sure the patch hasn't fixed that here. Well, it's fixed other stuff, obviously. Let's check that again. No, I have been here before. Yeah, I knew it. I would have absolutely would have raided this. Yuck. You see that? No gem. Now I've noticed on the second load, you'll get a lot less. You see what I mean? That's different. Here, let's try that again. There was a gem in that last time. It'll probably stick on the same thing now. But you can manipulate it a bit. We'll try it one more time and then we'll take whatever's here. That one has changed. Apparently it's not the same rule for chests. But those cupboards are useless for respawning. Alright, this one we're sticking with regardless. Just curious. Yeah, see that? It's gold ruby necklace now. Interesting. And that will stay the same. See, that's what I'm saying about these. They don't respawn. The chests do, apparently. Yeah, I took the guys that were here. Yeah, let's see that guy. Okay, just for fun, we'll try it one more time. I wonder what the kids take stolen stuff. Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that. Probably not. We'll try it one more time. Oh yeah, yeah. But I wouldn't be really too keen on doing this on every one of them. It's just something I wanted to see. You know, if we're looking for anything really important. Oh, I'll show you what I did at the modded house. I've collected every set of guards armor from all 9 holes. The shields are most important. I did that very early on, do right, because once we do the Civil War, we'll lose one of those outfits. And that's the one at Dawnstar. Oh, the peak in the inventory. Yeah, definitely. And what I want to do with the modded house is everything, and it's huge, everything on display there will have to be stolen. So that'll be fun. But all of the other houses will be legit kind of stuff. Now let's try it again. There you go. That's different. Let's try this one. But I wouldn't be too keen on doing this. No, that didn't change. Okay, right. Let's do this. I've got too much stolen stuff to sell. See, that's never changed. They never respawn. And I don't want any of that junk. But I will take that. Sure. That's considered a weapon, so... Oh, hang on. I'm not taking that. If I start fishing, it will start off that quest, and I don't want to do it yet. There, I might forget myself. Hey. We're okay. There we go. I must have missed those two last time. Never ever take these guys, they never respawn. Yeah, that's good. Okay, let's find this guy. Absolutely, yeah. But as I said, you know, glass and straw was always rare. But since they did the update with those backpacks, they're extremely rare. But that's part of the fun of it, isn't it? Now, he's usually up here around the mill. So, we go to him. He wants us to set up the other guy. We tell him. Then he wants us to set up Fandel. And then we'll tell the lady that he's trying to set up Fandel. So we're not exactly lying, we're just, you know, telling our part of the story. There he is. But skins and stuff for smithing, you know, what I've been doing with the ore, which is not a bad idea, instead of making the daggers, which we would usually do, is I'm making nails and locks and iron fittings and such. So when we get the other two houses, we can do them with that, and we won't be still grinding for stuff.
Riverwood's agreeable enough, I suppose.
But once I clear up some of these silly Creation Club quests quickly, we'll try and get another one of those houses. But one is stuck behind a Daedra quest, which is quite long. And the other one is stuck behind a vampire quest, which we can get through pretty quickly. We might do the mortal vampire quest.
He's a bard, so he says.
Yeah, because you're getting the houses done and you're getting the smithing as well. You know, if you just made daggers, you'd have the problem of going out and finding that stuff again.
An intelligent, beautiful woman like
But at least we can use that for something.
I hope.
You hope. You don't sound very sure.
Maybe Camilla needs a little help seeing Sven for
But that's the way I would always do it. Even if I could buy the stuff, I would do it that way.
and say it's from Sven.
And it's no problem. You know, if at the end of it, if we've got too much, we just sell it. And that's it. We won't be using it. I've already collected enough for display. For the 3 houses. That's already stored. Now, there is another thing we need for display. Which we can buy if we want to, because it's only display. Certain types of rare ore. You know. I think I've got all of the ingots and that. You know, I kind of put 10 of each, and I'll show you what I mean in a moment. However, making the safes, no. We would have to get the ore and the iron ourselves for that one. And make the steel. I'll show you what I mean in a minute. Now, where is that quest? Optional. Now, if we tell this guy, and then he'll try to set him up, and we'll make him the good guy. So, we technically not lying. Well, we are lying by our mission, but it's better than a straight out lie. Where is that guy anyway? Oh, you're kidding me. You shouldn't be in here. No, we're okay.
Can I help you?
Hunting. Oh yeah. Hunting is pretty good. I've done it many times. I find the best way, the cheapest way of doing it, do right, and I've been doing it a while, is making leather braces. Yeah, that's 1 piece of leather and 2 strips. That's about the cheapest way of doing it. Now, I tend to hold on to the bracers, so when I'm filling the soul gems, I've got something to put them on. So I've got about 100 or more. But on this playthrough, it's much different because I haven't got the soul trap. But the second I get the soul trap, I'm heading down the rivers. We're killing the crabs and soul trapping them. You know, which I find, you know, to be the best, the quickest way to do it. But it doesn't have to be a fancy soul. You know, a petty soul is perfect. Let's see what he's got in here first. do have kids. Well, we're gonna have kids. Yeah. I've been here before. Here. Oh, sugar. Okay. Yeah, we'll be going hunting in a minute. There's another thing we need is the large antlers. You know, for decorations and stuff. I've got all of the display ones done.
You should come hear me play at the sleep. What is this? The elf playing a treachery? Shocking. As if I would write this dribble. How about we play a bit of a turnabout with Fendel?
Yeah, Fendel, that's his name.
I had to use simple words, but this letter should convince Camilla it's from him.
Yeah. Now.
Lucan's got... If you need weapons or armor, see Alvo.
Now, okay, let's set this guy up. I find that's the best way of doing this. La.
You're not from around here. That makes two of us.
No, you see, we're lying. If we did it the other way, we'd be lying. But this is kind of truth. Kind of.
What are you talking about? What's in the letter? Oh my. He wanted me to think Vandal wrote this? Thank you for telling me.
The irony is, he's getting taken here now from Riverwood out to that farm. And he'll never see her again.
Lucan and I will be waiting for you back in the shop.
Yeah, sure. Right, okay. Speak to Fandal. He's going straight out. Now... Now, there is a problem with this, guys. I'd like to get his junk and try and fix it up a bit. Nah, I think he's okay. That is a problem, you know that. See, I can't really do it on, you know, I can pick his clothes, we'll get a nice health potion. We can get his, well, we can always get his weapons and fix them up. But that would leave this too long. We'll get him as a follower. I'm sure I've got some stuff here. But let's see for a moment. Well, we can fix his bow. That wouldn't be much of a problem. The boot. Yeah, well, I can do that later. I don't think we can access his inventory when we bring him out to that creation club thing. I don't think so. And I don't want to leave this on the long hand either. No, he's not going to die anyway, is he? Probably not. That's a pity. See, this is where I'd need enchanting, guys. Done. Let me see. I think we'll leave this. We'll try and max out enchanting. You know, there will probably be some dragon attacks there. If I could get enchanting done properly, we could fix up Vandal. And I'm nearly sure I can't access his junk. This was a big disappointment for me. Once his steward of that plantation. Okay, but that's no problem. We can just do a reload, and we can hire him later. Yeah, that's what we do. Okay, we'll get to it. I prefer to fix him up, to be honest. He'll be the only follower I haven't fixed up. Now, let's get back here on this. Yeah, because I kind of remember now what happened. Before, I couldn't access his inventory. And that really ticked me off. Okay. Now, I think there might be a few things to sell. We'll get that out. And, were we trying that Khajiit quest, guys? Which quest was it that led us to that something point thing? You remember that one? That was the one that really destroyed that other quest. Now, if we go to Solitude, there's a problem again. The executioner guy, he's got a quest. Now, I found that if you leave him for any amount of time, he just disappears from the game. So what I would usually do, I'd pick up his quest, I'd get it done, and I'd bring him and leave him. I've got a mod to leave him at, one of my homes, and that kind of saves him. So that's off the table until we can fix that up properly as well. So let's just get this done here for a moment. Yeah, I'll have to max out enchanting. So I think we'll have to hit the dungeons, guys. Or some of the other quests we have. But if any of these quests brings us around to Arc Point, that's a no-go.
Wait, I know you.
And we can't go to Solitude to pick up that Arc Point quest because of that follower. That disappears. He's always been bugged for me. Unless I take him out straight away.
Take a look.
Oh, the journal on that. Right, okay. We'll tuck away the journal. So, we need to concentrate on smithing. So, we can pick a few dungeons, or we can go around the Winterhold coast. There's tons of junk down there. Yeah, I prefer to fix these guys up properly. Now, whatever about, let's say, fixing them up without having the kind of boost we get from the Dragonborn DLC, but definitely, from here, the boost wouldn't be the biggest thing ever. But still, kind of tempted to go and get that armor. We're still a bit weak, for that one, but we're not too bad. At least we got that part of it done. And that's not going to bug out. That's just finding someone for that. Perfect. Right, we are ready to go. Let's save it here. At least we got that little part done. Now, let's see. Okay, what have we got in our list here? Let's see if we can trim it down a bit. No, I want to keep away from the college for a while. It's boring. And the claw, well, that's stuck to the companion's quest line as well, because the Radiant system has kind of made that boss with that Dragonstone. They've made him the target for some reason. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's not bad. I think we might be able to do the Break of Dawn. Although, there's one guy in particular, he's kind of hard when the cat's away. Bleak Falls Barrel. Miscellaneous. Okay, we can't do that yet. I don't want to bring anyone out here till we can fix him up. Let's talk to visit me to see him, bring an unusual gem to speak to the companion. That's the only one here, guys. Where is it? This one here, the cat's away. We picked this up by accident at this Creation Club. That's the one we'll hit, and then we'll go out exploring, fixing up our character. Main thing we need to do is as much mining and hunting as we possibly can. Now, my bow, even after all the fixing I've done, because I've got no perks, I still can't one-shot a deer. But I wouldn't mind one-shotting the goats. If we're going for goats, guys, we're definitely going to Winterhold. There's a few books around, the skill books as well, if I can remember where they are. But let's get rid of this quest. And I forget what it's about. I've only done it once before. Now this quest will be okay as long as it keeps us away from the Arkwin point. We cannot under no circumstances go into that to that hold unless we go to Solitude and pick up the quest. And I can't go to Solitude until I've got enchanting done properly. Because when I go to Solitude, I'm forced to take that guy straight away and I need to fix him up. Although, to be honest, I can steal his stuff later and fix him up. There wouldn't be much of a problem. Actually, I don't think there's much for him to fix up on him. I think the only thing we can access on him is his weapon. Yeah, I'm gonna take one of those shortly. But I prefer the sneaking on them, to be honest. But yeah, I have used the courage. And I think I've got a few stolen ones. Somewhere. Oh, it's the dungeons. It's down the side. Oh, is this the cat we speak to? Ah. Okay. Now, I'm not sure, if this takes us to Arkwin Point without a Believing Gate is we're in trouble. I think that's the Gajitik is there, isn't it? Yeah, that's a no-go. That's how I bugged out. Well, I didn't bug it out, but that's how the other quest got bugged out. No. Oh yeah. I see if that if those two pieces of glass are still there that I was doing the experiment on. Hang on. Oh, it's in here. What the? Oh, there it is. Huh. Okay, let's see what this is about. Plus, oh yeah, blah, okay, blah, blah, blah. This is silver out of, okay, the usual stuff, isn't it? Okay. We'll get rid of it. I'm not sure, Seb, to be honest. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, I'm strong enough now to take out the two bears. I usually hold off until I can take the bears out. There's two bears there, Velo, that spawn, and they kill that archer that walks up and down. Yeah, but yeah, I might do that. Take out the 700 steps. I haven't been there yet, but I think I'm good enough now. The character is, you know, to match the bear. You see, we've been playing on legendary, and those bears are yeah, they're pretty tough on legendary. The cat's away. Retrieve the armor from the hut. Oh, there it is. Nice, that's keeping us away from the arc point. Now, this is a unique armor. We'll just use it for display. Yeah, we might try the 700 steps. There's an interesting quest there, Velo, in the barrel. In that town, I call it the Scooby-Doo quest. You know, the one with the ghost? It's like the old Scooby-Doo cartoons where a guy pretends to be a ghost to scare everyone away while he's trying to find the treasure. Okay. Let's check out this guy. Oh, that's the joints. No, we're not killing those for no reason. Okay. Let's see if we're prepared. I haven't really tested this guy against the stronger ones. And that spell there, I got that in the hobby's full. Oh, there's a vampire thingy up here, isn't there? Now we'll be on the lookout for sabercats and, well, or to be honest. Now watch this for a bow, and it's a pity. I've maxed out sneak, and I fixed the bow as best I could, but I've got no perks because I had to plow everything into the more important ones. Now remember, sneak does 3 times damage, but everything is tough on legendary. See what I mean? It's useless. Oh, there's a cat. There is a cat. Well, try him with the bow. Yeah, I'll try him with the bow. Let's see what he's like with the bow. Let's see what he's able to take me. Can we withstand the damage? Oh, hang on. I've got the bow at 100%. That's stupid. That's a waste. No, we've got to do these guys. Actually, I could do with working on this. The one hand comes naturally enough, but I never use a two-handed sword. Oh, hi Mixu. How are you? Yeah, there's a kitty here. Now, I'm not sure how I haven't tested this yet, but I've done a lot of work on the armor. Let's see if we can take the hit. Not bad. Yeah, we can just about do it. And we have to work on restoration anyway. There, at last. Ah! It's the teeth I want for decorating. But yeah, we should be able to work with it. Oh, the shack, the one outside of Rorikstead. The one with the skeevers. Right. Oh, is this the area here with dragon scale? Let me see. No. It is. Dragon scales. Blue Darkwing. No. No, it would be too easy. Although I'm allowed to take that for decoration. I'm tempted, guys. Yeah, okay. I'll take this and we'll put it in storage. Because I'll have to put a ton of junk down in the basement of the Heartfire homes. Looks like a decent enough, maybe 10 of each. Yeah, and I think this is the only spot we can actually get them. Let's see if we've got any diseases. Yeah, oh, we have. Yeah, I think that's the only spot we can actually get a dragon scale like that without killing something. Where exactly is it? Yeah. It's up there. Who knows, it might respawn. But we can't use it for any kind of crafting. Oh, we'll have too many dragon scales anyway eventually. Oh, isn't there another cat down here? Usually there's a few bandits down here. He's down here there he is. Come here, you. Yeah, we can grind out the last of this. But Sabercat Toot, they're the ones that really need. The rest is just junk. It does. Nice. Not sure. I've never really taken. What is it with the eyes? I've never really taken it before. I can't use it for making the Tala shrines. I'll have to wait until I kill the dragons. But as a kind of filler, I suppose, for the cupboards and stuff down there, I don't see any harm in taking it for decoration. Well, we're still not buying it, but we can't use it to improve our character. And I suppose, you know, making that shrine does help our character. So, what's that? There's another guy there. Okay. Third time's a charm for some... Either way, we need the skin anyway. I think it does here as well, but it's kind of glitchy, the respawns. Do right. You know, sometimes it'll respawn, sometimes it never respawns. Mostly the latter. Oh, the potions. Ah. Now, I think one hand is still at 87. The reason I'm using this to get it out, I never use a two-handed sword. And the one-handed stuff, well, I'll be using that the entire playthrough, so that will come naturally. This one, not so much. So that's why I try and... Plus, if I can get rid of this, I can get rid of the sword as well, and we'd have a little bit more carry weight. So it's a win-win situation. Hey, we got one. Nice. Okay. Let's see what this lady... Oh. Skeevers, isn't it? Well, at least they used it this time for a quest. Although they take the Creation Club. Yeah, we'll go up this way. Yeah, there's like a ton of skeevers up here. Yep. I think there's some inside as well. Oh, it's probably something hidden here. Okay. This one you can use for potions for sale. Or you can use the ingredients for display, but that would be about it. Now... Nah, there might be something in here. Let's see. So we gotta find something, I'd say. Oh, sugar. Now, we'll put some light on the subject. And we'll slowly take these 3 quests out. Okay, it's marked anyway. Silver boots. Silver gauntlets. Silver helmet. Silver armor. That's what it is, guys. Silver. I'm gonna tell us. Okay. That's it. That's all it was. This is a perfect example of why I absolutely hate the Creation Club quests. Pick up a node, go take that armor. How boring. This is Starfield all over again. Like, who wants to be playing these quests? But that's it. Cure time. Oh yeah. Now. Let's see, is there anything else here? Well, you know what we're looking for. I don't know about collecting that. I have a ton of dead bells I suppose I want to get rid of. Well, that's it, guys. There's nothing else here I want. But that was a really, really lame quest, wasn't it? Well, at least I made use of the house. Okay. Yeah, fetch. Oh, sugar. Okay, I need to steal some stuff from these guys for my collection. Yeah. East Empire, guys. Now, we will kill them, but there's some stuff I want for display. Now, he's full outfit and sword I already have. Here, let's save here. But the stuff I want in the modded house, all the spade has to be stolen. Like that guy's junk there. Oh, I don't think they're gonna calm down. No, I don't think I can steal from these guys, can I? No.
Guess it's all clear now.
Oh, hang on. I can. Where's the other guy? There he is, there. I can't let these guys get away. What has this guy got? I've got the armor. I don't think I've got the helmet. Boots. Okay, we'll take those. We'll take those. We'll take the. Oh, sugar. Hmm. What kind of a helmet is that, guys?
Must be my imagination.
Oh, absolutely. It reeks of Creation Club. Oh, I can. It just takes a little bit more time. Spartan, and how have you been? Pretty good, Kaylee. And how have you been? Well, I hope. What have you been up to? Oh, this is absolutely... Yeah, just 3 bandits and they just dress them in something. But they take a lot longer to calm down than the normal NPCs.
I was sure I heard something.
I know it's a silly thing, but I just want the items to be stolen that I have in that other spot. No, you can't. But you can do a quest. I don't want to spoil it for you, Kaylee. You can do a quest for them where you'll get another follower. I think the only Imperial follower in the game, a lady, dressed in the kind of Imperial, kind of heavy armor stuff. But you can't join them, no. Unless there's a mod out there. Yeah, we'll be dealing with you in a moment. Oh, that guy I've already pickpocketed. What about this guy? I think it's time to kill these guys, you know that? Oh, did you notice that with the Creation Club? When you're caught pickpocketing one, it accounts for all 3. Oh, hi, Sam Mack, and thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. And sorry, I lost track of the conversation, do right. What's not silly? Okay, let's kill them. Our pickpocketing has come to an end. It's apparently worked across all 3. They're a kind of hive mind, apparently. Oh, hi, Grimmaster. And how have you been? How's life been treating you? Yeah, we've set certain rules in this game to make it interesting, but I want a kind of stolen armor and weapons display in a modded house I have. And, you know, the stuff that we wear has to be stolen, so we're pretty lucky we have a full Daedra outfit. But the weapons, they're kind of bad that I've been using. Okay, let's take these guys out. Now, I'm not two-handing these guys. We just finished them now, I'd say.
What was that?
Now, we're not allowed to buy spell tomes, so that's why my spells are so bad. I'm still working on the healing spell from the start of this game. But we were lucky enough to nab a ebony sword. It's going to take a while. And we can take him. Oh, this kind of works for restoration as well. I don't think so. Oh, we're up to 88. Okay. Well, tank our way out of this guy. I think we'll concentrate on one of these guys. Get them out. This guy has a torch out for some reason. Oh, sorry, I've been neglecting chat. Absolutely, I need some decent weapon. But kind of hard to get. To be honest, I'm not sure if Daedra weapons actually spawn on bandits. Well, I know it used to be only up to Nordic. But with the update and that stupid Creation Club junk, they will spawn some Daedra stuff. Particularly that kind of silly upgraded stuff they did. The weapons, however, but we definitely... What I want is a short sword, and I want a bow. Yeah. I was really never that much into to magical weapons, you know, because you'll get pretty overpowered in this game. Well, I've been grinding on this character for the last 2 days, mining and hunting, and I've tried in vain to get a soul trap spell tome to steal or to pick up, but the only way to get it is buy it, so that's not allowed. But we can do it anyway, I think. Okay, there's one down. Now this stuff is just for selling. We are allowed to take and sell or display, but not to wear. Oh, if we had a decent healing spell, this would go quicker. Oh, he's got a healing spell. Alright, one left to go. Oh, do you know what I need, guys? And I need to steal it. I need an Imperial officer's helmet. Now, there is a random encounter in this where a bunch of orcs ambush an Imperial patrol and they're wearing their gear. It's the steel helmet with a ridge on top. So if we meet one of those, we'll have to do something like this, and we got to steal that helmet. That's the only piece I'm missing. Now, you will get a Stormcloak officer's outfit during a quest. and I'll see if that can be pickpocketed beforehand. But the same guy, you know, outside that barrow, he's wearing Imperial. Then when we come out, he's wearing the Stormcloak stuff. So yeah, we'll have to try and do one of those. I'll show you the kind of display I've been making up a little later.
Show me what you got.
Oh, he's tough. I have no points whatsoever on this because I've been using them to get up enchanting, alchemy and armoring as quickly as possible. But we can still get through this. And this isn't a waste because we're still working on one-handed and restoration. This guy's gonna take a while to take down. He'll go eventually, but not without a fight. That's why maxing out your armor as quickly as possible is very handy for this. It makes everything go a lot smoother. Oh, hi. Hi, Wookie. Pretty good, pretty good. Oh, just grinding on this character, and we're kind of at a stage now where we can do some of the quests without getting one-shot killed. I did a lot of work on this. It would have gone quite quickly if I could buy the stuff, so I had to resort to mining and hunting and, you know, exploring dungeons and stuff. So how have you been? How's life treating you? But usually off the bat I would max out enchanting. But no soul trap. You know, that's not gonna happen. But what I have been doing is I've been stealing the Phil soul gems around the college and other places. It's found reasonably quickly. But that can only go so far. But I think I'm up to 82 in enchanting, even without the soul trap. Oh, that's good, and it's good to keep busy. This is the only way I can get some fun from this game, you know. If I was playing, you know, the way it was meant, we could buy whatever we want. I would have this character maxed out in a couple of streams. And, I don't know, the game loses a little bit if you're not struggling, you know. But a major problem... Well, I think we're okay for soul gems, but a major problem, strangely enough, will be glass and straw. But I'm sure there's tons of dungeons to do. We'll eventually get that done.
There's no escape.
Yeah, he's going down. Imperial Captain.
Can't beat me. Mercy.
That's it. He's dead. We got him. He is history. Bye-bye Creation Club. No, what I'm saying is, if the game is too easy early on, you know what I mean, it kills a little bit of the fun, if you know what I mean. Otherwise, you would just be, you know, just starting over, building up your character every time. And then again in that, there's no fun. It's just, I knock a little bit more fun out of something if it's kind of hard to find, or, you know, you get lucky and find something. There we go, guys. No, the game has always been fun for me. It is my favourite game. But this way I knock a little bit more fun out. But you know what it's like when you know a game too well. You know how to legitimately, let's say, level up quickly and... Well, all BGS games, to be honest, you know, once you concentrate on fixing up your character, you're pretty much unstoppable, you know? Unless you do something really silly. So this would be, let's say, one of the easier games to do a permadeath on. But you would grind a lot. But yeah, it would be one of the easier ones. Same with Fallout 4, unless you were doing a no-hit permadeath. And that's that's gonna be hard. And probably in this, probably next to impossible. You'd be 100% focusing then on your bow. Not possible. Anything's possible. Right, okay. We'll go down and... We finished that quest, didn't we? We did. We'll go down, we'll discover Rorikstead. Let's see if that one is done. Yep, that's it. Horrible quest. Pick up a note, go collect an armor, get ambushed by 3 guys. Typical, isn't it? But that's what this games company has become. You know, every quest on this is not like that, you know, but there is far too many of those. The Creation Club has really pumped that one up. And it dilutes the fun in this, I think. But Starfield, my... Yeah, that was just full of these kind of quests, you know. Golden Glow, nice. Yeah. Well, the mercenaries are fairly tough. What you could do there, Kaylee, let's say, what I would usually do in a normal playthrough is I would concentrate on alchemy and enchanting. Get myself a soul trap book, you know, buy lots of gems, you know, as I get the money, and go along the river killing mud crabs, and then transferring the enchantments over to some junk that I have, selling it off. Basically, once you have alchemy up, you know, make a good enchanting potion, and max out both enchanting and alchemy, and, you know, put those enchantments on your armor, and you know, stuff like fortify one hand, resist fire, frost, shock, fortify... Well, you won't need heavy armor, but maybe in the beginning, yeah. You know, and then you'll get through those guys pretty quickly. The whole game is designed, depending on the difficulty level, the whole game is kind of designed to get you to engage in these things, you know, so your character is stronger, you know, so you go into harder areas, you know. But the fact that you can choose the difficulty level, you know, kind of obviously messes that up. But let's say if there was one level and it was, let's say, legendary on this, you would absolutely be forced to do that, you know. But once you get used to the game, Kaylee, my first playthrough was like that. Once you understand the game, so basically right from the start, when you leave Halgan, go picking flowers, as many as you can find, buying that stuff, keep pumping at that until you max out alchemy. Then when alchemy is maxed out, the potions you make will be, you know, getting the perks on it as well, obviously, will be very expensive. So you'll be selling that, and you'll be buying, you know, soul gems, you'll be buying iron, and you'll be buying, you know, hides and leather. And from that, you can pretty quickly max out armor or smithing. And if you're lucky, you know, buying the gems and stuff, you'll soon also max out enchanting. But once you've maxed out enchanting, alchemy, and smithing, you know, if you apply that, you're pretty much unstoppable in the game, you know. So that's why it kind of kills the fun for me a little bit, you know. They're the 3 key things as far as I'm concerned. Like with those alone, you wouldn't need any enchantments at all on a Daedra armor to reach the cap of 567. And then on the likes of, let's say, well, there's not much you can put on the armor itself. You can, probably health, which is kind of lame, or let's say speed up healing, which is not too bad. Well, magic, but who needs magic if you're playing as a warrior? With the helmet, well, the only two decent ones in that would be archery, fortify archery, and water breathing. Although this character won't need it because he's an Argonian, so I'll find something else. The boots, well, I always do resistance on those. Fire and frost, and, you know, you'll probably need two to get 100%. So you'd be making up two pieces of jewellery as well, let's say a ring and an amulet. So you'd finish out your character, let's say, where you'd be pretty reasonable against magic. You'd have probably 100% against fire, frost, and shock, and that's the key in this. And then the mages are the easiest to get rid of in the game. You'd obviously, have fortify archery, and obviously fortify, well, if you're using a one-handed sword, that's about 40% at its max, I think, depending on the ingredients you used, or let's say the little perks you picked up, like Adriel's armor from the Dragonborn DLC, or the 10% from the Black Book in alchemy. So alchemy is the key, really. You know what I mean? From that, you know what I mean, you can have tons of money to buy what you need, and that's very important. Stop it, Rex, when you're doing the enchanting. You'd want to be maxing that one out. That would be my first hit. It took me a while because I couldn't pick the ingredients. But it's very, very possible to do. There's vampires up here, but I don't want to mess with them yet. This is where we'll be doing the night, remember. There's a guy here, Eric, as well. But we won't take his quest. Apparently, like the Fallout game, and this is based on a real-life character. A kind of Oblivion or Skyrim. I think it was Oblivion fan that passed away, and they named this character for him. I think he might have been related to one of the devs, I'm not sure. And that's Eric the Slayer. Similar one on... was it Fallout? It was Fallout 4. On one of the DLCs. I forget which one. Right, let's sell this junk. Well, we've gotten rid of that quest. And I've got to keep away from the Creation Club quest, like the Pets of Skyrim and all of that, because, I haven't fixed the places to hold them yet. There's one thing I've learned about this: you don't ever take on a quest unless you're prepared to finish it. Yeah, they've got, I think it's the poison resistance and water breathing. There's the water breathing anyway. Yeah. Oh no, hang on, that's snake blood. No, it's not. Which one was it again? Oh, it's the one of the powers, yeah. Yeah, let's go up and cure this disease, and then we'll sell this junk.
Divine smile on you, friend.
Yeah, snake blood, that's from alchemy.
Writhing in the filth of our own corruption.
Right, let's sell this junk. Now there's still a few ingredients, some tiny ingredients I need for decoration. You know, just to fill cupboards and stuff. And we're allowed to buy those. So, I'll just stop off here.
Got something for just about everybody in here. Give a holler if you have any questions. What do you need? Take a look.
Let's see if she got any. No. Nope. Okay. Right, let's get rid of this junk. See how nothing is showing up because it is stolen. That's why I don't want to take out that other perk yet. No, there's going to be so many unique armors to display, guys. We couldn't display the normal stuff. I want all of this done with a kind of stolen version in that modded home I have. That will be our little thief's hideout. Ring of Revival. Oh yeah, I'll keep that for... That's about the best one we can get. I'll keep that for display. We'll keep that one. Now this one, we actually got this from a quest. So we're going to keep that for display. Yeah. A kind of memento. There, we're keeping that. No shield. What can you do? That's it, guys. Right, let's get out of here. We've got to find a place to put that. I don't like displaying the armor without shields, but... Oh! I suppose we might as well buy out the horses now, guys. We'll start here at in the 9 holes. We'll start here in... where is this? Whiterun. And we'll buy the armor for it as well. Yeah, just to get it done. I'll keep a lookout for those Khajiit as well. Yeah, just to get it done. So I'll have everything done in the game.
Man like you needs a war horse.
Now, I really don't want to do that horse map thing yet. It's so boring. Can I buy a horse?
So, got one all saddled if you've got
I don't know why they added it. There you go.
You've got the deal. It's the one with the saddle.
Now, we'll be careful here.
Of course.
Now we're not putting out of an armor, we're going with steel. There. Okay.
Ride strong.
Oh, what's that about a saddle? Let me see.
Only thing better than riding a swift horse is riding
Change
a
the
swift
saddle.
horse. Of course.
Oh, okay. Oh, white saddle, imperial saddle, stormcloak saddle. Huh, okay. I really noticed that before.
All right.
I think it's okay, is it? Oh my, that's horrible. I'm gonna save it here when I have a look and see which saddle kind of blends in a little better. Let me see did I do any kind of fix up on these. This armor used to be ridiculous. Still not much better. Oh yeah, it's still ridiculous. Look at that, guys. It's like somebody got a barrel and cut the end from it. There's probably a ton of clipping on it, that's why they did that, but that's kind of silly. It's a pity. Okay, that's the saddle. We'll check and we'll see what they're like. Let's save here. We'll see what goes best with us.
Man like you needs a war horse, I reckon. Of course.
Now, first of all, we'll go with a standard saddle. And... oh my. Oh, I see. You can't use the armor if you... I see. Okay.
To shatter records? Of course.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at these. Interesting. That looks more like a hunter saddle.
Of course.
Imperial saddle. Oh, horrible. So you can't change the saddle on the armor.
Only thing better than riding the swift horde, of course.
Never mind.
Of course.
Just want to have a look at these. And the storm cloak. Huh. Okay, no. We'll stick with, you can't wear the saddle and the armor, apparently. Okay.
Got the fleetest steeds in all of Skyrim.
There we go, that's our horse. Right. We have a few things to drop off, then we'll head out. And, yeah, I think we go to the far side of Winterhold. We'll take out all our bears and junk and do as much mining as we possibly can. I really need to max out that armoring. And even if I wanted to, I couldn't use Grey Mane in Whiterun to do that, because you know you've got to be properly joined and do a quest with companions. Now, the companions trouble in Skyrim quest has been it's actually picked the boss at the barrel with the dragonstone for some reason. So I don't want to do the dragon quest. So doing the companions would be roughly in around when we're taking out the dragons, unfortunately. No, we won't even pick those. We've got too much money. We'll just get rid of this junk. Oh yeah, I want to go over with this store and stuff as well, see if we can use any. Oh, these are the ones I'm working out on display. No, I've already done the saber cat, have I? No, I haven't. We're going there then, I'm afraid. Now we get rid of the books, and I'll go over to that molded house and I'll show you what I've been doing. I'm just storing these here until we get them all sorted out. Treasure maps, gotta do those as well. So let's see. What do you have on it? Talus. Yeah. The Ring of Revival. All the silver stuff. I don't know, is it a good place here? Yeah, it looks kind of okay for a silver armor, doesn't it? What do you think? No, I haven't found it. I've been trying everywhere. But I mean, getting on reasonably good without it. But no, I haven't found it. But if I found it, I've got a load of gems, and it's kind of fun, filling those gems. So that's what we might do. I'll tell you what I'll do. We'll go back to Hobbs Fall. We'll absolutely kill everyone there, and we'll see if we can come up with that thing. I've kind of farmed it twice already. And they're coming back with the same books. Or close enough to them. But no luck with that yet. But you can do it without it. What do you think, guys? It has no shield, but I would probably prefer to use that in the basement down here, guys. There's another one in the basement. We'll see if we can get a flasher one for that. But the silver one would be ideal, I think, for the basement. Oh, sugar. There he is. Now, I haven't done the lights here because no gold horns. Now, one thing I've learned about mannequins in this game, guys, they can be pretty buggy. Now, once you place a set on that, and let's say, you come back later, you kind of change your mind, you want to change it, there's a great chance that the original set that you've taken off will spawn back and spawn through the other armor, and it looks horrible. So then you think, no problem, I'll just take everything off and put the original set back. But then, you know what I mean? The second set does the same thing, and it'll keep doing that forever. So when you're putting armor on this, make sure that that's what you want to put there, because there's no changing it. There's at least a 50-50 chance. And that's out from, the stand moving around, which doesn't make much of a difference. It goes back after a while. I think the problem with that is, and it was a pretty decent idea to use NPCs, strip them down, and, make that from them. But again, they didn't kind of do it properly. So I think this will be okay here. So I'll save it here just in case anything happens. Now, silver armor, silver boots, silver gauntlets, silver helmet. Now, let's check the lighting, and we'll see. Yeah, that's okay. Now, I usually use the guys with the cabinet beneath for. Oh, hang on. There is silver stuff. Yeah, I'll have to keep him. No, I want him for something else. Because you will get silver swords and stuff from another quest. So I want to put a set on that, let's say, that doesn't really have weapons. So I'll store that somewhere. Where am I going to store that? There is some silver weapons, actually, from the Companion's quest. Yeah, okay. Let's find somewhere to store this. Yeah, okay, we'll store it in here. It's lucky I saved that, wasn't it? Yeah, you can actually get all it stolen. Now, okay, let's sort these little bits and then we're off. That Ring of Revival is the best one of that type you can find in the game, so we'll be keeping that here with the other junk. Now, the Amulet of Tannis. We need that for display, or doing that. The junk downstairs. And that's it, I think, guys. The rest will go right out to our modded house. Oh, we'll store it here. Yeah, okay. That stuff will be doing the smithing on. That's about it, I think. That's in case I find a bandit with something I want. Okay. Right, we'll save here. We're pretty good. Yeah, I want that for something else. When we're doing the next part for our home house, I'll be putting in, an armory room on the next one. I like doing that, actually, on the mortal one. Now, I'm going over with the stolen stuff here, and this is the modded house. The only reason I have this, it's big enough to hold all of the leftover followers and the 6 kids from the Better Adoptions mod. And it will hold all of my, kind of mementos and stuff like that as well. It's pretty decent. There's no garden in it, but then again, there's enough gardens. One good house like this in the game would have been okay, and maybe a small little kind of cabiny house in every town. That would have been perfect, with proper stables and stuff like that in the original game. And now this is my display. So I can only display stolen stuff here. Now this is a suit from every single hold. Yeah, I like getting them all, but you need a mod for that, Kelly. In the game, in the standard game, you're just allowed to adopt 2. You know, but with a mod you can get 6. Yeah. So that's from every single hold. Obviously, the Windhelm just has the shield and the kind of storm cloak look. So all of that is stolen. So what I'm doing with this, there's 15 here and there's only 9 holds. So that leaves me 6 more spaces, 3 on each side. So what I've done here is I've done a kind of soldier from the Imperials, and there you'll see the officer. And then I'll have a Stormcloak set on that. I'll get it later. You know, your typical soldier, which will be pretty close to this guy. Oh, there he is, sorry. There he is there. And then the officer will go here. Then I'll find something later for that. Now, that will be Orcish. You know the story and stuff. And this will be for the weapons. I don't know about the weapons in this. I've also got a full set of, you see what I mean? So I'm kind of looking for those as well. Couple are filled, and then stolen weapons. It's going to take a bit to do it. I'm not too fussy, as long as they're magical. You know, iron weapon of whatever it is, and, you know. The more unique stuff we'll put through the houses. But there's so many houses to decorate, guys. Even doing this will never do it. But it'll be something to do, and it'll be fun. Now, I haven't committed to the other ones yet until I see what I can find. This is basically all steel, so let's see where I put the steel. Yeah, here it is. I couldn't get. I'll have to get a full set. Well, that's a double up on that, so at least we've got 2 types of helmets. So we still need a lot. Oh, I actually have a steel armor. We've got the armor, the helmet. I'm not sure which of those to use. So we need some kind of gauntlets for that. Yeah, okay. Now the stuff that we've got too much of, I'll just leave it in here until we get a chance to sell it. There, we're pretty good. So this will be our little kind of thieves hideout kind of thing. Oh, hi Hufflepuff. Pretty good in you. How have you been? So let's get out of here. Now, what does it say we want to... Oh yeah, we'll hit Hobbs Fall Cave. Now, I'm pretty decent with mages now because I managed to get those. Oh yeah, this is it here. It's pretty decent. You know, as you do each quest line and finish it, you just tap on that, you get a little memento for that. You've got your main bedroom for those doors, so, you know, that's all the shrines and stuff. That's all kind of pre-done. But this is pretty good. All my masks and, you know, all the stuff from the game. Yeah, this is ideal. And of course, this is the 6 beds for the kids. But I would recommend it. You know, it's just get the one that said it's not full of stuff. There's two versions, you know, and it's ideal with the mod. But to really use this, let's say, to fill the beds down here with the followers, you would absolutely have to use this with a mod called My Home Is Your Home. So that's a lot of beds. So, you know, you can hold everyone, you know, where you want them. Oh yeah, and this is kind of cool. You know, when your followers are kind of living here, when they walk past this, they automatically undress, and then they bathe in here. Now, there's only one tiny fault I have with this. You see this kind of glitching? You see that stuff there? Which is, it's very easy to do. I did work with mods in Fallout 4, and especially with a mod called Place Anywhere, which is pretty good for doing these kind of intricate things where you're pushing one item in another. But when you're leveling them up, if you get, let's say, if you get it kind of too accurate here, you'll get this, where you get two objects on the same space doing that. The only way to fix that is to push that in a tiny bit more. But sometimes it doesn't show up for ages. This, I don't know what happened here, why it was on the floor. He's obviously kind of done a bit of landscaping and, you know, leveled it out. So maybe that's why it's coming up on the floor. You see it there? It's probably too close to the ground. In hindsight, I'd say, you know, to stop this kind of thing, there's only one short far away, would be to kind of stilt this house. You know, have it kind of up on a kind of stone base. But maybe the ground was just too much here. I'll show you. Yeah, he's obviously, you know, flattened this out. But the only way would be, let's say, you know, maybe twice that height up to here and you kind of step up on it. But it would kind of kill it a bit. Especially when you're going here. But decent. Very decent mod. It does, doesn't it? But if you're the type of player that would like all of your kids and all of your followers here, there's just about enough room for every follower in this one. Of course, we'll be spreading out our followers just a little bit. You know, not too much, but a bit. But plenty enough. Now, okay. We're going to save here. Oh, hang on. We better go back to save, so I can tell the saves apart. So, what should we do? Shall we head to Winterhold and start killing some bears and grinding up on a one-hand restoration and, most importantly, smithing? I think we'll take our chances with a Hobbs Fall barrow and see if we can get a really important spell tome. There we go. That's not too bad. We've even got our first set. Now, we could make that armor, even with stuff we find, you know. But because we got it on the quest, I think, you know, it kind of deserves a kind of display. Right, okay. Well, ahead for Hobbsfall. Oh, it's a pretty interesting quest. Oh, we don't have the poison resistance. We've only got 50%. It's a giant chitin. They'll destroy us. Yeah, we'll wait for a little bit. But we'll get that. It's very vague, actually, and it should have been, you know, a proper kind of tracked quest, but it's not. Don't ask me why. Because it's much better than some of the quests. And the reward is a perk called Sailor's Repose. And basically all our healing spells are 10% better. It's one of the better rewards. You know, with a little bit of work it would have been really nice. Compared to a lot of the quests there. There's a lot of things, tiny things in this that could have improved the game a lot. But, you know, bad riders, what can you do? In the game, or a cult about... Oh no, I was showing him a modded house, Hufflepuff. And I got it because, you know, it's big enough to hold every single follower and all the kids and all of that junk. And display, it's ideal for that. The only thing is lacking is a stable, like I said, where you can actually put a horse and get him to stay, and maybe a small garden. Then it would be the ideal one, but it's the best that I could see out there. But he was saying that it's so big, and it kind of looks like, you know, inside that it's like for a massive cult. Yeah, it does kind of remind me of that. Yeah, it does. But if anyone's interested in it, I would recommend it. and it's available on Xbox, and it's called Silver Peak Lodge. Now, we all know what it's like on the Creation Club to actually find a mod. You type in the name of the mod, and you have no chance of finding it. But if you have any trouble finding it, go into Google, type it in, and it will come up from Nexus, and there you can get the author of the mod. So type in his name instead on the Creation Club search thing, and that would find him. That's how I found, let's say, when all of my mods, let's say, that were favorited disappeared for some reason. I had to find them all again a lot. Like My Home is Your Home. That was almost impossible to find. But when I tracked it down on Nexus through Google and got to the Google, no problem finding it. You know, I got the author's name and put that in, and it came up straight away. Ah, that's a pity. Yeah, I heard on Switch. You were telling me, Hufflepuff. There's been, well, at the launch anyway, there was a lot of problems around drifting and that. But they've probably, on survival, yeah, they've probably kind of fixed that. Yeah. But on your first playthrough, I wouldn't recommend any mods, Kaylee. You know, you would only use mods in this game, any kind of mods at all, and I don't care what it is, when you're kind of sick of playing it and you want something different. Yeah. Not to mention it would disable achievements if that's a thing for you. Oh, good morning, Soul. And how have you been? Been a while. Yes. No, we were talking about mods, let's say, to make the game a little bit more interesting again once you kind of get bored of it, Zick. You know, whether it be weapons or armor or followers or, you know, changing the landscape, more decorations, nicer trees. You know, changing the NPCs, that kind of stuff. Yeah. Back to Skyrim. Yeah. I needed a dose of a reasonably good game. How have you been? But bug fix mods are essential in this game, unless you like being frustrated all the time. And that would be the unofficial patch. I know the guy might be, let's say, a little bit testy, apparently, for criticism. But it is a good mod, and I believe, let's say, you know, the problems in Fallout, although the unofficial patch does make it much worse. I've tried it. It's not the cause. That one, I would lay that down on BGS. It's absolutely their fault. But using the unofficial patch does make it a little bit worse. But, you know, when a game is ruined because of the stuttering, you know, so if it stutters a bit more, it doesn't, you know, doesn't ruin it anymore, it's still ruined. But I think he did a really good job, and he's the only one out there, you know, that, you know, actually took it on himself to try and, you know, keep these stupid bugs out of the game. Now, having said that, the unofficial patch changes things slightly. You know, let's say there's some bugs that happen because, you know, maybe an NPC gets stuck on a chair or a rock or something, and, you know, that causes a bug. He would obviously remove that. But I think it's the lesser of two evils. The problem with removing assets from a game that, you know, are supposed to be there is that in itself can cause problems. But I believe, you know, it's the lesser of two evils. As long as, you know, they didn't mess around with it too much. But it's way better than playing the game, let's say, without it. Because I know every bug in this game, and trust me, even knowing everything about this game, to have literally 10,000 hours on this game, the chances of doing a playthrough and doing every quest without one of them bugging out, about 1 in 10. And that's knowing every known bug fix on console. Well, on PC you might be able to fix it, but, you know. Back to Skyrim, absolutely. So, hope you've been well, Soul. What have you been up to? So we're heading for what's it called again? Hobbs Fall Cave. Now I haven't tried this character yet against the mages. I just managed to fix up the partly fix this guy up. He's not finished yet because we haven't kind of maxed out on other skills in this game. But we should be okay. We might have to frequently change our jewellery that we're wearing. But we're going to hit for Hobbs Fall. Now, the ultimate goal we have is to find ourselves a soul trap tome. Because we can't buy anything that benefits our character, except if it's for decoration. So buying spell tomes is out of the question. I didn't expect it to be so hard to pick up, but it is. And the reason I'm picking here is because it's full of necromancers. Now, speaking of necromancers, there's a few other places we can hit after this. Now, it does say cleared, but they might have spawned back in. So we'll give it a shot. Now, here we'll sneak in. I prefer to steal it if I can, but because any of the books that we're displaying in that modded house, everything there will have to be stolen. Now, of course, the bears and junk will kill later. Now, to max out archery, I used a lot of iron in that, making arrows. And I used the giants for that. There's a little spot I use, let's say, where I can run in and they can't catch me. So what I would do then is keep spamming them with arrows. So I eventually got it up to 100, while at the same time using healing hands to heal them up. So I was getting out restoration and archery at the same time. There's a pretty decent spot for doing it, you know. Oh, hi United. And how are you? How have you been? Now you get by, let's say, with not being able to buy soul gems. You pick up a reasonable amount of them and steal a lot as well. However, filling them is a problem. Now remember what I said? Stealing is better. Now we can take them and use them, obviously, but, you know, for display purposes. Like that. That's an idiot, so you're dead. Yeah, now this is how I'm getting the soul gems. That's for selling. Where's that chest? But yeah, they are back again. See what I mean about gems? You'll eventually get what you need. Now I do need a few of those guys. Oh, sugar. We could go to the Nedra Forge, but yeah, I've never really used that. Right. Let's go. Hang on, which way? This way. Yeah, the chances of finding a spell tome down here is very, very low. This will be my third time to clear this. But having said that, I didn't actually kill them the last time. So when they respawn in, you know, they might change their inventory a good bit. All that's been respawning is their inventory. Oh, that's good to hear, United. So I've never actually tried this little trick before. Or at least noticed it anyway. Black soul gem. Tough little guys, aren't they? Shock is the biggest problem. Hey, what happened to that guy? Okay. Oh, the last thing I need, guys, is more ingredients, you know that? A big problem selling the junk I have. The only thing I level up in Skyrim is... Oh, definitely enchanting, yeah. And two-handed. Yeah, enchanting is very important. But just as important then would be alchemy for your enchanting potions, you know. But concentrating on enchanting, let's say, and alchemy from the start, long term, well, the big picture anyway, you would max out your character, you know, pretty quickly. You could go the whole hog, let's say, when it's all done here, and get the black book and the armor set from the DLC. Once I do it, that's what I'll do. I'm not sure, when did we get that? I think we can get that book before any of the main quests. Regent, Salo Regent. Yeah, I think we can. And then we just do the first quest for that guy to dig, and then he'll call us back and that kind of thing. By the way, I haven't even found one tome yet. And I absolutely expect not to find it here. There's a small chance of getting it the next time, I think. Tough guys. No, not so long ago these guys were one-shotting me. And this is what I mean about, you know, leveling your character in Skyrim.
Scared them off. I knew it.
The only thing we really need to fear is shock, to be honest. It's not too bad because we haven't maxed out one hand, so this is really helping. Now, if you remember, guys, the first time we were down here, we actually found some glass in that. I don't expect to find it again. Yeah, it's empty now. Told you that junk just doesn't respawn. Isn't there a chest here? Oh, you're just a novice. You're so dead. Yeah, no tomes at all this time around. suppose farming this for a while has probably done that. Okay. Yeah, not much of a problem now, these mages, are they? These guys were one-shot killing me at the start. Audio stutters. Is anyone else hearing that, guys? Here, let me just turn off my console, Zick, and... or not my console, my controller. I'm putting it back on again. Won't be a second. Now, how's that? That might fix it. Hopefully. There, you don't see many skeletons going around with empty grand soul gems. Now, speaking of chests, is there one here somewhere? I don't know. Usually boss chests, you have a chance of finding tomes, but I think rarely you will find it in these guys. Still happening. Oh. Here, one moment. And I'll just give this a check. Let me hear it from here on my side. One, two, three, testing. 1, 2, 3, testing. Yeah, there is. Okay, just give me 1 second, guys. There does seem to be a little screech, doesn't there? Yeah. I can, Kaylee. But the rules in my game, and that's ones I imposed myself, is I cannot buy anything that would benefit my character. So that would include ingredients, plants, ore, hide, soul gems, spell tomes, you know, weapons, armor, stuff like that. So I just did it for fun, you know what I mean? But a soul trap spell is the easiest thing to get in the game. You know, you can get it right from the start, leaving Helgen. Yeah, Frost is pretty decent, slowing them down a bit, yeah. But yeah, soul trap, Kelly, you will find it pretty easy. You know, right from Helgen. Most of the time you'll even get it in the first store you actually go to. And that's the guy in Riverwood. But it kind of makes the game too easy for me if I can buy stuff. Because, you know, I probably be close to, you know, maxing out after a couple of streams. Now let's see if I can fix this audio problem, guys. And this is something got to do with the integration of the controllers and Twitch. Now let me see. Let me check that other controller. Let's see what it's like. Here. One moment. Now, I just changed the controller, guys. So let me know if it's still screeching. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, basically what I would do is, once I have the soul trap united, I'd have a ton of soul gems, and just head down the river, soul trapping mud crabs. Pretty quick, yeah. Pretty quick. The game audio. It could be. It could be the game audio. Oh, that's strange. I don't see it from here, guys, on my screen. Now, I don't know. It could be something got to do with maybe the connection to the server that you're on. Sometimes backing out of my stream and coming back in might help. No, but the game itself is not stuttering. Yeah. It could be a Twitch thing. Yeah, Twitch is pretty funny. No. I did hear a little squeal in the audio, alright. A tiny bit of... But that could have been because I moved my headphones closer to the phone that I'm kind of looking at it on. But if it persists, tell me guys, once we get out, we'll go to the other side of Skyrim. And what I'll do is, do you know what might help? Yeah, that's because I kind of changed over. Sometimes you gotta keep changing the controllers, it's very stupid. Do you know what I might do? Get out of this dungeon, we'll quit and restart. So that might help the game. You know, it could... Now, yeah, there can be audio glitches in Skyrim. I've often got them here, but yeah, I don't know if it carries through. Oh, it would carry through on Twitch, wouldn't it? But I don't hear it here on my headphones, unless it's some kind of integration problem. We'll give that a shot in a moment once we get out. Ah, sparks. Oh, wouldn't I have loved if that was a soul trap? Okay, let's go killing. What are we like in one hand anyway? We must be up near 90 now. See, enchanting is only 81. I gotta max that out. Two-handed, one-handed. Yeah, near 90. Now, there's a couple of really nasty mages up here, guys. And even with this character, I'd say they might give us a little bit of a hassle. We'll save up here, but this is the last of them here. And then there's two more beyond. And then the guys at the entrance, they're there. Obviously, I would like to see if they've got any spell tomes. Let's have a look. No, that's good. Oh, that, yeah, we've often had that here, Zeke, let's say. One guy would get that, and everyone else had said that they weren't getting it. But, you know, Microsoft don't really work well with other systems, to be honest. You know. Yeah, well, that's Twitch and Xbox. Oh, really? Oh my. Yeah, try backing out of my stream, and then when you back out of my stream, go into something on Google, and then come back to my stream. If it's lagging like that, it might be some kind of ping on the server. Yeah, I think it definitely is something like that. Yeah, I've had that a few times. Like, the worst I've ever seen, Zig, and you won't believe this, was a friend of mine, Lady Grey, used to stream. But I think, let's say, her gameplay and her audio, actually a friend of mine, we kind of worked it out. It was like 90 seconds, like a minute and a half. Yeah, about a minute and a half. I think that's how we managed to fix it. We just backed out, went into something else in Google, let's say, you know, closed any apps and stuff we had, and came back in, and it cleared up. But that's an awful ping. Yeah, I think she was... What was she streaming? Kingdoms of Alamur. Yeah. Old classic. Speaking of Lady Grey, I haven't seen her in ages. It's funny, there was two guys here. Not a hope. Where's the guy gone? Huh. Yeah, like there was two guys here. Okay, fair enough. That's the way you want it. Oh, I have the frost ones on. Good. I have the frost ones. Yeah, they'll be doing 0 damage without frost. See what I mean? Well, there will be a little bit of physical damage from it, but... Oh, there's a master necromancer here as well. Oh, sugar. I'm still not invincible with these guys, am I? Not by a long shot. Not by a long shot. Well, if I had a decent healing spell, would be nice. Well, at least we'll get one-handed up anyway. Yeah, that icy spear can do a lot of damage even when you've got the resistance. Does a reasonable amount of damage. What kind of spell? Oh, I'm using healing. It's just a basic one I started off with in Helgen. I haven't been lucky picking up any healing spells. You know, even fast healing is way better than this. But they're using an icy spear. Yeah. Oh, it's probably a Twitch thing. Is anyone else getting that, guys? Is my stream staggering in any way? I can't see it from here. Oh, it worked for you, Velo, yeah. But when you refreshed the page, did you, let's say, when you backed out of the stream, let's say go into something else on Google and then start closing the apps? Sometimes you'll get problems on Twitch with certain phones if you've picked up too many cookies and stuff, let's say, from browsing. Everything is working properly now. Nice. And that worked. Perfect. Yeah. That's what we had to do. But it's a Twitch thing, guys. Now, but you're right to tell me, because sometimes it's a kind of an Xbox thing. A kind of controller thing. Yeah, yeah. What you need to do, Zik, and I've seen my sons do this. Oh, no problem. You know, every time you go into the internet, even browsing the tiniest thing, you'll probably pick up a dozen cookies and trackers, and they kind of overload your system. And what I do when I'm browsing is I never give consent to anyone for my information. But you can go into your phone or whatever you're looking on, and you can get rid of all of those cookies. But even that doesn't help, because sometimes you'll get ones you don't even ask for. You'll have to, anytime you get problems like that, you know, to start just clearing it out. Yeah. The biggest offender, let's say, on phones, Android isn't too bad, watching Twitch. But the iOS, the Apple iPhone is by far the worst for problems on Twitch because of cookies. Samsung is not too bad. Like, Android gets so bad in iOS that chat will stop and freeze, and you can't follow chat. it only works for about 15 minutes, you know. And I'm talking about using, brand new, up-to-date apples, or useless on Twitch. I don't know, it could be something with Apple themselves, let's say, placing their own cookies, tracking you, selling your information. Could be something like that. But I find the Android, the Samsung, has way less problems on Twitch. But it is a pain clearing those cookies. Yeah, it's brutal. Now, the only reason I know anything about it is it was a major issue for me when I was streaming on Mixer. And I kind of looked into it and dug a bit deeper. And that's what I learned. Tried a few things and then it worked out. Any other way I wouldn't have bothered, really. It is, yeah. Oh, you're on about the silicone, yeah. At the moment, and I have a Google phone, but it's probably tracking everything. Well, Google and Apple, yeah, absolutely. Now, even if you're good with that, which, you kind of have to be in today, because everything is tracking you. Even if you don't give permission. But the fact that it can kind of mess up, stuff like that. If there was a system on your phone where you didn't have to go into individual stuff, let's say where you could kind of save certain cookies that you want to keep, let's say, the ones you have to accept from Twitch and stuff like that, kind of protect them, the essential ones, not to be deleted. And then everything else should picked up plus like one button, get rid of all of those. That would be a nice feature. But then they would probably lose money because, they wouldn't be able to sell your information. Something like that would be handy. The problem with clearing everything when you go into your cookies is, you've got other websites and stuff, and then you'll have to go back in and do the whole thing again, The likes of Wisebot that would use cookies or Twitch or stuff like that. But if there was a system where you could, stop those from getting deleted, let's say, can I push them aside and protect them, and everything else goes, so you'd know everything else that's going is something that, you picked up without your consent. But I remember a guy on YouTube, he was doing a documentary about how bad it was, but he showed the whole system anyway, and he said, watch this. So he just went browsing, he didn't give any consent to anyone. He just went browsing, around the internet, just for about 6 or 7 minutes. And I think he picked up more than a dozen cookies, on his account, on his system. But what I find most annoying, I never give consent for cookies, because it will ruin my Twitch stream as well. Let's say you're checking something out, you go into a website, and then this thing comes up, do you consent, or check terms and conditions. So you're not interested, so you try and back out, and it won't let you back out. You have to go all the way up to the screen, and you've got to close the app to get rid of it. So you just can't. Some of them you can back out, but some of them you can't. So to make it kind of tedious and annoying and time consuming, just so you'll just consent, Now, there should be a system in play where, if you advertise information on the internet, you know what I mean, that shouldn't be there. You shouldn't try to force people to take cookies. And definitely not doing that, making it as hard as possible for you to just, move to another app. Okay, guys, we're in trouble here. We need to get her. Like, she is a lot tougher than I thought she was gonna be. Even with her upgrades, she's pretty tough. Now, so we need to get a little break from her for a moment. Oh, we're far from invincible, but we'll get there. A little bit more protection on that armor, and yeah, we'll be good. Well, we need a better weapon. The fights are taking too long. But I'll eventually get that weapon. I'll be able to one-shot her or two-shot her anyway. Oh, you. Ah. Hey, are you kidding me? She's back to full health again. Yeah, let's save this here. Oh well. I don't want to lose that progress. Okay, I'm getting bored with this lady. Don't get me wrong, it's okay for leveling up one hand, but oh, come on. Die already. Oh, about time. Stupid master necromancers. Now. It wasn't a waste. You know, we got what, a level and a half from one end from it. But if you're too long on the one enemy, it kind of gets a bit boring. And of course, we got a bit on the restoration as well. Of course. Now. Hang on, are we going the right way? No, actually we're going the wrong way. Dungeons with BGS are all the same. It's very easy to get turned around. Now, let's grab a few pieces of junk here. I'll get rid of most of those spells once I'm finished with them. Just in case we actually miss something. I don't know why I'm even grabbing these. Oh, hang on. We still have a little bit to do. Not much in 100% that speech thing. I think we should be concentrating on killing goats so we can do the lighting in that for our home. We'll get to that now. Ice Raid Teeth. I want some of that actually. I know there's some quests for that as well. Alright. That's still got it has. Ooh, there we go. Some goat horns. Nice. Yeah, I got the book from there. And hang on. Items. We might have picked up some full. Empty. Oh, that's a pity. All empty. You don't usually find one of those in a dungeon. Now, I think there should be two. Oh, hang on. There is some down here, guys. Here they are. These ones are full. That will help with enchanting a bit. I think the necromancers give us a ton of junk. Yeah, let's make use of this. I never disenchant stuff for weapons, and I only do the ones that I'll be using on me and my followers, because when you're doing it when too much comes up, it's just too boring, you know, spinning down through it. There. Nice. But I would have this enchanting done in no time if I had a soul trap. There we go. I don't know why I'm saving so much. Oh, we got a few soul... Oh, we got a few spell tomes, but nothing really we need. They'll do for decoration later, but... These guys are tough to the sword. Let's see if... But basically at this stage the Holy Grail is that soul trap, such a kind of lowbrow book. But as you can see, pretty hard to find. Okay. Here we go again. Nice spell you got there. Okay, he's not that tough. Cheat. Absolute cheat. Ooh, look at that. That's a biggie there. That's a master. Uh-oh. Oh, you idiot. Oh my god. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, that was too close for comfort, guys. That's a master necro. Oh, I'm gonna let the heat die down for a moment. And that was close. Do I have that skill here? 50%. I don't think I have that on the heavy armor. I couldn't afford a perk point yet. Where is it? Heavy armor is maxed. There it is. No. Where is it? It's on the other side. No. Yeah, where's that one? No, I think that's in Restoration. I think I have it in Restoration. I think that's why we survived that one. Where's Restoration? No, I haven't. Avoid that. Well, I haven't got it up to 90 yet. No, we did legitimately. Get out of that one. Okay. Well, the spell is killing me. The healing spell. It takes too long. You know, even fast healing will be an improvement. But I usually, you know, finish off with grand healing if I could find it. Kind of expensive, but really good. Rex, stop it. Come on now. You should be in bed. Alright, let's finish him. Well, when I'm fighting with a sword, I try and get some in as well. But I don't have the dual cast perk. Couldn't afford the perks because I was trying to max out other stuff that was more important. You know, the spell is pretty stupid, and then when you're using, I like to kind of use the healing as I'm fighting, so it's a bit of a problem, you know. But you'll see what I mean in this. Should be in this here, shouldn't it? Where's a jewel cast in this? Yeah, I think it's in here already. No, there it is. Restoration jewel casting. Yeah, there it is there. So, couldn't afford the perks on it yet. And with this kind of rubbish spell, you know. It is absolute rubbish, that spell. It's just too slow, you know. Oh, there's a ton of these guys here. A bound sword. Cool. Oh, they're the guys from up here. Oh, we got a bound sword. You'd imagine these guys are a bunch of necros that they would have a soul trap. Lesser ward. Interesting. I think I've already got these for display. Oh, that's... Oh, I really need that, guys. You see that one? Yeah, that would be nice for my display. Okay. Gotcha. The rest is okay. Now, I want to kind of draw back one of these at a time. So we got a couple of bits. I want to get rid of this idiot down here. We'll take them one by one. Oh, that's perfect. You know, we could have taken it, but that's the only way I'm going to get it with a stolen tag. And that would be perfect for a display. Okay, I know what's going on, guys. They're using the shock. See, I haven't got the double thing yet. Shock is killing me. Yeah, shock is absolutely killing me. It's the shock. That's what did it. The problem is, I can't defend two of them at a time. Not for a while, at least. Yeah, I suppose we could do the jewel casting here. There's nobody here. Save a tiny bit of time. Still uses up the same magic. Okay. There might be a book in that chest up there, but let's see. You know what? Just to get him out of the way, I might use this. Although I don't like using it. I've already, oh, the dagger has got 15 times. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, that might get rid of him a little quicker. Not a hope. Okay, you know what? See, we need multiple defenses. And that's just ordinary healing, not fast healing. I think we're dead here anyway. Okay. Yeah, okay. Right. We're still not good enough until I can get that enchanting up. But what we can do is we can sneak through and steal what we want. Yeah. These guys are too tough. Right, let's just go then with the stealing. His buddies are too tough. We might be able to manage him, but there's one that's shock and the other guys are ice, so I can't defend against two. Not yet until I get the perk. Alright, we'll just check the chest up here and then we're off. We've pretty much tried everyone anyway. We've got a few things. What we'll do is we'll grind out a little bit. Side, or maybe check, I don't know if we're ever going to get this soul traps spell at home. But I remember on my last playthrough I was selling tons of them and we were finding true loot. For some reason. It could be one of these stupid things with the engine when you've already got something, it's available everywhere. Yeah, those guys we've already checked, so this is all we want here. Now we're not absolutely not taking that yet. It's a short far away. Ooh. Ooh, look at that one, guys. Conjure Ancient Dead Priest. That's Creation Club anyway. Summons an Ancient Dead Priest. Blah 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 blah. Cool. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Mine's never should have come here.
Oops. Ah, no, come on. Okay, I'll have to be more careful next time. Well, that's what I'm telling you about these mages. They're just too much. Once I've maxed this character, Fire, Frost and Shock will be pretty good on that. And then we'll see how tough they are. Definitely need a better weapon. Well, we need to upgrade it. I hope that book should still be here because, you know, it's still the same stuff. I don't think it works like that. You've got to be out of the cell before it changes. That random thing, it's already set now. All that for a black soul gem. Yeah, it's here. Yeah, we've already checked these guys. Oh, hang on. There's always room for a greater soul gem. I think I've already got a full set of that junk. And I definitely have the orcish dagger. Everyone seems to be carrying that. Right, let's go. Let's go, we'll get rid of this junk. Which way out? Yeah, let's put one of these quests up so we can see which way is out. Really? There. Yeah, it's that way there, guys. Right, let's go. We're good. We just need to work on that enchanting. Now, let's see, have we much room? So now what we want to do here is as much ore and animal hides and pelts and stuff as we can. We still got a bit of room, actually. Another 180. Right, let's save this. Now I think we should be okay against the bears. There's a few. Oh, there's one. Now, I haven't tried this character since I fixed him up against one of these bears. So let's see how we fare out. We've got to stand toe to toe, just, you know, wailing on him. I've maxed archery out, so it's just a waste of arrows killing him that way. If you do a little bit of... Oh, he's still... I don't know if we got what it takes, guys. We're still not... Maybe an ordinary bear, but these guys are... I think we'll get out of here. No, we're still not good enough to go toe to toe with a bear. Disappointing. It doesn't matter. We can still take a good few hits. Ooh. Well, that's very important. Go away. I want to get my... Come on. Terrible, isn't it? Might mess with this guy. We'll see if we can trap him in here. Although he's not worth the time. We're better off pounding on the hawkers or something. No. That is probably the worst spell ever. Where is that? I've got too much junk here. I'll have to start getting rid of some of this. Oh, here we go. Now while he's distracted, we'll run in. And we'll wail on the bear. Ha 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 ha. Thank you guys. And as a reward, I'll finish you off. Well, at least we can take a hawker. Alright, thanks for your help, guys. Where's that other fella? That's it. Now we can get that iron. Where are you? We get 4 pieces of leather from that. Alright. There we go. Almost got us killed. Oh, definitely. Oh yeah, that's the... I remember that one. And then the guy that swallowed that vampire ring. That's a request one day. Yeah, that's on the Dragonborn DLC, wasn't it? Yeah, where you pick up one of those Deathbrand pieces of armor. I remember that one. Then we get an enchanted mace or something. No, Hawkerbane. Yeah, the mace. Steel one, I think. Perfect. Let's see where we are. Oh, restoration is slowly moving up. Now when we max this out, well, the only person I can go to maybe is the conjuration guy. And oh, speech. We'll get that shortly. That's another thing. I might grind a two-handed on those hawkers, you know that, because that one hand will go naturally. Yeah. Okay. Right. Let's hit the coast for a little bit. We should be able to deal with the ice wolves by now, I'd say. Ah. Cool. Hello. Well, the sooner I get rid of two-hand, I can drop this unnecessary weight. But once you still have the two-handed skill, you know, you're and let's say you're still working on one-handed, you're best to get this one out, because you know one-handed is when you only use one-handed weapons. That will come naturally enough. Not to mention, you know, you have to carry that sword with you everywhere. I would like to get rid of it. Oh yeah, isn't this there she is. I already got the necklace from here, guys. You remember this? This is the cut quest from the college. You know where you get that little bit of dialogue and you just can't finish through. I remember my first and second playthrough, I was convinced there must be a quest somewhere. But no, it was cut. Now, I remember Emil saying stuff like blah blah blah, you know, we cut very little, you know, from the game, and that's why they're so huge and a technological marvel, blah 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 blah. But yeah, they cut stuff. But, you know, if they're going to do it right. Get rid of the dialogue as well, you know. And the NPC is still here, for goodness sake. And it's the same with Borville, you know, and his dagger. And then I haven't found the other lady. She's near the cage with the skeevers. Remember that one? Yeah, it's still left here. You know, if you're gonna cut it right. Leaving half of the quest there. That's what I kind of thought that. You know, the anniversary edition, I didn't really look into it. I should have, Velo. You know, I thought that on that what they would have doing is improve the graphics a little bit, you know, add a couple of original official kind of quests, and maybe, you know, reinstate. I would have loved that, you know, reinstated those quests and, you know, that kind of stuff. That's what should have been done. But if you're lazy and greedy, you know, you're just going to sell the Creation Club stuff and dump them all. And they haven't even done them themselves. They just find some guy that's made a good mod. I was talking to someone, and again, I take this with a grain of salt. I'm not sure how true it is. But apparently, they only get 25% of the proceeds. How true that is, I don't know. So BGS, for being a glorified shopkeeper, would get 75%. And if you think about that 25%, obviously there'll be a few tags on that. Handling and all that stuff. So probably more like 23. So you get that then, and then you pay your tax and God knows what else. Yeah. I think that's not fair. At the very best, it should be 50-50. To be honest, if anyone was to get 75%, it should be the mother. But that's every business model, to be honest. So, you can't blame them for that. Except, that, gaming is a hobby and they're ruining it. Absolutely. That's not much of a business model. Now, let me get something to drink and then we'll carry on. It's the same, let's say, if you start off a business. Let's say you create your own business and you're putting in some long hours and you build your business up. You start to get older, so then what you would do is you would hire guys, to do all that for you. And then you just sit back, and let the money roll in. Not doing anything yourself. That's what you kind of work to build, Retire as early as possible. But I don't think that transfers over to gaming pretty good, to be honest. Because that's about making money and making maximum profit. And doing that to games, it's absolutely ruining them, Such a pity. But for some reason, the price of games are, if they're to be believed, like Skull and Bones, that absolute disaster from Ubisoft. Apparently, it's rumored that cost in excess of 400 million, probably going close to $500 million. Now that's absolutely ridiculous for that kind of game. Imagine the budget that Fallout New Vegas had, and the time span as well. 18 months, and a pretty tight budget. You don't have to spend tons of money, on something. The core of the game has to be good. But what did Skull and Bones do? Were messing about with that for like 10 or 11 years or something. Take Starfield, for instance. They're at that for 8 years. Now, granted, I wouldn't say they were working full out on it, but they've had it for 8 years. Apparently that cost over 200 million, I'm not sure. The quadruple A game, that's the one. That was the idiot that came out and started bragging, saying it was they were the first ever company and the first ever quadruple A game. But to him I would like to say, Vord, congratulations on being the first quadruple A game. Now you're also the very first games company to go bankrupt, the very first quadruple A company. So they got a first on both. Yeah. Black Flag was a masterpiece compared to it. But I knew it was going to be an absolute disaster, So yeah, congratulations. That was the very first quadruple A game, and their company is the very first quadruple A company to go bankrupt because of their wokeness, their toxic kind of environment, I suppose, and definitely their bad games. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't know, the word woke is very subjective, but I don't care what they put in the game if the game is good. You know what I mean? I don't care if it's a female lead, a male lead, whatever the case may be. But what I don't like is, if you're playing a franchise, let's say Alan Wake or something where, the character is of a certain gender, and then just for fun they change that gender, Now, that I don't back. Now, if they start off a new IP, fair enough, let them be any gender, any sex, whatever the case may be. But hijacking, games, that we've played and maybe our favourite games and changing them to suit your own kind of outlook or politics and that and pushing it in our face. No, that's not on. I don't back that. And that's what's destroyed, a lot of these companies. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Well, Tencent are buying them out, Velo. Yeah, they've actually responded to that rumor and confirmed it. See, Tencent, if Tencent get that company, all they've got to do is sack everyone and start from scratch, and they might be able to get back to where they were, 10, 15 years, 15 years ago. But if Tencent grab a hold of that, if you think the microtransactions are bad on that game now, wait till Tencent get it. And Tencent will milk that IP until everyone gets absolutely disgusted, and that's the end of it then. They'll strip mine that IP. Not to mention, I don't know how I'd feel about playing a game that gathers my online information like that does. And let's say having the major shareholder or boss of that, Tencent, let's say, they have pretty tight ties. I think they're partly owned by the Chinese government. I could see that be a bit of an issue. They don't really respect private information and that. That could be a problem as well. But wasn't there some kind of issue in the US, though, with 5G or something, or was that in the UK? Because of a company that they wanted to do had very tight links with that government. I'm not sure. Oh, hi Storm, and thanks for the raid. Appreciate it, and welcome raiders. And how have you been, Storm? We're doing an Argonian Thief playthrough, so we've kind of made it pretty hard on ourselves, but it's still fun. We can only use stolen weapons and armor, and we can't buy anything that would benefit our character. So we can't buy ore or spell tomes. That's a big problem. Ingredients, stuff like that. Now we can mine, hunt and fish and farm, but the original plans we put on our farm would have to be stolen. That was easy enough to get over. We can't buy soul gems. Again, we'll eventually get to that. The spell tomes are a big problem. They've held me back because for the life of me I cannot find or steal a soul trap. Pretty common one. But it's sold us down, but it's making it really fun, And hi, Sloshopotamus, thanks for following. Appreciate it, and welcome to the community. Saying 5G spreads corona. Ooh, oh, that's not very scientific, fellow, is it? But I think it was the UK then. Yeah, the UK were doing a massive 5G system. The company that they wanted to use had very tight links with the Chinese government. But I think that went through Parliament anyway and it was stopped. You can't blame them, really, to be honest. If a company is doing your communications and stuff like that, which is very important, and if they're beholden to foreign power, let's say they have a reputation for gathering information by any means. No, I think that says it all, really. You shouldn't do business with a company. It would be a security risk. I suppose you could have the argument that in gaming it might not be so bad, but when you're talking about 5G communications across the board, some guys, using their mobile, even if they had it coded or something, if you're the guy that made the system, it would be very easy to have some kind of backdoor in that, and almost impossible probably to find. Yeah. Definitely security wrist, I think. Yeah, I think it was the UK then. But yeah, I think I remember something about that in the US as well. But I'm going back a good while. But I'm actually running on 5G here from Vodafone. And as far as I know, Vodafone is a UK company. I don't know who they got to do it after, to be honest. Okay, let's keep going, guys. So, how have you been, Storm? And what were you streaming? Were you doing Skyrim or something else? So we're running the unofficial patch, and we do have a large modded house. When I say large, it's really large. It's enough for, the 6 kids from the adoptions with better adoptions, and to hold all of my followers if I wish. Well, that we want to decorate it. There's massive amount of display. Something like a couple of dozen armor, dummies and stuff like that, mannequins. So what we want to do is 4 sets of stolen stuff on that. So it'll be all stolen stuff in a modded house. The hardfire homes and the other ones will just, kind of decorated with the unique stuff from the quests. Kind of harder to get stuff. But yeah, apparently we're still not strong enough to take on a snow bear. And that will change if I can get enchanting done. Okay, where are we, guys? We're getting too close to Dawnstar. Let me see. Okay, we came from Hobbs Fall Cave, so we'll go on the other side of the coast. Interesting little story here. I've already picked up the note. Ah, here we go. Now our bow is so bad we can't one-shot a deer. Although on Legendary they're still pretty tough anyway. I think I'm wasting my time. I really need work on that bow. I haven't took out any of the perks yet, but it's vital that I max out the likes of enchanting and smithing, to get my character, kind of done up a bit. Oh yeah, isn't this the one with the Easter egg mammoth up here? I think there's some ore and some guys up here. And that Talos Shrine then will hit back here. There should be some Hawkers. Oh yeah, speaking of we need to go one side of Solitude. I haven't done that area. There's a ton of Hawkers, and there might be some unique stuff. But there's definitely some stuff I need, and that's Quicksilver ore. We definitely need that. It's pretty good, alright. Yeah, it is pretty good. Oh, hi, Degeneration. And thanks for that raid. Appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. And how have you been? And what were you streaming? But this is my character here. I absolutely hate the backpacks from the Anniversary Edition. It looks like something from the 1920s, that I was some aristocrat and I was going to scale Mount Everest or something. But it's totally out of character and totally immersion breaking. I think they should have been able to come up with something a little bit more lore friendly, I suppose all you could do is that kind of cloth sack kind of thing, I suppose, but it's not bad, but still. I think it's out of place. Now this, I got really lucky in a dungeon at level 40 with a bandit boss. So we stole everything he had. Now the new thing they've done with the helmet, well, they've done nothing. They made it a few points stronger, and for some strange reason, they broke off one of the horns from the helmet, which makes it look rubbish. Oh, nice, late stream. Pretty good, pretty good. We were on the... Oh, nice, nice. And how have you been? How have you been keeping? Pretty good, yeah. Now, personally, if I was going to change that a little bit, I wouldn't do that. But what I would do is the horns here. I get them a bit lower and kind of sweep them to the back. You know what I mean? Like that guy from Dragon Age, that Quan something, whatever you call it. Something like that would have been a bit better. Now, the change isn't too bad on the main armor. You know, I kind of like the midriff section, but don't like the heavier side. You know, it's not very symmetrical. But poor work. You know, lazy. Broken, absolutely. Been broken for quite some time. How have you been, Corin? How have you been keeping? But I think that's just lazy, do you, Corin? Look. Surely there's something else you could have doing. But the second I get my hands on a proper, if I can steal one, you know. But most of the kind of random spawns now have been taken over by the stupid creation club. And yeah, basically that's what you're gonna get. You can live with a higher shoulder, I suppose. And it looks pretty cool. You know, I wouldn't go personally myself with a higher shoulder. But it's just a helmet and that, and I haven't gone the whole way and doing the gauntlets and the boots, so it reeks of low effort. Oh, hi, Fat Cat, and how have you been? Now, let me just go up here for a little tiny moment. Ah, here we go. Now, let's see if we can handle a nice wolf now. Just before I come on, I fixed this guy up a little bit better, and I'm not sure what he can take, but let's see. Yeah. Oh, okay. You're an ordinary wolf? Oh, there's just two ordinary wolves. Oh, we could do without a letter. Ah, that's not a problem. Come here, you. Yeah. Wolves are no problem. Now, of course, trolls, that's a different story. Ah, here we go. This is what we're looking for. Decent, nice. Pretty good, pretty good. Really enjoying this playthrough. It's a bit frustrating that finding a soul trap spell, let's say, without buying it is proving to be rather difficult. But it's, well, we can get around it. The enchanting, however, it's kind of slow. But then I suppose the upside is, you know, once you max out the enchanting, you know, you can really make your character really strong. And it takes a little bit of the fun out. A bit. Not enough to stop playing, but... let me see... Oh, we can't take this anywhere unless it's for decoration. Well, we can take that. Nah, we're good. Okay, this is going up to Sartol, isn't it? Oh, ice raid. Now... Oh, this is the best I could do here. Because we haven't got enchanting up with 2 enchantments on one thing. So, I've got a ton of junk. Of course, everything I'm wearing is stolen, that's the rules. Now, I need those ice raid teeth. Yeah. Ah, yeah, yeah. Hey. Come here. Give me a toot. Oh, he's gonna kill us. Come on. Just about that. That ice rate, really. Oh, hang on. There we go. Now, stupid eyes. About 8 times out of 10, it's gonna be an eyeball. Always my favorite part of any BGS game is exploring like this and fixing up my character. But to be honest, I think that's most of the reason why Starfield was such a disappointment for many people. You know, when they take that, you know, the only two things that they were reasonably good at out of a game, there's not much left, is there? The fact that you can kind of get lost in these places and you're doing a quest, and you know, especially if you're playing for the first time and you see something interesting and you go over and you know there might be a small chance that you might pick up something really helpful, something better than what you have. Not so in Starfield. All you're picking up is just fodder to sell for no reason. Although I did like the shipbuilding, as buggy as it was. It wasn't varied enough, but the base building, oh my god, that was bad. And very limited. Oh, is this the one with, oh yeah. Hang on, we're kind of backtracking on ourselves, guys, aren't we? We need to go this way here. Right, let's get out of here. I could do with a horse, you know that. But I don't want to take on that Dawnguard DLC in this condition. Keep the vampires out of it for a while. I'm surprised I haven't seen many. There was a time when you played this game, it was infested with vampires. You know, you fast travel to the likes of, well, say, Falkreath in particular. You know, you got a ton of junk to sell, you go in, you sell your junk, yeah. You kind of wait outside, you look around, you make sure there's no vampire attack. You even do the classic try and wait, everything is okay to see if there's enemies around. And then you fast travel away. You come back in about 20 hours and everyone in the entire town has been killed, bugging out multiple quests. And you wonder why it happened. Well, most likely just at the split second that you decided to fast travel, it started off with an event for a vampire attack, and they basically took everyone out. God, that was a horrible mechanic. Pretty much the same with the dragon thing. Now, the dragon thing, okay, you need to kill dragons, and they're pretty decent in the game. You know, it made it fairly unique. The way of doing that, let's say, you know, so you don't bug out too many quests is, you know, you go pretty close to their den, they wake up, and then they attack you. You know, you can kind of control that. But these surprise ambushes, they use the exact same mechanic, guys, in Starfield. You know, if you were a low level, you couldn't travel out into space. You'd be destroyed by bandits. And they even used the shout system, you know. Although there it was like, what was it called? Dragonborn something, you know. So when I hear the devs saying that it's a really unique game, that it's something they've never done before, you know, that's delusional. They've done the exact same game, but they just put it in space, and they made it boring, you know. Oh, probably all of them, in Fat Cat. My very first game was a Pong, back in the late 70s. Yeah. Oh, that was a serious thing to have back then. I remember my dad got it for me. That was a long time ago. But I played on every version of the Xbox and you know, the Sega Saturn, or the Commodore 64, all of that stuff, but never on PC, Fat Cat. Yeah, never on, and the Genesis as well. But I think some of the consoles here had a different name than the US. Would have been the same consoles. Hi, Gromulus, and how have you been? I don't think I did any of the Nintendo systems. I might have early on, yeah. Yeah, they were something, weren't they? Yeah, I absolutely am, and I know that. I will in the future, in the very near future, sort out some kind of PC. Because for me, Fat Cat, the games that are now available with Microsoft and Xbox are way too few and far between, you know? And, you know, I can't wait another decade for two or three games that I consider to be, and this is subjective obviously, to be playable, you know? Whereas if I got into PC, there's a world of games and all of the old games as well that I haven't experienced. But some of the games, let's say off the top of my head, I would love to play on PC. Well, one of them would be a kind of modded redo called Endrol, isn't it? On that Skyrim map. You know, that would be one of my first up. And there's a few other ones as well. But yeah. And, you know, eventually we'll get to the stage where, you know, how I see the consoles going, their pricing systems, and, you know, Sony's getting really bad. I've seen a few videos on that as well. You know, eventually, you know, they'll all shut down because they'll kind of price themselves out and, you know, take too many people off. I suppose for most people, the problem is, you know, how expensive a decent gaming PC is. And it can be kind of complicated. You know, with a console, you get a game for that console, and you just play it, you know. There's no requirements or whatever the case may be. Now, Microsoft have been really pushing hard for cloud streaming. But the first company who can perfect that cloud streaming properly, you know, we know Google tried it and lost a ton on that. Couldn't get it to run properly. But the first company who does that will make an absolute fortune. But it will be the end of console gaming. And it will be the end of PC gaming as well. Not the end of PCs. But definitely, like, you know, why give $4,000 for a high-end PC when you can... you know, get it for almost free, just a controller and something maybe as big as an Amazon Fire Stick, and you can play what you want. So it would be pointless, you know, to invest that kind of money. The downsides I see to that is, let's say, if that does come out, you know, they will start jacking the price, and then it'll get to the stage where, you know, you've got to be joined a club or something and pay a monthly fee, you know. So, and you couldn't blame them for that. There would be a lot of money in that. But yeah, definitely PC. It would be a big learning curve for me, but I'd probably get there, you know, trying to figure out, you know, let's say if I had a problem, I wouldn't know where to start with it. You know, something not working properly. But, you know, you'd learn, I suppose. And those guys are... yeah, he's probably too tough for me. Well, I want to keep away. Okay, we're going this way. Yeah, we're heading down the coast this way here, guys. We'll grab what we can. And, it's a pity about that enchanting, that tome. Once we get rid of this junk, I know 2 more necromancers. We might get lucky. But for some reason, in loot and NPCs, that soul trap is not spawning. And it's really slowing me down. But I remember on my last playthrough, you know, we were even selling them everywhere. You know, they were everywhere. This is what I really came here for. To level up on the hawkers. Oh, look at this. Uh-oh. I wonder if I can just get this guy out while he's distracted. Come on, guys, stick with it. Stick with it, guys. Stick with it. You gotta love those hawkers. And now, of course, his reward. A quick death. There you go. Now, that gives us a bit of space. Still a lot to do. Now. There's probably some ore here somewhere. Yeah, wherever you see one of those guys, there's bound to be some more. Oh, okay. Okay, we didn't finish off the hawkers. Let's get that ore. We'll probably build building supplies with that, so we can kill two birds with one stone. You know, while we're getting up the... the smithing skill. Okay, they're probably down here, are they? Yeah, we'll stick to the shore. This way we can get a run in here if we get under pressure too much. Okay, they're not here now. Right, let's keep going. Can anyone remember where that last missing apprentice is? I know it's down here near a cage somewhere. I think it's past the turn off to Winterhold, isn't it? And we'll give it a try again. Really need a horse here, you know that. Because you're wasting your time unless you've got a... Oh, we need that for locks. A conjuring one. Well, obviously, the kind of go-to would be Arbark. But that's a long, lengthy quest. At a low level. Now, there is another one from the Anniversary Edition. The one that I'll be using, a Daedra horse. But the problem is, I think it sends me to a location, let's say, and if I go there early and don't take out a certain quest, it bugs. We had that problem the last time. So we decided not to go around to Arkwyn Point until we're ready to do that quest. The problem is... Oh, hang on. I don't think we need to start it in Solitude, guys. I think it's... we get it from a bartender. I think I just got it there the first time. But still, there's a bunch of necromancers and wizards and junk. But it doesn't matter anyway. Where it starts is Arkwyn Point. Yeah, we'll try it short. Well, we'll try it when we get a little bit stronger. But here I am grinding for junk for smithing, with the vague hope of getting a soul trap spell. Very vague. But this is something, you know, I'm gonna have to do with this character anyway, so it might as well be now. What do we like for room anyway? We've got a bit of room. Oh, there's a horse and that guy with that Manamarco skill book. We can collect it if we wish for fluff for our library. That's a display item. Yeah, hang on, I think there's a couple of cats up here, isn't there? Now, if we want to do that's kind of regarded as fishing, we could take that, but, you know, I've got too much money and the potions are too hard to sell, so I'm not... And we're, like, almost finished with speech. I don't know, is it up here? I think there's something up here. I think he might be gone, Gromanus, yeah. No. Okay. Right. Wrong one. There's a simple one in the midden as well. I might kind of get rid of that Pirate King guy. But to be honest, we would need to be prioritizing smithing. We need to max this armor out to the 567. And we're not going to do that without... You know, we need that one... we need it up to at least level 90. And then we'll get that kind of double. Oh, what's that? Yeah, this is the guy here. Let's see what you got. Yeah, it just keeps respawning. Oh, now that's nice. I really need that. That's nice. Well, we'll use it. Well, I'm using a separate container for the rarer ingredients. Sometimes you'll get a quest, especially that idiot in a Dragonborn DLC. You know, for those stupid ingredients. And there's a few we'll need, like I have them already. A major one in Rift and the Dead Bells and all that junk, and then the heart, let's say, for that Orc quest, and the vampire dust for the other one. Oh. Okay. Ice Wolf. We can handle Ice Wolves. That's a nice change. These guys were really killing me on the last stream. Although the bear guy, I don't know about the bear. Okay, we've got like 50 diseases. Right, where's my medal? But if you want to play this game the hard way, let's say not buying this stuff, this is one of the best places to, you know, kind of pick this up. The problem is the bears. Yeah. Probably the best place for grinding two-hand, with the conditions I have, would be around the Coast of Solitude. Yeah, I have no way of dealing with those two. So we'll chicken out. You're okay, I'm not chasing you. Now there's a good bit of interesting stuff here, but I've already kind of been over this ground. I'm trying to remember where that last apprentice is. Now, I got the necklace and I got the dagger. Oh, hang on. There's 4, isn't there? I got the necklace, I got the dagger. No, the necklace and the book are together, yeah. So, yeah, I've got the necklace and dagger. Then there's the one that was training the skeevers. You remember in the cage? I forget how far that is down. I think it's around an area like this. It might be this one down here. Or it might be near the edge of the map. I do know there's a water breeding skill book. It's called water breeding, but it's just a skill book for all alteration. But I forgot if she has something unique, like a necklace or a dagger. I can't remember. Ah, here we go. Yeah, we'll get this junk first. There's some of that there, and we'll grind a little bit on the hawkers. It's in my best interest to get two-handed up. I never use two-handed. Always a short sword. Because I'm carrying it around and it's just extra weight. And because I always use a short sword, the one-handed stuff will come up pretty naturally, you know? You could take out this the fast way, but I like doing it this way. It's kind of relaxing. Although it does take longer, and then you're not messing about changing weapons. Here, come down here. I'm missing a lot. There you go. In a second we'll get to the next level. The only thing that's really open to me now is Conjuration, which is a pity. Soul Trap would have done that one, so we'll go train on that one. I usually don't train, to be honest, but on this I want to do everything, you know, on this one in particular. But I would consider it a waste of a trainer on Conjuration. That one comes up pretty naturally when you're doing enchanting, but can't do enchanting because of the soul trap. But we won't miss our opportunity to get more of those skills done. Now we are 100% illusion. We could do the illusion text bars. It's pretty easy and pretty quick. You'll get a really decent for free harmony spell. Or is it harmony? No, we get a stupid spell, and then the harmony is for sale. Now that could be a problem for me. Harmony is a great spell. It's even fixed a few bugs for me in this game. But a harmony is the key to, you know, really upgrading this character. You know, taking down illusion from legendary and getting it up in a matter of a minute or so. Obviously each time you do it, it takes a little bit longer, but that's where you would really max your character to about 252, and then you get all of the perks for everything. Maxing it further than that is counterproductive, you know, because, you know, once you've got all your perks out, the only benefit then of going a higher level, which you absolutely could, you know, you're making stronger enemies. Maybe if you wanted to kind of level off, let's say you've got 700 in health and 700 in magicka, and you maybe have 650 in stamina, you want to even it up. Yeah, maybe that's okay. But once you do that, there's no real point. I've had some crazy levels on this game. You know, just for fun. But stamina is not bad. Each one of those would be 5 more carry points. But, you know, once you've leveled up and you've got tons of money, what's the point? You know, once all of your characters done, you know, and you've absolutely maxed out, obviously you'd pick the Steed Stone for 100 more carry weight. Then you could make up some bubbles, let's say if you wanted to, fortify carry weight. So what's the point? You know? He's making a run for it. So get between him and the water, because he won't be able to kill that guy once he goes down there, and then it makes it impossible to fast travel. Come here, you. Oh, there's the cat. We'll get him in a moment. We'll have to use our one-handed for him. Show him a little bit more respect. Now a chest here with a book I've collected many times. But it's the ore I really want. We're wasting our time going up there. Do you know what? There's a will-o'-the-wispy thing up there. I haven't killed one yet. And I think we've got the frosting here, haven't we? We might save it here after this and see if I can kill her. I need some of the wisp wrapping thingies. Now, extremely low chance of finding one here, but it's possible. And when I say finding one, I mean the soul trap. I've been grinding a long time and haven't even seen one out from a shop. No, that's what I'm saying. It was always banished, but you know, since the update, almost impossible. Now let's change the sword. And I think she's up here. But I haven't actually killed one yet. Now let's see her. We're wearing the frost. It's frost, isn't it, with those guys? It is. You see, I've got 2 for shock, but I can only use them one at a time. It's not great. It's not a great system, but better than nothing. This works when you're just probably fighting one person. But we need a double enchantment thing, and we definitely need to upgrade. You know, and I'm nearly sure if I use all of the junk together, especially the stuff from the Dragonborn DLC, we might be able to get 100% resistance, or very close to. I think the last time I got 97% resistance on one enchantment, and that would save a lot of room for important stuff like, you know, fortify archery and fortify one hand. Yeah, she's here. Okay, let's see if we can kill this one. Did I save? Not sure. Alright, she's here somewhere. There we go. We just might be able to take her. I need the wrappings she has. Just to make up... Ooh. I don't know, can we take her? She is tough. Oh my. I don't know about this. You little... Come here, you silly little thing. I don't think she's taking my magicka. Okay, let's get out of here for a moment. Yeah, she might be a bit on the tough side. Yeah, it's those little guys. Come here, you. Let's see if we can get rid of those guys. You, come here. Oh! Yeah, we could take it if it wasn't for our buddies. They're killing my magicka. I don't know if she's worth the time, but I just want to see how it goes. Now, I'll just wait here for a minute, getting that magicka back. She shouldn't be able to get in. Now, I'll just check on something for a moment while that magic is coming back. Won't be a second, guys. There we go, okay, let's give it another try. We still have a couple of hours. I might try and push it a little bit longer, if I can. Although saying that, I'm streaming tomorrow as well, so we'll see. I don't think I have a lot on for tomorrow. I could probably sleep in a bit. I've never tried to steal Daedric weapons before. I'm not sure if I can. Probably. I can't remember any NPC wearing them. Oh, hang on. She's probably fully healed. Okay. Ah well, was worth a try. Right, let's get going. It wasn't a complete loss. We got a little bit from one hand and restoration. Oh, there she is. Oh, Croc. Okay. There she is. Yeah, do a little sneak on you. Oh, she's full health. Haha! Okay, she hasn't got her buddies this time. We'll see how it works. Yeah, she's not that good now. And this will be our very first Twist Mother. Horrible weapon, but I haven't been able to steal anything much better. Got to ignore the other two and put this one down. Okay, the shades are messing me up. Oh, those shades are nasty. Yeah, they're sucking my magic or my health. One moment. There, we should be okay for a minute. Handy little spot this. Now if I had a decent healing spell, it just takes too long. Ah, there you are. How are you liking that? Yeah? Hey! That's it. That's it. Our first one. Not exactly a cakewalk, but can be done. Oh, hi Kai. And how have you been? Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure, Velo. No problem. I hope you have a good rest, and I hope you have a great day and good weekend. And thanks again for joining the community, Velo. Take care and stay safe. Bye. And how have you been, Kai? What you been up to? Now. Oh. Yeah. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad. Now, did we see some kind of cat down here we needed? It's not a waste, we're still getting restoration and one hand up, so this is something we're gonna have to do eventually. Ah, there you are. Now, we'll show him some respect and we'll take him out with this weapon. He's slightly damaged. Oh, he's tough. Yeah, the snow cats are a bit tougher. Oh, he's very tough. Always better to stick around here. Always a place to get to. I'm level 20 something right now, just running through all the quests. Nice. Oh, that's good to hear, Kai. No. I only stream Tuesday evening, Friday evening, and Saturday evening your time, Eastern Standard Time, about 9ish. Yeah, which is about, I stream about 1 a.m., 1:30 a.m. my time. So they're my only guaranteed days, Kai. Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday. I used to do a lot more days, but since I developed a blood pressure problem, which is quite bad, I decided to kind of, more time to rest. And, I have tons of medical appointments now, so I can schedule them for those days. But sometimes, let's say, out from Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday, which I'm always guaranteed to stream, I take that seriously. I will sometimes, if I have the time and I'm feeling well enough, I will do an on-schedule stream. So it's possible to see me on other days, but you're guaranteed to see me on Tuesday evening, Friday evening, and Saturday evening, about 9 p.m. Yeah, about 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Those frenzies. Oh, yeah. Oh, the mud crabs, yeah. Yeah, they do a lot of damage, don't they? Yeah. But they get easy. The whole thing is about your character, making him tougher. And the key to that, strangely enough, is alchemy. Once you max that out, it makes everything else easier. Especially enchanting, So I think that's a good thing about the game. If you want to max out a character, and especially if you're playing on legendary, you've got to use all of that stuff. Kind of like a survival game. You kind of grind and sort out something. I know it's not for everyone, but they're my favorite kind of games. So you got to get tougher to go to new areas. So you could kind of consider it like that, Now, let me see if I can get something to drink here, guys. Yeah. But it was the same with this, and I know this game. Or I used to know this game pretty well. And, I still have interest in it. Which I can't say that about many games, to be honest. My opinion of, obviously, of Oblivion and Skyrim, might be kind of a little bit biased. A bias, because I kind of started off playing the Elder Scrolls on my introduction, let's say, to the Elder Scrolls. No, I did not. It was boring. And it was painful to play, to be honest. I respect anyone that enjoyed the game. You know, how I found it, really makes no difference, and it's all about having fun. So I respect anyone that liked the game. But me personally, myself, I didn't like it. Yeah. And I heard that the Shattered Space DLC, which I own, um, pretty much a flop as well. Yeah, Frost Dragons, they're pretty cool. Yeah. You still haven't bought it. But I heard, even the kind of show, those guys that do, oh, was it again? The critics and stuff. The guys that, let's say, usually are beholden to BGS because they get, flights out to interviews and stuff, knowing that if they give them bad scores, they'd, probably not get that chance again. Even they can't justify it. Guys that had the cheek of giving Starfield 10 out of 10. Come on. Like, that's impossible. I don't care if you love the game. It's impossible to give it, like, my favourite game of all time is Skyrim. And I would only give that an 8. It might not be deserved, but I give it an 8. That's the highest I've ever rated anything. Obviously, the bugs, and then, the fest quetches, and, various aspects. So you'd have to knock something off. So even if you were a massive fan, it would be impossible to give it 10 out of 10. So, that was not genuine. Even those guys can't justify the DLC. They've been giving it 7s and 8s. And, even guys that give good reviews, let's say, which I don't know how they managed to do it for Starfield, have been giving it like 40 or 4 out of 10, 40, out of 100. But I don't know what's going on with that studio, to be honest. We did think that, maybe when Microsoft bought them up, that they would put a fire under their backside, but no, apparently not. Microsoft, with their acquisitions, let's say, have always been kind of asleep at the wheel. Now, I can understand when one company buys up another, and if that company is successful, they'll leave them to their own devices. But when you buy a company that's been failing for a decade, and, each offering one after another is much worse than the last, surely that's the time to intervene. But, Microsoft, I don't know. I just can't make them out. Or that will be the last one. They'll mess that up. I don't want to see them make an Elder Scrolls 6, to be honest. Yeah, I'd prefer to leave it at Skyrim now. But, yeah. But they've got a good bit of work done on it, Jonathan, and I think Emil was telling some media outlet or something that we're not going to be happy with the Elder Scrolls 6. Well, we know that, Maybe if we remove the people, let's say, that are responsible for the trash that they've been putting out, we don't want much, but if they can do this game, well over a decade ago, surely they can do something on par, and it's not illegal to hire some decent writers, but apparently BGS don't use writers at all. The guys making the game just make it up as they go along. But apparently they do have a guy, and I'd say that everyone would come to keep consistent with the lore. Although, to be honest, there's so many contradictions in the lore in Skyrim, that's not a good job either, apparently. Yeah, Ubisoft have pretty much hit rock bottom. And it's looking like, well, to be honest, BGS's, life, their time might go on a bit more. Because they're going to be backed by Microsoft. It was a money thing with Ubisoft. I'm sure if somebody was stupid enough to to give them tons of money with no expectations that keep on making that drivel for, another decade. But Microsoft are a strange animal, you know. Um, they don't mind spending obscene amounts of money on stuff. We've seen that on Mixer. But then pretty quickly, they're like bipolar. They can kind of change their mind and drop it like a bad habit. And when they do, it won't be a long process still. Just literally drop it overnight. 8.5 billion is a lot, but, to Microsoft, it's just a small amount. It's $1 trillion company. Yes, yes, it is. And now, people would respect if they said, me bad, we messed up. We tried to follow a trend for money. Just be truthful. Unfortunately, that's not the truth. And what we're going to do now is we're going to go back and double down on what we were doing a decade, or a decade and a half ago. But no, they're defending what they're doing, much like BGS are doing. And they're saying everyone else is wrong and they're right. But we're talking about Ubisoft. We're talking about when they come out with that disaster called Skull and Bones. We won't even mention Star Wars, right? A name like Star Wars is enough. That one should have sold well, even if it was a horrible game. But that's Skull and Bones. Like, that took, oh my god, I don't know how long to make. Well over a decade. And it was postponed, and apparently it cost over 400 mil. Going close to probably $500 million for that one. Now, they wanted to drop out because it was a bottomless pit. But apparently, where they were making it and they were hiring developers from some country, the actual government, I think, bought into it as well, so they couldn't drop out, if you know what I mean. They invested in it to bring them in, so, to hire their workers, instead of, hiring people, let's say, from their own area. But it was a money thing, so they had to go through with that one. That was an absolute disaster. Then Star Wars, and now this thing with Shadows. Like, this is the worst one they've done yet. Now, let's say when they messed up with Skull and Bones, I heard Tencent was kind of buying up stocks as it was going down. And now I think it's gotten to the stage where you might see Tencent take over. Now, that was a rumor, but apparently Ubisoft confirmed that they're in talks with Tencent. Now, as bad as the situation is with Ubisoft, if they just get rid of the idiots, they might get back to par. But if Tencent take over, if you think that the microtransactions and that kind of thing were bad before, Tencent will strip mine that IP. They'll get their money back and then some, and that will be the end of that. But we'll see. But that's the problem. When corporate get involved in something, people's hobbies. Absolutely. Like now you've got it. Now you see where I'm going with this. But they are a company to make profit. And so were Ubisoft. But those guys set it to a new limit. They don't care that they destroy an IP or it's somebody's favourite pastime or they have a certain nostalgia. There's no sentimentality in business. And Tencent are the kind of personification, of that kind of stuff. So, yeah, they will destroy everything if there's money in it. And that's the problem. But if there has been a nice fight back by gamers, to be honest, to kind of put people in their place that's doing this. And if they all stick together, there might be a chance. It's just greed. It's sheer greed. And that's it. Well, that's corporate. That's capitalism. It's just working the way it was intended. But there is no room for that kind of capitalism in somebody's hobby, in gaming. I've always considered gaming to be, kind of making the games at least, a kind of a passion project and a kind of a kind of how could I put this? Let me see if I can find words. A kind of personal thing, an art form. And it is art, no matter what way you look at it, you know? And there's no room for that, you know? Now, I understand that people have to make a living, and a good living at that. But they could still make quality games, and not, let's say, nickel and dime their customers, and still make lots of money. But the problem with a company is, no matter how much money they make, they want to make more every single year. So it will get to the stage where it just can't keep going. Because they want to show they're making more and more money to their investors and that the stock's going up. People getting bonuses. And even if the changes are small, let's say in the monetization. And then in the month after there's more, and every month there's more and more, and then it gets to the stage, like frog in the water kind of system, where everyone said that's it, And they'll get to the stage where people won't even be angry about their favourite IPs. They'll just absolutely write it off, Yeah, but you're right. Well, that is the nature of business. But that's why, I say that going private with companies and stockholders in gaming is not good. Lorien Studios, they don't do that, as far as I know. Yeah, where there's money, there's corporations. Like before, people were pretty wealthy because of it, but it wasn't enough to attract the Wall Street crowd. Yeah. Exactly. Take Irongate Studios, for example. The guys that made Valheim. Or take a small company like, say, the guys that made Subnautica. But all of the companies pretty much started out that way, Jonathan. As small kind of indie companies with small IPs and had a brilliant idea and a vision. People, got some really decent communities. They got complacent eventually as the money came in. And the way it started in the beginning was, stuff like, we're going to buy your company, but, you'll be CEO, you'll have a job forever. Everything must still be done your way, and you're in full control. And, you're getting older now, blah, 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 and, all of this kind of thing, which is the way I think that, back in the past, the way it used to work. And then they sold out and sold their companies and whatever, maybe still held some shares, and they made it sound attractive, and then, it kept changing bit by bit from the bosses, and they got disillusioned, couldn't do anything about it, and then you've heard it all before. They left, and some of them even tried to start their own companies. But what did they expect? That was always going to happen. Yeah, Warhammer has suffered as well, I've heard. Not that I've played it, but I can't help but see it on YouTube, let's say, and the kind of, things about it. But out from the slow decline of IPs because of greed and monetization, some new aspects have creeped in as well. A kind of political agenda that's just as damaging. It's even more damaging, and that's hard to believe. So you've got the monetization, and you've got a political agenda that's kind of turning people off. Personally, myself, I don't have a problem with a game, let's say, that starts off in a new IP, what sex or gender they want to play as. That's perfectly fine. I do have an issue with, let's say, some of my favorite games going back ages, with certain characters. Those characters get taken out and swapped over. I think that's too far, So now, let's say, for the sake of inclusion, you are excluding a lot of people. It's a bit of an oxymoron, but all it is just a kind of certain agenda. A lot of the companies in the beginning bought into it because they thought they could bring in, some new customers and absolutely make more money and cash in on this kind of madness that's going on. But what they didn't seem to understand is the people that have these kind of agendas rarely play games. you know, they're not the gaming type. So it amuses me that you would alienate your kind of core base of customers for a tiny minority that probably won't even buy your game. But, that's corporate. Greed is blinding. But I have zero against the movement and that. That's their own business. But, I don't push my beliefs on other people. I get angry if they don't subscribe to what I do. But I still believe it's a tiny minority, Jonathan, that's doing that. It's gotta be. Otherwise the whole world is crazy. This is an old Oblivion trick. Yeah. Come on. Hey now. Yeah, you're dead. Hey! There, bye-bye. Oh, stupid eyeball. Now, let's grab our prize. We need that for some locks. I hope I am as well. But what else can we believe, Jonathan? If it's anything else, we're in for a rough ride this next decade. But yeah, it couldn't be. I refuse to believe that, the majority of people are so, I'll put it as diplomatic as I can, as so logical, Surely someone does a little bit of critical thinking, But I suppose if you're isolated from, well, I won't say reality, that would be harsh, when you're isolated from most things, and maybe if, all of your social media and your friends are of the same mind, it would be easy to kind of slip into, this is how things are, and this is how they should be. One of the downsides, too, of our technology, let's say. Our communication technology. But eventually these people figure it out, usually when they get a bit older. You need some life experience, to sift out what's really important and what's just a kind of I won't say scam, a kind of thing where you get a lot of people who seem to be convicted to what they're saying in that, but some of them are just looking for attention or fame at any cost. It can seem that way. Umska, is it? Yeah, but this is because we're in some places we're pretty much in the middle, of these things that are going on. But if you go back to history, there's always been times like this. This is something that will pass. You know, like in my day, we didn't have time for this. We were too busy trying to stay alive. You know. And I know we've heard that story before. In my day, things were hard, but things were different. You know. Now the whole thing seems to be about what can you do for me. You know, I've seen young ladies say, "Well, I'm not dating anyone unless they pay my bills." How stupid is that? You know. So guys, to be honest, guys are getting it bad. You know, um, we're, in my opinion, we're, and not all ladies are like that. It's social media has corrupted a lot of people. You know, they see this stuff on social media and they think that's the way it is. You know. But in my day, when we didn't have the social media reach, our expectations and our thoughts were, what was happening locally. So it was kind of real. Now you're seeing stuff where people are just a facade, showing you the side they want to see, and then you expect this as reality and what you want, and for the vast majority of people, it's just not the way it's going to be. Well, that's because it's probably always been something similar. It's just now we see it more. You know what I mean? No problem. And thanks, Kai. No, we just see more of it. Imagine, Sky, if you didn't watch any social media, or let's say if you were in a place which is impossible, there was no social media, and you were just kind of tuned into what was happening locally. Let's say in your small town of a couple of thousand or whatever, And I still think it's a minority. And I still think a lot of people are just doing this for attention. You know what I mean? But there is a troubling amount of people that kind of expect too much from the world, if you know what I mean. Nothing is easy, nor it should be. I believe that, let's say, life is a struggle. And, if you get one day a week that you're truly happy, that's enough. But it's full of responsibilities, and we all have our place in this. We've all worked together well as a team before. And I do believe in being equal, but, there's some things we can't be equal in, And I think as a team, with your partner, if you are, let's say, kind of built to do certain things better than the other person, both people should play to their strengths, And I think when we go against this, we go against what we're hardwired to do. It is. What was it someone once said? We are now living in a world of dumb people and smartphones. And that was just a quote. But we are what we consume, in a sense. But it's a temporary thing in our life, for most people, We snap out of it when reality kicks in, usually when we get a bit older, So everything we see most of it is just a facade, Kind of, yeah, I remember that. That was actually quite funny. Yeah, that was actually quite funny. But, it is essential in life, I think, to create a balance, on certain things. What I see from younger people in my country, and I can only really, give my opinion on that. I see young people that expect every day to be an absolute party and to be happy. Well, let's say they were granted that, Let's say every day was happy. But what is happiness? If you think about it, like if every day was happy, it would have no meaning. You know what I mean? You come back from work, let's say. I used to work some really long hours. Be working 12, 14-hour days, 6 days a week, and have one day off. I did that for decades. And that day I really appreciated. I really, coming up to that day, I'd be really happy and I'd plan stuff, maybe, go out with my family, my, whatever the case may be. And now it's my grandkids. And that day meant something to me. But now that I'm retired and every day is a lazy day, it's not appreciated anymore. And it's kind of the same with, being happy all the time, if you know what I mean. And when I say happy, I mean, having a good time, not literally happy. So you can have a good time every single day. Life is not like that. And if you are in a kind of bubble at a certain age, or maybe, to a certain, for want of a better word, privilege, when you've got to go out in the world, it's not what you think it is. And that can lead to a lot of depression and stuff like that. When you find out that, the world will not accommodate you, and everyone out there will not help you. To the contrary, actually, they'll try and be the benefit of you. And that is a very human thing, Oh, that's my 10 cents on it. But no, guys, just be happy, Do the best you can, treat others as you would wish to be treated, and no matter how bad you think it is, there's always someone in, a way worse position. Whatever chance you have of being positive about a situation and look at the silver lining, it doesn't help you in the least if you've got problems to dwell on them, Again, another saying, those who dwell in the past have no future. Like, I was pretty upset when I had my injury. I kind of centered my life around my work, which is a total man thing. Yeah. Usually the older generation, yeah. Oh, you mean the kind of work situation can be a kind of a brainwashing thing. I think I know where you're going with that. Yeah, but I didn't have to, Umska. I didn't have to. But I know exactly what you're saying. No, I know exactly. This was my choice. I really loved what I did. It was both my job and my hobby. Yeah. You know what I mean? And then, I didn't have to, but I wanted to provide my family with as much as I could. But it was never forced. I could have doing half the time and still, easily get by. It's just something that it's just me personally, Like, I was self-employed, so it was all down to me. You know what I mean? I could take the jobs I wanted to, and I could do the times I wanted to. But I absolutely understand what you mean. There's some places where you've just got to keep working, But that wasn't my case. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, and I 100% agree with you on that. But for me, it was by choice. I really enjoyed what I was doing. But after my injury, I was very nearly paralyzed, and I still suffer a lot of pain issues. And obviously, for a couple of months, I was, pretty depressed. I wasn't verbal about it. I would just keep to myself, and then I realized, and I said to myself, "Hang on, you could have been paralyzed. So that would have been, absolutely bad. Oh, no problem. It, just wear and tear from leading a very physical kind of career. And I said, hang on, there's no point on dwelling on this. You could have been paralyzed, and I still thank God I wasn't. And okay, I had to retire earlier than I wanted to. But again, not the end of the world. And then the upside is I get to spend more time with my family, see my grandkids now, and I can do my gaming and stuff like that. So I'm happy, I'm happy. And I think deep down, as guys, I used to do some landscape gardening. Stuff like rockeries, ponds, some pretty, big jobs and stuff like that. I didn't get really wealthy out of it. It paid all my bills, and I really liked what I'm doing. As a young guy, I could have getting other work, let's say, that would have paid me a lot more, but it would I would have to cross lines, let's say, that I wouldn't cross, like in sales and stuff like that, which can be, pretty toxic, you know. It was good, honest work, and I liked working with my hands, and it was what I loved to do. So I took a job, let's say, from me, let's say more than the money. And I haven't regretted it. I absolutely haven't regretted it. I got enough to live on, and, it paid my bills, and, I'm okay now. I regret nothing. Hmm. Exactly. Yeah. Money isn't everything. But, at the same time, obviously, you're always looking maybe for something you might enjoy better. But it gets to the situation where you say to yourself, well, you're better off doing your own thing, which is kind of complicated. That can fail pretty quickly. It's very, very hard to, and you're talking about more stress. So it depends on, well, it's all down to luck, really, isn't it? Really, yeah. Nice. Yeah, so you're obviously in the States. The benefit things here doesn't, let's say, matter that much. Let's say, within reason, because we've got kind of a social healthcare system. I know, let's say, people that are not that familiar with it like to run it down as a kind of third-rate kind of system, but it absolutely isn't. I've been through both systems. I've been through the private, and I've been through the public. And to be honest, I don't see any difference. Most of the specialists and stuff they use actually work in both industries. When I had my injury, let's say all of my stuff was done for free. I seen a specialist from Belgium. I had multiple MRIs. I had physiotherapy. When I had my suspected heart attack, which was a pretty nasty blood pressure problem, I spent about a week in the ICU. Again, seeing a ton of specialists, and all for free. But the way it works here is, all through my life I paid tax and stuff like that, and now I'm kind of reaping the benefits. So if our taxes might seem a little bit high compared to other countries, when you factor out we don't have the medical bills and the other little hidden stuff, it kind of works out about even. And then as we get older, we don't have to worry about healthcare expenses and stuff like that. We've already paid, into a kind of a little fund. So, we'd never lose our home or anything like that. If anyone needed a bypass or heart surgery, that's all done free. Now, there might be a little bit of waiting time within reason. But it still works, you know. But I don't think that system would work here. They did try something similar in the UK, and that was under Boris, and there was an uproar about that. But you know, you kind of have to respect the UK. Let's say coming out with that public healthcare system, that was right after the war, you know. So that's definitely one of the good things. It's pretty scenic, you know. It's nice. Oh, nice. Do you know what part they come from? On your dad's side, how far back would have been, let's say, the mass immigration during the 1860s, or maybe more like the 1920s? I know there was a ton of Irish that left in the 1860s. Yeah. But I think I have relatives all over the world, even Australia, but none in the US. My immediate family has never immigrated. I can accurately trace my roots back to probably the early 1600s, but absolutely to the 1650s. Yeah, gets a bit shady. There's one thing we keep here is good records. Always the case, you know, with a country that has been occupied. Oh, there's no place like home, you know, no matter where it is. Few generations, so it would have been your grandparents or that. So they would have probably left probably in the early 1900s. So if that's the case, it would probably be from the 6 counties. Yeah. I would give it probably a 70-80% chance, probably from the 6 counties. You know, like probably Nori or Down or somewhere like that. Yeah, that would be, let's say, the north of the country. Yeah, and that's just a guess, you know. Ooh. Now, we're no way able to deal with these guys, but we'll see if we can tempt them a little bit. Or even further back. Oh, if they came then in the 1860s, they were almost certainly from the south. Yeah. If they came, let's say, in the 1860s, 1880s, yeah, there would have been, there's like an 80-90% chance we were from the south. Oh yeah, definitely. There's a small possibility they might have still come in from the counties, but yeah, probably. That was a strange time indeed. They call it the famine, but that is absolutely not accurate. You know, there was plenty of food here. There was enough to feed the population twice over, but it was getting exported for sale. It's just that the population here were restricted to a certain crop. And I think during that time, if I can remember my history, lots of relief was sent from the US during that. And I think that was stopped from coming in for a long time. But eventually it was let in, and it was given out to the population, but on one condition. The only people who could claim food was people who did not own land. So anyone here then that had land would have to sell it to their landlords. Oh my, bad times indeed. But that was a different time. The world was pretty cruel. Yeah, there's some good places, let's say, to kind of research your history, but I'd be careful with these. Some of them are shady, and they'll jump to conclusions, and you'll get the wrong kind of family tree. So what I would do is I'd do my own research, and then I would get, you know, a professional company to go back, and then probably, if you want to be really sure, get an absolutely different company and see what they come up with. Yeah. Oh, probably the same as anywhere else, really. We know you're having troubles right now, and we can understand that. We're kind of having our own troubles now. It's a kind of global thing. Um, we know there's some crazy people there. There's some crazy people here as well. Um, we know your culture is much different, but you know, we have great time for Americans or Danish or whatever the case may be. We try not to judge, well, at least I do. I try not to judge a situation that I know nothing about. That is folly, you know. There's obviously, you'd want to be there, you'd want to be living it to understand it properly. It can be complicated. We know in every country there's good and bad people. And we know that, let's say, social media can be a problem, no matter where it is. But it's coming here as well, it's not unique. But again, I can only speak for myself, but, I would probably be speaking for most people here. No, we don't really hate anyone. We don't see the point in doing something like that. Hate corrupts, absolutely. But the US has never slighted us in any way. And if we don't hate the people who occupied our country for 700 years, we're not going to hate the people from the US. Most of us here, we're pretty logical and we can do some critical thinking. So I suppose that's good. Oh, well, thank you. But greed is destroying the world. It's destroying people, it's destroying countries. And I'm not saying, to abolish all corporations, you need big guys like that, but how much money do they need? Most of these people and corporations have got more money than they could spend in a million lifetimes. And I get the feeling if they got every cent in the entire world, we'd have to sell our soul. Greed corrupts someone absolutely. But I have some views, I suppose. And that would be from my generation, where a government should be, 100% about its people, what's best for them, and not what's best for what, let's say, the government or their private lives. And we're having a lot of problems here with our politicians, to be honest. They've always been a bit shady, don't get me wrong. I think it's a universal thing. But, I don't know. Democracy is still the best system. It is flawed, obviously, but it's the best one we've got. It does need a little bit of revision, obviously. It needs to be more transparent, and there needs to be harsher punishment for people in government that break the rules and commit crimes. But that's something for the future, isn't it? It is a system, all right. We need it. But how much of it do we need? I'm happy enough if I can just pay my bills. I'm not someone who spends a lot of money. You know what I mean? If I've got a roof over my head, my bills are paid, and I'm not someone who would go on lavish holidays and I don't need jets or flashy cars and stuff. I've got an old automobile out there. It's got very low mileage, something like 20,000 kilometers, but I have it for over a decade. I got it in around the time I got my injury, and never really used it that much since. So it gets me from A to B. I don't need a flashy sports car or anything like that, and most of the time I had, let's say, especially when I was working and that, I did a lot for charity. Not bragging about it, but and yeah, I'm happy, you know. But money can corrupt, all right. Yeah, come on. Could you tell me what that guy was doing with a jewel? That was one rich wolf. He must be a shareholder. Yeah, it's a classic, isn't it? Supply and demand. But a lot of the prices we pay for things are absolutely inflated. Take the PC thing, for instance. I can understand why maybe it shot up sky high during the pandemic when, nobody was mining the stuff it needed or transporting that, and obviously supply and demand premium. But now that everything is settled down and all of this stuff is back on track again, it didn't make a difference to the price. I've seen this before in the 70s. I was just a kid, but I remember here in my town, we went to get gas. Well, we call it petrol, but I'll call it gas, so you understand. And all of the garages were shut. I think it was during the OPEC crisis in the 70s. All the aisle was cut off. And but because he was a regular customer anyway in this place, they gave him preference and gave him some gas. And the prices went up, and that little crisis was over, and they stayed up. So I've seen this thing before. So think about it as a kind of a business. Let's say you're charging $1,000 for something. Then there's a massive crisis, and they're very scarce, and you put your price up to $2,000 and keep buying it. So then let's say your overheads disappear and the supply line and everything goes back to normal. Well, you're not going to put down your prices, are you? You're getting twice as much for the product, and people are pretty used to paying that for it now. And that's just how it works. Like gas went up again, let's say during that Ukraine crisis. But most countries who did that relied very little on the gas from Ukraine, if at all. It was just an excuse, to put up prices. This is why I'm not aboard when, let's say, when there's oil or gas found in any country where the government would lease it out to a private company. I could never understand that for a song, for peanuts. This company would make their money back in a couple of months and, keep controlling, let's say, the flow of energy. I don't believe in 100% socialization. That's crazy. But I do believe some things should be. Any oil or mineral or gas reserves found in a country belong to the people. I know it sounds funny, but you'll see where I'm going with this. If you sell it out to a private company, they'll use it to extort you, and drive up inflation and make you work more to get what you need, the government should take it over. And even if they were to charge the same price, the profits from that will go back into the country, into education, healthcare, and infrastructure. Or they could draw a balance where it would be reasonably cheap, and then the profits would, still go back in. I can see it as a win-win situation, where the resources from your country are helping the people and the infrastructure, stuff like that. That would be an ideal world. But here as well, if there's anything found like that, the government will sell it off, and you've got to wonder why. Well, I can think of a few reasons, but I won't go into them. Like, let's say back in the early 2000s here. I know you wouldn't know much about, what was going on here, but it was some controversy about gas drilling off the coast of Cork, I think. Or was it Cobh? One or the other. That was nasty, Like, that could have been taken over by the state and sold to the citizens of the country for a reduced cost. Because now we're paying energy prices through the roof, and we're being held ransom, to those costs. And then as energy and fuel costs go up, inflation goes up, and then that's across the board. That's transport, food, and whatever the case may be. And before you know it, let's say, if you're getting by on maybe doing 40 hours a week working and you're just getting by, but now you've got to do 50 or 60, or, someone in your family would have to take a part-time job. And once that snowball effect happens, I've seen it here in the stores. Every time I go into a store, a product has gone up by, every week, by 10 or 15%. Slowly getting there. Crazy. Sheer greed. It's that kind of greed, that kind of short-term greed that destroys companies, and it destroys, shops or whatever. A good example would be Ubisoft. That kind of greed and stupidity eventually is your downfall. It might make you money in the short term, but long term, yeah, your history. People get sick and say that's enough, Now let me get something to drink and we'll carry on. And thanks for following, Umska. Appreciate it. And welcome. Welcome to the community. Now, like here we have a system where when you reach a certain age, or if you're injured, or you can't work anymore through some disability, you will get free travel. Well, there's other benefits as well, but so you can get a train anywhere as many times as you like, for as long as you like, or buses, but only on public transport, obviously not taxi cabs, So I could take a train from one end of the country and back for free, or a bus. Well, as you get older, this is quite handy. Let's say you're kind of living somewhere and you need to get to the shops and stuff. Oh, well, thank you. And, this is part of our system here. I think they do it in the UK as well. But paying tax is not a bad thing here. It's like saving your money for, when you get older. But I can understand why people have an issue with paying tax. It all depends on how much you get back for your tax. What the benefits are. I suppose the more you pay and the less you receive in return, the more angry you will be. Right, guys, let's see. We might. What time is it? Yeah, I can try and stay a bit longer. But I wanted to grind out this. But I will be here tomorrow again. But I'm really disappointed we haven't picked up that spell tome yet. Ah well. Not like I haven't grinded on this game before. Come on, give it up. Yeah? Okay, we're very close to another level up. Haha, come on. There we go. Yeah, we need a ton of... Ooh, okay. I don't know if I can take this. Oh, it's... Yeah, these guys now can do a lot of damage. Those ice wolves are really strong. Here. We'll show you a little bit more respect. Yeah? Yeah, I couldn't handle these on the last stream. I gotta fix my armor and weapon. Come on. Oh! Oh! There we go. Always my favorite part of the game. The exploration and doing this. I think that's why I just couldn't take to Starfield. It was void of this kind of stuff. It's fun. I've got a lot of time on this. I can max my character and it just kills the game for me. Pretty quick. The secret, is always true alchemy. But it loses a little bit of its fun. A bit, once you start to max up too much. But I think since my third playthrough, I've always been playing Legendary. And I've had a lot. A lot of playthroughs. My favorite game. That's why it saddens me to see what that company has become. Not for the company in itself, they're just business guys. They're making a buck. But for the IP, that kind of sentimentality. Wondering, what's going to happen. Will we ever get a game that's worth playing from them again? But they've been working away on diluting this game over the past decade. To the point that they'll just ruin it, I suppose in gaming, it's much like, let's say, music or something. Let's say, you're 20 and, you're at a certain time in your life when, everything is good. There's a certain song or something, and, fast forward and now you're 50 or 60 and, you hear that song again and it absolutely brings you back to that time. That kind of nostalgia, and maybe it was, a wedding or something or whatever the case may be, and you get that kind of glow, Well, it's kind of like the same when you're playing your favorite game, You remember the first time you played, and you kind of associate it with the events from then. It kind of works on the same system. But it's at the stage now where, gaming is kind of much more than, just gaming. People can take it pretty seriously. And I can understand the sentimentality, It is their hobby. And our hobby is our escape from reality. and it's not nice to see it being destroyed by greedy people, you know? Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. That's why we have that certain nostalgia for things, you know? Absolutely. Skyrim can do that to me. I think that's part of it. So, you know, we can have that kind of bias, you know? But bias in a good way. You know, whatever makes you happy. You're not doing anyone any harm. Absolutely. Or a certain smell. You ever get a certain smell of flowers or something? Now, well, I'm old, so yeah, it kind of brings me back to, you know, the countryside and, you know, certain events and stuff that happened. Certain smell can do it as well. No, they're much more than games now. Yeah, absolutely. To, well, maybe not my generation, but a lot from my generation. But let's say the generation after me and the generation to come, it will be their music. Yeah. But you mean, I know what you mean, they're not the same. No, they're getting very toxic. They're full of politics, they're full of monetization and greed. And that's what makes me sad. And that's a pity. But on the bright side, on the silver lining, you know, there's a lot of indie developers coming up and they're creating some good stuff, you know. Maybe not on the grandest scale as these so-called AAA companies, you know. You know, stuff like Subnautica, you know, Valheim, you know, stuff like that. I'm sure they'll do better. The risk there being, you know, all of these companies started off as, you know, small developers, and you know, when they start, you know, pumping out some really classic stuff, you know, they might fall for the trap of, you know, selling the company off and making it private, and then that company, you know, shall fall as well. But that's the nature of things, you know. You grow, you get big, you get so big that you collapse. The Roman Empire of games. But everything shall fall, given enough time. Kind of the nature of things, I suppose. Bungie. I've heard that name before. Yeah. That was a company doing something. Oh yeah, sorry, Blizzard. Absolutely Blizzard. Well, the one on everyone's lips now would be Ubisoft. And a lot would say, you know, BGS as well. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I really do. I really do. But I must say, Umska, I am not excited for the next Elder Scrolls. To be honest, if they said they were cancelling it, I'd be much happier. You know, I'd rather them not to make it at all than absolutely mess it up, like they did with Starfield. You know? But it won't, for what fan base and what good faith they've got left in the community, it's dwindling pretty quick. Yeah. Halo, yeah. Never played it. Didn't Microsoft buy that IP? There was... Oh, yeah! Now I know the company you're on about. Yeah. They changed their name, didn't they? Yeah, they changed their name. I seen a program about that. The guys that said ruined Halo. They actually changed their name to Halo. Maybe I'm getting it wrong, but something like that. I've been the same with Skyrim. Like, we should be playing the Elder Scrolls 9 by now. That's it. 343. Sorry. Now you're right. Yeah, 343. But I thought I heard someone saying that 343 have been changing their name to Halo. Ironic if they've ruined the game, isn't it? And let's say BGS now have a little kind of kind of side guys. I think they're called BGS Austin. Weren't they responsible before they became part of BGS for some horrible games that crashed and burned? Yeah. I remember watching a program on it. I can't remember their name. But I do know that Black Isle Studios um, did a little bit on Morrowind, didn't they? BGS, and there was somebody else as well. Black Isle was one of them. I think they were the third party, the kind of guys that they, got to do some stuff. Mm. Oh yeah, yeah. I tend to leave it a little bit sometimes. Now you could do that easily, even for a couple of levels. I did try it in Oblivion, Kai, and I think, and let's say if you level up 5 times, you lose it after that. Yeah. But yeah, it's not a big problem. But I've often, let's say, got 3 levels up. Yeah. But I do know there is a limit. I remember in Oblivion, I didn't take the level up because of the way the system was, I think. But I think I got up 10 or 15 levels and it only gave me 10 or 5 or something. No, can't do the online thing. Yeah. I was tempted, because of the shortage of Elder Scrolls. And I was really excited when I heard a new one was coming out. And I said before the announcement, please don't make it an MMO. And that's exactly what they did. It was a disaster on launch, but they eventually pulled it out of the fire like they did with 76. And I think this is why Starfield is so bad as it is. If the Elder Scrolls Online failed and Fallout 76 failed, I don't think we'd be in this boat now. They would know then that they're getting punished for making some, really trash stuff. But when it comes out and it's trash and everyone say it's trash, and then they can eventually manage to get people back in, doing stuff like in 76, putting bits of stuff into that to bring back the old gamers for nostalgia, those little tricks, those psychology tricks they play. But yeah, they're a company they're basically living off the goodwill of Skyrim and Oblivion and the Elder Scrolls. No, but on the start, there's a lot of people that are, pretty sick of the kind of microtransactions. And personally, me, myself, I don't think I'd like a game that never ends, So let's say you buy your game and you buy everything, and it can be expensive, and you finish it. And then they can just add a DLC whenever they want to. It's a kind of cheap way. I know Ubisoft kind of flirted with that for a while. So the way they look at it is, every time they do a new game that have to start it from the ground up, why not just keep the original game and we'll put a tiny little piece onto it, we'll call it a DLC, and we'll keep churning them out. Minimum money and maximum profit, Yes, yeah, they did. But it was the goodwill and of the fans, the people, let's say, that loved the Elder Scrolls. But I'm sure that if you ask these people, would they have preferred, a single player Elder Scrolls 6? I'm sure they would have saying, we would have preferred that, Oh yeah, I can appreciate that, even though I'm not into the player versus player and the multiplayer thing, I can understand the appeal, hanging out with your friends and all of that stuff. But when you bring that aspect into it, they see a big opportunity of milking that, that kind of system, and even if the game was done with the best intentions, which I don't think it was, the more this is tolerated, the microtransactions and stuff like that, the worse it's going to become. So in a way, you're kind of enabling it. In a very small way. Yeah. It does. I've always considered the Elder Scrolls and Fallout not to be good material for an MMO. I've always considered them a classic single player kind of thing. You know what I mean? Now, even though it worked, it wasn't because of that. It was in spite of that. I think it worked because, you know, we've all been kind of hurting for another Elder Scrolls. Well, the fans, and maybe hurting is not the best word, but we've all been wanting another Elder Scrolls. And, lots of people bought that, absolutely ruining it. Now, it's gotten so bad that, even Tencent now are in the game of doing this, We're attracting sharks, in a swimming pool. We're sitting ducks, to be honest. Gamers are sitting ducks. But we still have a bit of power. And our power is our wallet. These guys don't care about how much bad press they get. They don't care about how we complain. Doesn't make a difference. All they care about is the money rolling in. When the money stops, they will fall or change. A lot of companies will fall, even some IPs that we love. But it's the best way forward. Of course, that will only last for maybe a generation, and then someone else will start something, and everyone else will say, oh, that worked, and then they'll forward. I can remember the way it started. One guy did a microtransaction, got away with it, then another guy, then they all jumped on the bandwagon, then another guy, they'll keep testing the waters, and then it gets out of control. It's a little bit like capitalism, Absolutely. Yeah. It can be inconsistent at times, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I can understand the kind of World of Warcraft kind of thing, and that would have brought in a lot of older players as well that would have been into that. But I don't mind it. But one of my grievances with that was, they didn't do the single player Skyrim or Elder Scrolls, and that kind of stuff, No, they keep telling us that we don't want single player games. They keep telling us that, we want MMOs, which is a pretty nice coincidence for them, seeing as, they can make much, much, much more money on MMOs for a lot less work, which I'm sure is only a coincidence. But how do you explain stuff like Baldur's Gate 3? Stuff like that. And I think Elden Ring and Dark Souls and all of those. Well, Elden Ring at least. They were massively successful. So apparently, yeah, people still want single player games. And yeah, sure, go on with the MMOs. But don't tell us that all we want to do is MMOs because you don't want them. It's not that we don't want them, it's they don't want them, Yeah, as far as I know. Yeah. But is Baldur's Gate 3, isn't that a kind of single player? It would be, but not at the cost of single player games. Yeah, I'd 100% back that. But the engine would never. They'd have to do too much. But yeah, I wouldn't mind that either, But not at the cost of... But like, if you made this co-op, you know what's going to happen. They destroy this game. It's pretty much destroyed as is. The idea is good. The problem is when you leave it in their hands, Yeah, I'm not... I know my sons play that, so I'm not really... But yeah, Baldur's Gate, yeah. Oh, you can play with other people. Oh, that's cool. But tell me, is there a ton of microtransactions in that, or is it none? Yeah, you'd need a mod. Oh, that sounds cool. Now, do you know what would be okay? This is what I would accept. Let's say they made single player games, and then you literally bought an add-on to play multiplayer, and they could do whatever microtransactions they wanted to, as long as it didn't affect the single player game or add more achievements to it. I'd be good with that, because then you'd have a choice. You wouldn't be forced into something, you know. How feasible that is, I don't know. I've heard, yeah, something like that, Skyrim Together mod. But wouldn't that be just PC only, Anu? You wouldn't believe the grinding I did on this character for 2 days. Well, I'm not complaining. It is very, very distracting, you know? And I think that's what we need. We need something to free our mind, you know? A little escape from reality. Yeah, yeah. So, what you been up to, Annie? Anything interesting? I think we've progressed a lot in 2 streams. Within reason now, we're reasonably safe. The stream before last was kind of a dead zone for us. Oh, I got an update. I think it was yesterday. Yesterday evening. I seen that Starfield was updating. They must be giving me that DLC. I shudder to think I'm gonna... I'll play it. I've never quit on a game yet. And it's paid for anyway. But oh my god, the reviews. Not that I'm that into reviews, but like everyone is pretty angry with that DLC. You know? Just work. Nice. Oh, nice. Nice. Very nice. I already picked up the map here from the hunters. I think it was down here somewhere. That's disappointing, but that's about them. Just one of those things. Oh, guys. This is the one I've been looking for. This is the one I've been absolutely looking for. Remember I told you about the modded house I have with all the mannequins, and I wanted all of the sets on it to be stolen? For the Imperial officer, I'm short the helmet. Now these guys, what they do is it's a random encounter. They have ambushed the patrol, and one of them has the helmet. What I need to do here is, you see, if I kill them, I can get the stuff, but it's not marked stolen. So what I need to do is, let's say when they attack, I need to wait around, invisibility, blah blah blah, and I need to steal that helmet. I think it's on the lady in the center. That will pretty much finish my set for the Imperial officer. You see it there? The large head ridge? You see it there? That's what I want. Ho ho! I've been waiting for this piece for a while. This will finish off my set. And then we can kill them. Or try to, anyway. See that? How much she's wearing?
You there,
Ah,
citizen.
stupid game.
Is off limits. You're interfering with.
Okay, what I have to do it the hard way. That needs to be stolen. So killing her and taking it is not an option.
Pay up, citizen.
Okay, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give them the no, I won't give them the 100 gold.
If you insist. Come on, boys.
Yeah,
This is fun.
I've never given in to these guys yet. Now I need to steal that stupid helmet. Then we'll kill him. What's she using? Fire. Oh yeah. Now, there's some really nice helmets in this. There's that kind of Greek one. I forget what they call it, but you can't get it stolen. There's 3 locations in the game where you can pick it up. But I might use it for decoration after, but this one, it needs to be stolen.
Oh well. Must have
There it is. Now we have a chance of getting this. Oh, we have it. The officer's helmet. Nice. The other stuff I have. I'm not bothered about that. Cool. Oh, one moment. I don't mind doing this. What do they call it? Save scumming to get this piece. Yeah, I'm desperate to get this piece from my collection. And I've been waiting a while for this random encounter. It's the only place I know where I could get a stolen one of these.
Hello? Who's there?
Stupid 90% chance and still failed. The odds in this game, it's ridiculous. Ha 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 ha. I see that. No, I don't mind fighting this guy. There's nothing there I want from him. They've got some serious weapons, okay, let's see. Yeah. Now I'm gonna fight these guys face to face. Just let's check this. Oh, nice. Where is it? There it is, guys. That's what I want to finish my set. Now there's a much nice Greek style one. One of them is near Forky's Shack. You remember that one? There's another one in. You were talking about it earlier, Kai. Was it you? That. Oh, that boating company thing. Where's the third one? Oh, the third one is in that tomb for that Daedra quest for the Dawnbreaker's sword. They're the only 3 I know of. There, I got my helmet anyway. Right. Now we'll try the hard grind on these guys. These guys are tough. Oh my. You know, maybe I should have stolen... I should have stole their weapons, maybe. I think that's what I'll do. They're doing a lot of damage. Yeah. See, all of my power points have been invested in other stuff to try and, you know, quickly get this character up. So I've I've neglected stuff like the perk points in the armor and weapons. And of course, restricting myself to stolen weapons has been a big one as well. That is that guy's warhammer. I need to get rid of that. Yeah, we'll see how good they are at fighting without weapons. Hey, where are you going? Ah, come on.
Did you hear something?
Ah, whatever.
That's the best you can do. That's all you got.
I need to bring that other guy back.
Damn you.
Yeah? Haha! It's that guy with that hammer. Oh! The bear will take him out. I need that bear. Ah ha ha ha!
This is the end for you.
Oh yeah. We'll let those guys fight it out. Probably steep, yeah. Yeah, they're pretty strong. There's always been. Just the mages can be a problem. I want to deal with this mage. I'll let the bear do the dirty work for us. Keep him occupied. They are kind of strong, but my weapon is pretty weak.
Time to finish this.
See, I really need a better weapon. Like, it's ridiculous. I think it's under 40. Like, if I had the right enchantment and stuff like that, well, we're talking about more like 300. Maybe 10 times more. But when you play the game so much, Martinez, you need some kind of something just, to stop you from getting too overpowered too quickly. But doing the half damage, and I think they do twice or 3 damage. Depends. After you spend a lot of time in the game, running through the game too quickly. But it's kind of fun if you're not overpowered, Oh, you have to be tanky, yeah. You have to be. But I've been only doing legendary runs for a long, long time. But we have... Well, even on legendary runs, I could easily take these guys out by now. But what I've done is I've set some restrictions. We can only use stolen weapons and armor on our character. We can't buy anything that would benefit our character. That includes spell tomes, which has been a big problem, soul gems, ingredients, iron ore, hides, anything like that. So that's been kind of holding us back. We've gotten over alchemy, and if I could have maxed out my enchanting, this would be a different outcome on this. I'd be taking them out pretty quickly. But it's fun, And that's what it's all about too, isn't it? The fun. Really? I'm not sure about that. My gen, not for everyone. Now it's the same with the hardfire homes. Anything to fix those up. We've got... Well, we are allowed to fish, hunt and mine. And we are allowed to buy lockpicks because we're going in as an Argonian thief. Now, we're not allowed to pick flowers and stuff, but we can steal stuff as long as we don't pick them, which is easy enough. or take them from containers or whatever in dungeons, as long as they're not growing. Same with insects and stuff like that. But we are allowed to take those stolen plants and grow them on our farms, the hardfire homes, and then take the proceeds from that. But the original plant would have to be stolen. Maybe, possible. But she's doing a surprising amount of damage. Usually at this stage I can probably kill her with maybe 3 hits.
You won't live tomorrow. Do your work.
But I want to get rid of the mage first, they're always a problem. And I'm still working on one hand, so this is still a benefit. But I got the piece I wanted. So even if we fail here, it doesn't matter that much.
That's your best, huh? I can take you.
Now you see what's killing me here? I've literally got the same healing spell I got in Helgen. That's a major problem, because it's taking too long to do this. Ideally you'd want grand healing by now, but not being allowed to buy these things, and they've been pretty hard to steal or come by. And thanks for following Scary Library. Appreciate it. And welcome to the community. Oh, that's some stuff I want. Where's that mage? Here, you. I'm not finished with you at all. Even with 100% on the fire, we're still getting some of the physical end of it. Ah, down. Down. Go. Give it up. 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 Ha ha. Okay, there goes the mage. Uh-oh. Now, let's see if we can get the weapon off that guy. Well, we're stuck with a stolen weapon, but I've got a big chest I can throw it into. I'm using some anyway for that little museum I'm doing. But I think I've already got one of those. But failed to send. Oh, it could be a Twitch thing. Yeah, it's been pretty iffy tonight. Library, Scary Library. So you don't mind if I just call you Scary? Yeah. Yes, it's worked. Hi, and how are you? And nice to meet you too. Absolutely. Yeah, it's my favorite game too. And from what I can see from BGS, it's always going to be my favorite game, I think. Yeah. So I pretty much go check out everyone who streams it. Nice. It's got Skyrim streamers and viewers. It's still a pretty big community. Wonderful community. You know, really nice people. I am. Yeah, I am. I've got a lot of time on this game. You know, especially since retirement, I've had tons of time. So what we've done on this one, Scary, is we can only use stolen weapons and armor. Now, that was a problem for a while, but we got really lucky in a dungeon, and we came across a bandit with a full Daedra set. I managed to steal that. Now, I couldn't move the chest piece, obviously, so I used a paralyzed potion for that, and lucky enough, all the pieces came out stolen. The problem is the weapons. So we're using some bad weapons. The best of it is an ebony sword. My ultimate goal is to get a Daedra one and short sword. Also, we can't buy anything to benefit my character, so I cannot buy spell tomes, which is a big problem. I cannot buy a hide or anything like that, and I can't even buy ingredients, or I can't pick them. Now, however, I can fish, I can hunt, and I can farm. Now, what I can do with my farm is, let's say, if I steal some ingredients that are not growing and I have the stolen mark, I can plant them and use the proceeds. But we've done that and we've maxed out alchemy, so there's no problem now in that. My big problem is enchanting, because I've really tried almost every container in this game and I still can't get my hands on a soul trap tome without buying it, and that would be against the rules. But it's making it fun. But when I master enchanting, then I'll really get this guy, up and running. This will be a simple encounter. But let's say kind of making it so difficult has made it fun for me again. Much more interesting than, just your kind of straightforward playthrough. And we've been playing as an Argonian thief. I've played on each race probably a couple of dozen times. But I must say probably the least would be Argonian and the most would be Nord. Sorry now. Now, let me see. It's been in my library. Sorry, I've been missing a lot here. I've been just rambling on. It's been my favorite game for 10 years. I played it, I got it from my wife, I think, for a birthday or anniversary present, about a month after its release, and yeah, absolutely. And I love Oblivion as well. Yeah, the Skyrim community is pretty good. There's some really nice people. The Dwemer in this. Now, personally, what I think myself. Now, basically, they're trying to follow the story of the Anastasi. Are you familiar with the Anastasi? They were a kind of, I think, an American or New Mexico tribe, mysteriously disappeared. So, it was probably a kind of a Stargate system. Now, two theories on that. The kind of the left and a kind of a Stargate system, or they opened the gate and they let something through that was pretty nasty. I tend to go with the other one. But the second I seen that when I played this, I'm familiar with, some of the legends and myths from history. Like, with the Imperials, they borrowed heavy from the Legion, the Roman Legion. But the Dwemer disappearance, I'm leaning towards they open a portal to another dimension and pay the price. I suppose you could go with, they opened the portal and all decided to leave. But it doesn't explain a lot of things. But the lore with this game can be all over the place, Now, okay. Well, that's just my opinion on that. And I've forgotten a lot about this game. I tend to only have a playthrough now about every year and a half. I was at one stage, playing this a lot for about 3 or 4 years. I almost burned out. So now I just play it. Yeah, it takes a while. It comes back to me. But the lore in this game, there's a few contradictions. You get new developers coming in and kind of messing it up. I think that's it, guys. Where did I go to, anyway? That's not too bad. We got our helmets, so let's collect that bear that they killed. I think they ascend it to a higher plane of consciousness, but I suppose that isn't different. Yeah. They made it pretty vague. It was more like that. It smelled of kind of laziness. And I'd say they didn't. It's a pity, you know. They should have introduced even a few into the game. But from all of the books, I've done a few playthroughs. You know, from all of the books and that. But like, think of the old stuff like was it the Mary Celeste? You know, they found that ship. Everyone was missing, you know, and everything looked like they'd just left. You know, I think 50 years after, all legends like that. The Anastasia, you know, legend, where they all just disappeared overnight. If you go back through history, there's lots of kind of legends like that of whole civilizations, you know, just disappearing overnight. Well, most of the lore of that would be they released something they shouldn't have doing, and then when you see that quest, let's say in the college, and this was the kicker from me, where you get that gem for that guy, and he keeps messing with it, and he just disappears and just swallows him up. Well, you know, he didn't seem to leave willingly, you know. So, going from that, you would say that they were kind of sucked into another dimension. The Famler, yeah, it's an interesting story, Kai. If you think about the Farmer, you know, the Farmer is kind of a rip-off of the Time Machine. You remember that old novel, movie? Who wrote the Time Machine again? Was it Jules Verne? Was it Jules Verne, guys, that wrote the Time Machine? Basically, you know, it said this guy goes back in the past, blah blah blah. But apparently, the human species goes underground, and they kind of regress into these monsters, you know. H.G. Wells, sorry, it was one or the other. It was H.G. Wells. Yeah, it reminds me of that. That was heavily borrowed from that. So basically, the Snow Elves were at war with the Nords. They got on the losing end. So they retreated to the caves for safety and didn't come out, and then eventually regressed into the Farmer. Mm. Yeah, H.G. Wells. It's been ages since I've checked that one out. Jules Verne's is, 2000 Leagues Under the Sea. It is H.G. Wells. So, I think it was borrowed from that. Like, anything you see in this game, it's in history somewhere. But that's not a bad thing, you know? That's not a bad thing. Couldn't think of his name. For a moment, Orson Welles kind of flashed in my head, but I know Orson Welles was actor. Yeah, but I knew it was something like that. Absolutely. Tell me, you've been playing this a long time. Did you see many references to the Arthurian legend, King Arthur? The Sword in the Stone, the Lady of the Lake, Goldilocks and the Three Bears. Did you see that one? Oh, that was fun. Yeah, that was fun. Oh, there's tons of them. Yeah, there's absolutely tons of them. But I think one of my favourite was the Lady of the Lake. Oh, hi, O'Keefe. And thank you. How have you been? But I took a screenshot of it earlier. I always do on every playthrough. It's outside of Whiterun, between that and Halted Stream Camp. There's a small pond, and there's a skeleton arm just sticking up from the water, carrying a dwarven sword. Now, not much of a stretch to say Lady of the Lake, but once you go to the Reach and you see that stone and that sword on the top, yeah, it's stuff like that that kind of makes the game, you know. Nice, nice. Now, let's collect our bear. Oh, hang on. Yeah, that's the guys they killed, wasn't it? There's our bear. Oh, okay. Guys, we're not finished with you at all. We're here for our bear. Now, I'm pushing down too far, guys. We'll leave them off. Now, you see down there, there's a bear that spawns in. And he absolutely destroys those villagers, those farmers. There's like a 1 in 5 chance of it happening. The bear spawns here, and the villagers are a good bit away. They don't notice each other, but for some reason, sometimes a goat spawns in here. The goat runs, the bear chases it, the goat goes right up to the farmer, and the farmer dies. So I keep away from that for a while. I try to keep as many people alive as possible in this game. Now, well, I got the main thing anyway. I'll go back and we'll put in this helmet. We'll just kill this guy off. So I don't have to worry about that helmet now for a while. Cool. Oh, this is my 5th or 6th stream. Yeah. I've grinded a lot, let's say, on this. What I usually do is when I'm not streaming, you know, you get bored. You know what it's like when you get the Skyrim bug again. Scary. I will stay around Whiterun and stay around Lakeview, and I'll just kind of grind out the likes of Illusion and stuff like that, you know. Start to organize my inventory, you know, doing the stuff that, you know, might not be the best to do when I'm streaming. You know, that kind of stuff. Now, we'll level up here in a moment. And we'll go... Oh yeah, we've been using trainers as well. That's something I rarely do, but I thought on this playthrough I want to experience everything if I can. A Skyrim character based on the 1st edition cleric. Nice! Oh, that's cool. You know the ring you get from the deer that is a werewolf. Hair scene, yeah. I got the curse off it, but forgot what it says now. But once you get the curse off, if you wear it, does it just mean you wear it and transform, or... To be honest, what I do with that, I never take the ring. Yeah, I never go with the guy that... Oh, you mean at the start? Yeah, you haven't done the quest yet. No, you'll be able to get rid of it once you do the quest. You'll either get the ring or you get the hide. Now, the guy, let's say, even though he was a werewolf when he did it, was unforgivable. I always punish him. So I always wind up with the Saviour's hide. But my memory served me right. I think the ring will transform you. Would you believe it, all of my playthroughs, only for an achievement, I think, I've always killed that guy. Yeah. Oh, it's probably a server issue. Twitch has been a bit funny tonight, scary. But you're on about the Ring of Her scene. But I've always killed that guy. I won't say too much, I don't want to spoil that for you, but you'll see why I always kill him. What he did was unforgivable. I just couldn't do it. You spared him, yeah. There used to be a glitch in that where you could get the ring and the hide. I think it still might be there. But I would consider that to be an exploit, so I never use it. Yeah. And thanks for that shout out. Appreciate it. Oh, I see. Oh, horrible. I play on PC. I do not stream. Ah. Right, did we get that? Okay, let's get back and I'll get rid of that helmet and we'll tuck this stuff away. I will be streaming tomorrow at the same time. And would you believe it, guys, I've been on 7 hours. Kind of a long time for an old guy like me. So, I'll start putting away this junk and we'll get prepared for our next stream. If I get some time today, I might try and grind out two-handed a little bit. Just maybe come down here and find some bear. I usually like to grind it out on the joints. I don't kill them. What I do is I get into a little area where they can't get me and I just keep hitting them and healing them with restoration. Healing hands. Now, I would like to get magic at the 500. I will be using the harmony spell eventually. That's kind of end game thing to get my level to 252 to max out this character. The problem with using that too fast, you'll make your enemies too strong, so we'll kind of reserve that a bit. Now, I've never had to get the harmony book before. I forget if they give us a copy. I don't think they do. They give us a stupid thing after we do the master quest, and then I think we've got to buy it. But I'm nearly sure if we're very lucky we might get some in the loot after we do the quest. I'm really sure I got one before, but rare. Now, there we go. So there you go, Kai. I think you could do that for a couple of levels, Kai. I know in Oblivion, if you did it too much, you'd lose a few levels. But I think it's a max of 5 or something in Oblivion. Never really tried it much here. But it's sometimes when you're underpowered, it's nice to keep a level up for that extra, health boost if you're almost dead. That's right, yeah. Horrible. Yeah. Killed a little girl, tore her apart as a werewolf. Could never forget that. Oh. Blonde, is it? Where is she? Oh, there she is. Oh, hi, Blonde. How are you? Sorry I missed your message. How have you been? Oh, you were the one that gave the shout out. Oh. How have you been keeping? Now, let's get back with this. Guys, we'll save it and I'll show you my little display I've been doing. The modded house, that one blonde at Silver Peak Lodge? What I want to do with this, because of the Argonian thief, all of my display items here will be stolen. So that was the last piece I needed for an Imperial officer's uniform. And I've already got a full set of gear from, all the 9 holes. So let's go back and we'll hang that one up. But the rest of the houses and that, we'll just put in normal stuff. We'll just go all stolen on this one. Just to make it a little bit more interesting. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've been on 7 hours. I gotta definitely get some rest very, very shortly. As I'm streaming tomorrow as well. Now I'll show you my little display here. So there's 15 on this side. There's only 9 holes, so you've got 6 tree each side. So that's the 9 holes. They're all fully done. So what I'll do with the 2 on this side will be, light. I'll still need the shield. Don't know where I'm going to get a light shield, but it'll have to be stolen. So this is the Imperial soldier, and this is the officer. That's the only piece I was missing. There it is there, and you see the stolen mark on it? And there we go. And then I've already done the Stormcloak guy here. And I know of one spot where I can get, during a quest, the Imperial officer. You know that guy, blah blah blah, he's dressed as an Imperial. When you come out, then he's dressed as a Stormcloak officer. I think we might be able to jump down without him seeing us and grabbing that outfit for it. But that's that cult quest thingy. Yeah. I've been up for 12 hours. Oh my. Gonna be... Oh! I've often gone a couple of days due to pain issue without sleep. It's kind of chronic for me now. I average about 4 to 5 hours a day, unfortunately. Yeah, it's a mod. You won't get it in the original game. I got a mod to do this, and it's called Silver Peak Lodge, Kai. And it's pretty nice. Yeah, it's pretty good. So, good job. But you'll only get it with a mod. But like in the original game, you know, even without the anniversary edition, Kai, there's like millions of houses, tons. You know, you won't be short of a house. I know it looks like it in the start, but there's tons of houses out there. You're not allowed to rest, and since I am older, I am right. Probably. You know best, Grumblus. Have a lovely sleep, Croc, and a lovely day. And you too, and thanks for hanging out, O'Keefe. So that's it. That's the 9 holes. I'm short. What was it I was short of? Yeah. That's just the factions. I don't know what I'll put on these. I'll figure it out later. I want stolen weapons on these and everything to be basically stolen. Well, I can't understand why I put 4 here and none here. Maybe it was my download. I'm not sure. But let's say I could only use 4. I would prefer to go 2 on that side and then 2 over there to keep it symmetrical. Now, here, yeah, this is pretty decent. What I would prefer to do with this is, I would see that rack there, we bring that across there, and then on this side we'd have that, and then on this side that, and keeping that in the middle. Or, even better again, let's say using X amount of these in the middle, these each side, and keeping it symmetrical. But, maybe that's me. No, I'm good. I'll be finishing my stream pretty shortly. Nice. Oh, and, oh yeah, one of the houses. Yeah, way too many houses, Blonde. Yeah. Yeah. There's way too many houses even in the base game. And there's not one house that's ideal. Yeah. The closest thing to ideal would be... And that's not modded. Although, you know, the plantation, let's say, is a mod. It's from the Creation Club. That would be, you know, the closest thing. My idea of a house that's ideal would be somewhere proper to put your horses. Maybe 2 or 3. Where you can actually make them stay. Enough room for a decent amount of followers, growing some crops. And if you want to play the adoption mod, the 6 kids. You know? But there's no ideal house in this. You know, getting rid of all the junk houses and having one nice farm. Like a little kind of, like they did on Oblivion with that Orc Lord. You remember that? Something like that would have been pretty cool. Doesn't have to be big and flashy and extensive. Then maybe a kind of large workhouse for maybe, you know, all the followers, even if you wanted to do something like that. Now, yeah, I have a ton of chests here. I know there's some weapons here that we've stolen. There's a stolen one. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's stolen. We'll leave it here for the time being, guys. And then I'll find a good spot for that. The weapons I display will have to be there. Steel battle. I'm nearly sure, guys, I've got it. I'll put it in here. Sort it out later. This is what I've been doing with my time when I'm not streaming, just messing about with this. To stop myself from going insane with all the free time I have. I lived on the pirate ship on Oblivion. Oh, that was the plug-in, wasn't it? Yeah, that was the plug-in from Oblivion. I remember that. Yeah. Then you get the little necromancer thing and the castle. What do you think of the castle? Castle was okay. The quest was a little bit silly. But the fact of the loading screen doors on the inside was a pity. No problem. And thanks for stopping in, Blonde. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest and a great day. Take care and stay safe, Blonde. Bye. So that's what I'll do, guys. I will save it here. And I better get to sleep as quickly as I can because I'm starting to feel a bit dizzy. I think maybe my blood pressure is dropping a bit. I've took my medication, I'm not too bad. But yeah, I will leave it here. I have done a record 7 hours. But totally enjoyed the stream. I hope you guys did too. I will be back tomorrow at the same time. I'll see if I can push out 6 hours. We'll see how it goes. But my official time is 4 hours to stream. But I always push past 4 hours for as long as I can. But the minimum will be 4. I start at the usual time, around roughly about 9 PM Eastern Standard Time, which is about after 1 AM my time. So, yeah, I know, pretty strange. But that's what it's like living with sciatica. And you too, Corin, and thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a wonderful weekend. And you too, Kai. So I will say my farewells. We'll go straight to a raid. Hopefully some of our friends will be streaming something pretty similar. So hope you'll all bear with me while I do that. So goodbye, Corin, Suburban Werewolf, Young, if you're watching. Have a good one, guys, and thanks for being here. Also, Kai, Hufflepuff, Blonde, and Terry. Have a wonderful weekend, ladies. And, of course, Gromulus. Have a good one, Gromulus. And thanks again for the follows and the raids tonight, guys. Appreciate it, and thanks for following again, Scary. Let me see what else is here. I do this from memory and a message board, so I'll obviously miss some. I wouldn't mind a system that could show me everyone that was chatting here. And of course O'Keefe. Take care, O'Keefe. Let me see. O'Keefe. We mentioned Corin. I know there was many here. And thanks for stopping in, Martinez. And you too, Anu. Have a good one. That's it, guys. I know there's many, many more, so I've missed quite a few. The raids and most of the people that followed and were lurking. So, to whomever I've missed, my apologies, guys. And again, to everyone who was watching and lurking, appreciate it. So, hopefully we'll see you guys again tomorrow. But until then, I think I'll get some sleep, and my Pomeranians need attention as well. I've got 2 of them here with me. And really nice to meet you too, Scary. Always welcome. You're always welcome. Have a good one, and take care, and stay safe. Bye. So, I will leave it here, guys. I will go straight to a raid. And, yeah, I'll get some sleep. These old bones need to rest. Now, I've been sitting here for 7 hours, so it's going to take me a little while to get up. Yeah, okay. Oh, okay, there we go. So, let's do this raid, guys. And I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. So, let's see who's out there. Now, it takes a little bit longer to do this on Xbox, so, you know, it won't be too long.